Hello. Hey, you guys. What's up? It's been a very long time. Hey, everybody. Oh my gosh. I forgot how fun this was. I was so stressed out before we started. So we were listening to, what did I listen to? Eminem, Kendrick Lamar, a little DMX, all to get ready to, and some Black Eyed Peas.
Oh, I was twerking, but nobody could see me.
Oh, yeah, she was, and we couldn't see her. But wait, did you load it?
I did not, but I can. You can just.
You need to load it. I can't pull it out of Discord.
No, yeah, that's right. Okay, hold on.
That's right. I mean, I could, but I don't know.
Okay, hold on.
It would take some effort, and a little effort that I don't have because I'm so nervous, you guys, because it's been a really long time.
Yes, it has.
Oh, and my husband got me a sign for Christmas.
Cute.
That's very sweet.
Okay, hold on. Let me find it. Okay, we'll just go ahead and start because while I do this.
Oh, okay. Well, let's go ahead and start. We'll do this. Yeah. We have missed you guys so much. So during all of this time, we did not stop working on Summer's case, and we've been following the Idaho case and lots of Murdoch because there's lots and lots of Murdoch to go through, to wade through, to come upon. So while we haven't seen you, we haven't stopped working. So I want everybody to think that we had quite a few accusations hurled at us while we were not around. So that was pretty interesting to watch. It's like, excuse me, what?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think we're doing a documentary. We're not. But if that person wants to think that, they can go right ahead. I think I don't even know what we actually were accused of, to be honest.
Many things.
Yeah, lots of things that weren't relevant. Oh, yeah, because we went to Tennessee.
We did.
We did, and we physically searched for Summer.
Mm-hmm.
And we didn't come right back and jump on YouTube to tell everybody about it for content. So I think we did something wrong there.
Yeah.
I don't know. You guys tell me.
Don't know.
That was for Summer. It wasn't for YouTube. So anybody who wants to be irritated by that can be, I guess. Everything that we came across went to the TBI. And that's all I think we really owe anybody.
Yep.
Not in a mean way. I don't think that we owe it to anybody to tell them every detail of what we did. While we were there, we got to check some things out. We got to kind of test some of the statements that some people have made. We got to go up on 125, which was extremely eye opening for multiple reasons. And we did sound tests.
Mm-hmm.
And all I will say about that is that I fully agree with law enforcement about the scream.
Yes, as do I. As do everybody that was there.
Yeah. It's true. It's true.
I have to go and help Ava, so I'm camera off and mute, but I'll have my phone. If I'll be in and out the whole live, I'm very sorry, guys, but Ava had surgery last week on her knee. She had her second knee restructuring done. I don't know what the right word is, but so she is in a cast from hip to toe, and I have to constantly help her. So I'll be right. I'm listening. I will chime in, but I have to run and help her really quick.
Have fun. No, don't be sorry. Yeah. So yeah, it was extremely eye opening. Being there. It was Adrian and I. Chasing was there with us. Chasing Truth. We got to actually set foot, set hand. Yennefer was there with us. Nana was there with us. We got to really look around. We got to really see what X, Y, or Z would have taken, or what it would have taken for this. Is this possible? I can tell you that if you're on the curve of the driveway at 125 at 6:09 when you hit send, after doing all of the things that she said she did, you're at about 6:15 or 6:20. So, yeah, looked at all the things we did. Do you want to come up, Chasing? So you could talk to me. We could talk about it. You don't have to, but if you want to, I would love for you to. I can't believe you're awake. I'm really happy you're awake. Meemaw. Of course I want. I always want. Of course, the best place is ended. Oh no, wake up.
Wake up, Chasing.
Wake up right now.
Sorry, guys.
So yeah, we've been calling her Meemaw because she goes to bed at like when the sun goes down, regardless of what time of year it is. I'm just kidding. Not when the sun goes down.
I see all my friends here. Hi, friends.
What's up, friends?
Hi, friends. I see you all. I love you all so much. I miss you.
But the thing is, we weren't trying to, there was no attempt to keep anything from anyone. It was just like, we just did not feel like it was content. And while we were down, while we were not live for a couple of months, what we see, like what we've seen in those 2 months is insane. I'm sure you guys have seen it too. But just watching it from a distance, it's like, ooh.
Yeah, it gets really old really fast. But, I mean, we weren't. Ellen, I would also like to just go ahead and say absolutely no laws were broken at any point in time.
No.
Like I put in the post, no laws were.
Meemaw! Yay!
Adrian, I love your hair. It looks beautiful.
Thank you. It was really, really orange.
God.
And then
I don't know if you could see chat or if it just
partially
slipped by your right. But you and I were talking originally. I'd ask if you wanted to come up on panel when you were doing one of your lives, and you were like, "Yeah, sure, no problem." But we had a circumstance the other day where we were able to talk offline, and one of the questions that I wanted to ask you is, now that you've been down there, on your scale of stranger abduction, on a scale of 1 to 10, What is it now?
So low. So low. And I never thought I would really overthink that, because I was so sure that some creeper went up there. So it went all the way down to like a 2.
Right.
When it used
It
to be
went from 9
high.
to 2.
Yeah.
9 to 2. So that's what I wanted everybody to hear, is just from you having the experience of hopping in your vehicle, driving to 110 Ben Hill Road. Thankfully, I'm so glad you got to ride around with Cam and Allie. But Chasing's theory on, well, I'm not going to say her theory. I'm not going to, I don't know what her theory is. But as far as stranger abduction goes, before Chasing left her home, left her family, drove down here, stranger abduction was a 9 on a scale of 1 to 10.
Yeah.
After she stood on Ben Hill Road, it went to a 2. Almost the entire length of the scale, 10 being the highest, 1 being the lowest. Hers went from 9 to 2. That's a huge change in a viewpoint. But my theory is still, like we talked the other day, it was someone that was known to the family. Some creeper around there, or somebody that had either visited the Wells on a regular basis, or visited the neighbors on a regular basis. Someone that Summer would not have been afraid of, that was familiar to Summer. And they were coming over for a reason. Gal Geeks is saying mine went way down when I saw Ben Hill as well. Can't explain it, but she's got like 15 exclamation points after my name. So
it's so crazy how it changes that.
You've been down there. Beach Creek is not a high traffic area.
It would have to be somebody that was familiar with the property.
Right. So knowing that Ben Hill is not a high traffic area, it's not, people just don't go down Ben Hill Road unless they have a reason to, or not Ben Hill Road, well, including Ben Hill Road, but they don't go down Beach Creek Road unless they have a destination, because there's nothing on Beach Creek Road to go to. Unless it's Sunday, the only thing down there is 2 churches. The only other reason to be down there, 1, you live there. 2, you're visiting somebody there. That's about it.
Or 3, you're working.
Right.
Like,
so,
like the tree trimming crews or delivery personnel.
Everybody else down there, more than likely, if you're looking at probability, possibility, is it possible that someone just happened to go down Beach Creek Road and just happened to turn on Ben Hill Road? Chasing, you said you missed it 3 times.
3.
Not once, not twice, but 3 with GPS. So that tells me the probability of someone mistakenly going on Ben Hill Road,
yeah, you miss it,
is very, very low.
Yeah.
The chances of somebody going down Ben Hill Road that knows Ben Hill Road and the people on Ben Hill Road are very, very high.
Right. You would only, in my opinion, go down that road if you knew that road.
Exactly.
The only way, in my opinion, the only way a stranger abduction could have happened is if Summer may have wandered off and followed the dogs down to that shed. And Scotty Skull said that, he talked about that long straightaway. It's like a clear eyesight, for a good ways. And if Summer had been followed the dogs down to the creek and over to that shed, then somebody driving down Ben Hill like they were going towards Solomon's Temple could have seen her, just pulled over, snatched her, and took off. That is the only way, in my opinion, that a stranger abduction could have happened. But that would have meant that Summer had to walk off that property.
I mentioned that months ago on Libby's panel, and that's where I came up with that theory of what if Summer wasn't missing until she was. Meaning that they got home at 3:30. Summer jumped up. She's been in the car running stupid errands, as a 5-year-old would think. And she took off and went running, playing. And same, that's where I said maybe she went up that little rise that Don went down when he showed us, his trip there for share. Because coming up that way from the lower end of Simpson Loop, that is a straightaway. And some creeper could have seen her in that open spot and grabbed her. Or if it was a creeper that she knew, could have eased off of the road and said, "Hey, Summer, do you want to ride back up to the house?" But of course they had ill intentions, just like if they, let's say, not that this would be out of the ordinary, I think we all know this by now, someone knew they were going to Ben Hill for a reason, probably to visit somebody that had drugs for sale, more than likely. Now, a lot of those people that visit there also have really bad problems with keeping their thing in their pants. So the probability of a stranger being on Ben Hill Road is 0.
Yeah.
Close to 0. The probability of someone being there on that road that Summer would know or be familiar with is pretty high. Now, did they go there specifically to snatch Summer? I have no idea. Did they go to Ben Hill Road specifically for some reason? Yes. And could they have taken the opportunity to snatch Summer?
Mhm.
Yes.
I agree 100%.
Because there's just a lot of creepy folks. Don himself said it self-admittedly is a creepy guy.
Yeah. Yeah.
Not to mention all the other ones. And everybody that has talked to Squall has said this as well. Everybody talks about Frank Light. And yeah, Frank Light is a horrible human being. I wish he was buried under the jail for a multitude of reasons. But Frank Light is not the only one down there in Beach Creek that is a danger to children and women. I'm sorry, he's just not. There's other ones. Frank Light has brothers. Frank Light has cousins. Frank Light has stepbrothers. Fred Hill has brothers and sons and cousins and stepbrothers. Frank Hill is not the only one. You know, there's another RSO, Cam covered him, another one that worked at the sheriff's department.
Mhm.
It's an RSO that lives just like 7 miles away. Frank lives like 2 miles away. I mean, are we really tossing up? I mean, that's a 5 mile difference, but still,
Right.
if you took Frank Light completely out of the picture, everybody would be freaking the hell out on Chandler, the one that lives 7 miles away. Why? Because he's registered. But there's tons of them down there. Squall's talked to them. I've talked to them. There's lots of other offenders down there that aren't registered because they've committed the acts, and it's all been swept under the rug.
Yeah. After hearing from you what many of the people were like, and that, me thinking probably Frank Light is the scariest person I'd ever heard of, and knowing that he probably isn't, and there are far scarier people in that area, that was something. That was really
I-
something to hear.
I can tell you
Somebody
some
asked
stories
me,
that I've heard.
yeah, somebody just asked me in the chat why I would be up here with Scott, who calls women bad names, because Scott is very familiar with this area. And somebody asked me today, who would I say? I don't even know what the question was exactly.
Well, let me put an end to this right quick, Chasing.
Sure.
Why would Scott call women bad names? Scott does not or has not ever called a woman a bad name just willy-nilly out of his mouth. Is it the correct thing to call women bad names? Probably, yeah. But do I just do it on a whim, just out of the blue? No. I normally do it because the woman that gets called the bad name is being the bad name or acting like the bad name that I'm calling her.
I've called a couple bad
Quit,
names.
quit saying. You can go listen to these same women that you talk about me calling bad names, use the exact same terms or worse that I've ever called any woman. And they call women that and men that. The very same women. So get off of your double standard. When you come at somebody, I'm not, and everybody says Scott never goes against men, he only goes against women. No, I've went against Benny Keys. I went against Ernie for a short period of time. I've went against Doug. I've went against Cam. I've went against AB. Quit seeing what you want to see. Quit twisting stories and making a narrative because it's untrue. When somebody comes at me rudely accusing me of something, I don't care if you are a man or a woman, chances are good you're going to get a reaction based upon what you come at me with. Just like I've explained many times, I know what the vocabulary that I use means. And if I use an extremely harsh word towards you, then my intention is for it to have an extremely harsh effect on you because you are coming at me extremely harshly.
See, my whole thing is that the question in itself is irrelevant to what we were talking about, right? So
Well, I would agree.
I blocked the person once, and then they came in under another name.
Exactly. People just want to take the focus off of something and try to say, "Oh my, I can't believe Chasing would be talking to Scott."
Well, did
Chasing
you ever think that maybe
live in the area? Chasing doesn't know those people. Chasing sat here for a year making assumptions about people that she doesn't know anything about. So
Chasing probably doesn't think that I'm a violent sex offender and that I beat women and that I abducted Summer either.
No, that I do not think.
Well, these are the things that I'm being accused of being. That yet they failed to provide. After 1 year, they failed to provide my criminal record that they claim they all have that show that I am all these things.
It's ridiculous. We're having a conversation about these people, and it's like, why? And this is why. Can I just be bold? This is why we don't get anywhere as a community, because it's more important for people to have the question why would so-and-so talk to so-and-so? Well, you know, this isn't about me. This isn't about Scott. It's not about Squall. It's about Summer, right? So if he has insight that can ease my mind or make me think more, then I want to hear it. Because this isn't about creator versus creator for me. This case is about Summer. That's all it's ever been about. And whatever side arguments people are having, that is their business. It's none of my business.
Well, it's all drama crap chasing. It's
bullshit.
It's coming from the people that in the very beginning, and I don't have Facebook, but I've been shown all the stuff and told all the stuff, and you probably know because you have Facebook. The creators that all this stuff are coming from are creators that hate Squall.
It's just absurd at this point. Hater if you want
They
to,
see
or
me
whatever.
working with Squall, so therefore, in order to tear me and to tear Squall down, because they don't like Squall telling what she's telling, they have to come up with these ridiculous things and make all this kind of noise and all this kind of stuff. Listen, I said clearly the other day, and everybody says, oh, you were defending Squall, you were defending Squall. I said clearly in my video, I said it did not matter if it was Squall or not. No one has the right to determine for another woman at what point they feel like their rape starts or stops.
Absolutely.
Regardless whether it's Squall or not. In this case, it happened to be a creator doing that to Squall. But I dismissed Squall out of it, period, and said women.
No.
Because that's the way that I feel.
It's just wild, you know.
But they're hearing what they want.
Why we don't get anywhere. It's why we don't get anywhere.
That's why you all,
you know,
I call you all the names that I call you is because you come at me with stuff like that. Well, listen, quit acting like what I call you and you'll quit getting called that.
Yeah, I mean, if I see a guy acting like, you know, a little whiny baby, I might call him some words that aren't the nicest words. So,
you would not believe,
you would not believe
the people,
so.
you would not believe the people that have reached out to me and told me that they have gotten attacked for being in my chat or being on my panel.
Why?
And because I'm a Wells supporter, because I cannot come out and say that they did anything to Summer with no evidence, and with all of the other evil people in that community, I cannot say that they
don't
are.
know who did what.
Exactly.
And, you know, Scott may lean way more towards the Wells. I may be in the middle, and you might be on the other end. That doesn't mean we all can't have a conversation. Well, there are people in my chat, my own moderators, that absolutely disagree with me 100%. 100%. And I love and respect them, and that's it. It doesn't have to be this way. It doesn't. I mean, now, if I was Jody, would I hate a lot of people who are talking about me? Absolutely. I wouldn't want to be thrown into the middle of being, you know, felt like people think that I had something to do with it. No, I'd be calling everybody names too. You know, I wouldn't stand by and let that go. I'd be like, oh, fuck you, fuck your mom, your sister, your dog, everybody you know. But at the same time, she's come out and talked a lot about the case. So people are going to have opinions about that. That's just how it is. And with those opinions, sometimes come unreasonable things or factual things. So you don't know. You can choose to listen to it and throw the rest out. Nobody's forcing anybody to believe anything. You know, you believe it or you don't. And you move on. But people don't know how to do that. They don't know how to hear, well, I'm suspicious of Squall. I'm suspicious of Jody. I'm suspicious of Andy. And just move on with their day. No, it doesn't work like that. People will then go into their chats, accuse them of things, call them names, look them up, dox their children. It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. Let the police do their job and let's just have mature conversations. That's it.
Well, I mean, if anything, this is a perfect example. This right now, what we're doing, because there have been many times that you and I chasing have been on very hard.
Oh yeah.
It's like I was telling you on the chat, well, offline the other day when we was talking, a lot of people probably get a kick out of this because I said that if I would have been there at the vigil and met chasing, first thing I would have done is gave her a big old hug and then I'd have twisted her damn ears off like they did. What was that show when they had that had Spanky and Alfalfa in it?
Yeah, I know. Exactly.
Little Rascals, you know how they grab each other's ears, the adults would and stuff?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Because you have aggravated the fire out of me at times, I'm sure, just like I've aggravated you at times.
Oh, yeah.
But we have never, in this whole entire time, as far as I know, ever spoken a harsh word towards each other.
No, never attacked. Never got on and been like, oh, he's a piece of shit and I can't stand it. No, I knew when you disagreed with me and I was like, okay, well,
yeah,
he definitely disagrees with me, but that's okay. And I would come right into your chat and you would tell people, you know, we don't all agree with her, but don't be disrespectful to her. And that's how we all should be acting with each other. And
Squall and I are probably, well,
I went on a rant one time and
probably
said,
at even farther distance on what we think than you and I ever have.
Yeah. Yeah.
But Squall and I could not tell you the number of hours that not only have Squall and I talked on panel, on lives, online that we've talked offline, discussing our differences and things like that. But not one time have either of us had a harsh word to say against each other, even though we agree completely 100% opposite on certain things.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. But
And this is why I don't get on panels too.
People that come at me in a different fashion, I don't care that their view is different. It's the way that you come at me.
Right.
That's why Chasing can be on this panel. That's why I can be on a panel with Squall.
Yep.
There's listen, folks, most of us are adults here. Respecting an individual goes a long, long way.
And it's not hard. I didn't like when Scott and I really didn't get or see eye to eye, maybe 5 months ago-ish, 6 months, I don't know. But, I would hear some of the things he was saying and I'm thinking in my mind, geez, what the hell? And then I would do a live and you could tell he was aggravated with me or whatever. But there was never a reason to strike up live and insult each other. It's more like, okay, let me listen to what he's saying. And can I get anything from that? Does it resonate at all? Is there something there? And if there wasn't, I just moved on, man. That's it.
Well, and the other thing, if I would have ever been bothered enough by anything that Chasing had ever said, chasingtruth2.gmail.com.
Exactly.
But
Exactly.
I've emailed Chasing before.
Yeah.
But I've never, ever had what I felt like was a big enough reason to have to email her and say, listen, woman, we don't have to talk about this. Ever.
No, because this isn't about Chasing. It's not about me. It's not about Scott. We're irrelevant in all of this. All of us are irrelevant. It's about information and what can we share and what could get us closer. You never know. Some wacky idea could come up and, somebody does a live and somebody sees it and remembers something that they saw that day. Is that a 1 in a billion chance? Sure. Yeah, probably. Shit. But the more you try to fish out the things that are there, like I didn't know about the different personalities or traits or whatever of Beach Creek, like the incestuous stuff and the drugs and going back in time and how the family lines are. I didn't know all of that. So to hear more of it and to sit and actually have a conversation, not like, sometimes Scott and Penny and them, they do really long lives. You don't get to listen to it all. You've got people interrupting you. But when you're having a one-on-one conversation, you can ask questions. You can find out more. And it gives you a lot of insight into maybe things that you didn't think about before. And there was a lot that I hadn't thought about that after talking to him, again, I'm over here thinking Frank Light is like, the devil spawn. And while maybe he is, there are other people there that are pretty damn bad, and I don't mean the RSOs that we all looked up. I mean, people that we never looked up. So it just gives you a lot of perspective and it's not going to solve a case, but this is what we do in whatever this is, true crime. You discuss these cases, you have a discussion, you move on with your life.
Well, really, something that I've noticed, since I came to this community is everyone has a story. And I know that.
Mm-hmm.
And I've stressed, everyone has a traumatic normal in their life.
Yeah.
And because it may not sound traumatic to you, it does not mean that it's not traumatic for them. And what really grinds my gears is when someone goes on a panel and shares their story, and then 2 days later, somebody gets mad at that person and starts picking their story apart and calling them a liar.
Yeah.
That right there, it shows, it speaks volumes about the person that does that to a victim, to a person.
Or to anybody. I was told in the beginning that because I refused to say that the parents were guilty, that there was no way that I was sexually assaulted when I was a kid. That's impossible. You remember?
Yeah, I remember that.
It's like there are people on the internet that just unfortunately, it is what it is. Soon you become cold. And you don't want to become cold to how people feel. Even if it's people who don't like me, I still try to listen to what they're saying. And if I can, I'll explain myself in the comments or whatever. But at some point you become callous and you're like, I don't give an F what anybody thinks of me and fuck you too. And I don't care. But where does that leave you as a person on YouTube, as a creator? You're just cold, callous, and you don't care what other people think? No, I don't want to come off that way. But there are some people on here who live for this. They live to cause this kind of discord and chaos. And there's something truly wrong. This is a missing child's case and we're going to waste our time insulting each other. Really? Okay. I mean, I guess go ahead. I don't know. I love how Gray handles people that sidetrack him. Yeah. He tells them to shut up and that they're a rodeo clown. But I mean, we were having it's an interesting conversation. So I wanted to address that. I will go on panel with whoever I want. If tomorrow I felt like the enemies of Scott and Squall were having an interesting conversation that added to what I know or want to know about Summer Wells, I will go on their panel. I'm not married to Scott. Squall is not my sister. I can do whatever I want because I'm an adult. Now, would I go up there and talk badly on them? No. Will I talk badly on their enemies now? No, because it has nothing to do with me. Nothing. I'm not here for that, and I don't care. Do I think the doxing and all this bullshit is wrong? Absolutely. It's really fucked up that we're taking all this time away from this baby's case to do all this other bullshit.
Jason, did you know that they are actually taking my tattoos and analyzing them? Putting them on community posts and telling people in the area here to see if they see anybody with these tattoos at the grocery store or anything.
Why?
I'm telling you, it is crazy.
Scott was going to show me his face the other day. You know what I told him? No. He said, no, I'll turn my camera on right now. I was like, no, you actually won't. I don't want to see your face at all. I don't want to. Why?
Like
because that's not why I'm having this conversation with you. This is ridiculous.
The thing about it is, and Squall made this point, I don't know if you saw I didn't see you in chat, you may have been listening, but the very beginning of this video is they're also going after Squall, trying to dox her. Well, they are putting names out there, just like they're putting names out there of who they think I am. They're putting female names out there of women that they think that Squall is. We are not these people. But these people are so extreme that they will analyze tattoos and want to call in to a creator if they see you in a grocery store. Now, the thing about it is, it's not me. This person may live somewhere else in another state that has no idea about Summer Wells or YouTube or me or you or the creator themselves. But some cuckoo will go out there and harass them and their family, or roll their trees with toilet paper on Halloween and throw eggs at their cars and who knows what all. And they're not even getting the person that they're intending to get. So how many innocent people are affected by these people's insane obsessions that they have with someone on the internet that they don't like? On the internet that they don't like.
I don't know, man. That's ridiculous. Somebody just said, but I thought you wanted to meet him at the vigil. Yes, that's on his terms, where he wanted to be. Not because people are trying to dox him on the internet and he's like, okay, does Jason think I'm some kind of friggin' loony weirdo too? Let me show her my face. No, you're not going to do that. I don't need to see it. I don't think you're some weirdo. Could he be? Sure, yeah, absolutely. But do you think the powers that be are not watching these videos? Do you think that they don't know that he exists on the internet? Of course they know. Of course they know. And it's not hard to get somebody's IP address. If you're FBI or TBI or whatever, of course people were keeping eyes on.
Lean on me. Hello. Annabella, Blaze Confused, Duchess, everybody. I didn't say anybody's name. See, I'm totally out of practice. I didn't say anything. Or I was just like, hey, y'all.
Say all the names. I never do. I'm like, hi, everybody.
I was so like nervous. Like I had to sit back there while we were. Lean on me. Hello. Annabella, Blaze Confused, Duchess, everybody. I didn't say anybody's name. See, I'm totally out of practice. I didn't say anything. Or I was just like, hey, y'all.
Say all the names.
I never do. I'm like, hi, everybody.
I was so like nervous. Like I had to sit back there and while we were jamming, I was like, oh, Chasey should totally be here for this. Because it was Eminem, DMX, and Kendrick Lamar. Like, oh yeah, I'm getting pumped up.
Oh, see, 1 minute I'm listening to that, and the next minute I'm Meemaw drinking Sanka and eating fish sandwiches. All right, Jenny. Sure. I stayed up in Tennessee. I did a good job. I was
You
up
did?
really
Oh my
late.
God, she really was. She
I
was up
did.
quite late. Because I mean, we just had too much to talk about. There was
True.
just too much to say.
That is so true.
But yeah,
But
so
scream unfounded. Unfounded. I mean,
we concur with law enforcement.
yeah, that it was very, very, very eye opening to do all the things that we ended up doing. It was extremely interesting to be able to do all of those things. It was wild. What a weekend!
It was. Yeah, it was. So. Actually, the actual terrain there, like looking at a map or driving down the road or watching a video going down the road, is not the same.
No way. No way in the world.
It's just not. And it's beautiful. It's absolutely beautiful there.
It
But
really
what
is.
was your now I can't think of words. Like I couldn't wait to like kind of get up here and talk about it. Now. The words aren't you know what I mean? Like
yeah.
It's hard to say.
It's overwhelming. There's so much we've learned since June of 2021 when Summer went missing that our brains are overloaded with data and rumors and facts and, trying to put all of that together into, 36 hours or something is like, where do you even begin? Thank God Jenny's so organized and Adrian. She was leading us in the pack there.
I have the video out, like videos of people's people telling their stories, right? And I'm like, okay, so then this, and then this, and then we do this. Wait, that doesn't even make any fucking sense whatsoever.
Right. And I mean, I just thought it was a great idea, even though, I came at the very last moment, but still, I thought it was a really good idea because we talk about it so much, but how can you talk about something you didn't experience, right? So we'll never experience that day, but recreating it as closely to the stories and timelines that have been given, it gives you more insight for sure.
Yeah, it really does. It helped us when we came back because that database that was destroyed by someone having a statement that we didn't believe.
Lord, please.
Which makes absolutely zero sense whatsoever. That defunct database that I have is full of information. So coming back,
to say the least.
yeah, coming back from that trip and going through some of that, was like I think every night for like the past 2 months. Maybe not every night, most nights, days, whatever. Because I mean, so we were going. All day, every day, most of the night until people just fell asleep, going through a lot of this stuff. And every day, I really do think it was every day, but maybe not because we kind of slowed down at Christmas, like on Christmas Day. I mean, not night, Christmas Day.
Yeah, there's so much. I mean, it's just
and we were
so
running nonstop. running nonstop. Um, it to go back after being there and go back through this stuff again.
Yeah.
It was every day we were like, holy, wait, what?
Because it's so different from the vigil, so we're there for the vigil. That's a whole different thing
Oh, can I say
than
something?
doing
Since you
all of
just
that. Sure, yeah.
since you just said that,
Yeah.
Summer's Day in no way ever has been or ever was called a vigil.
Mhm.
It was not a vigil.
Mhm.
What
Summer's
Robin
Day.
did
Go
was
ahead,
di-
Adrian.
what Robin did was different.
Yeah.
Yes,
Robin had a vigil. We did not.
right.
And it wasn't a party.
No, it wasn't a party.
It was
Um,
educational awareness,
Yep.
really. And it was
Honor
amazing.
child, not a party.
The
On-
the information that was provided to families and children in that area in the community that Summer lived in,
Mhm.
right? The information that was provided to them came directly from the TBI.
Yeah. And I
directly.
think a lot of people miss that point of what you guys were doing. It
Oh,
really was educational. There were educational handouts. There was so much information there.
Right.
I mean, for anybody to say that that was a party
Mhm.
or, anything sad or anything celebratory, both are lies because it was neither of those two things.
Right. And I think we're somehow not allowed to laugh or smile or dance or anything if it has something to do with Summer, according to some people. I disagree completely.
That's crazy.
Disagree completely.
I can tell you when I looked at Summer Swing and I couldn't put my hands on it. I felt like that would just be disrespectful for whatever weird reason in my own mind. I
Right.
smiled and I also teared up. So she brings both emotions, right?
Yeah.
This brings both emotions to people. You
Yeah.
want to cry, but then you think about her, you don't know her. You only know the photos and the little videos that we've seen, and you want to smile because she
Yeah.
was this little bright little firefly, and you want to smile too.
Yeah.
I don't know. She brings out a lot of different things in people, I guess.
It does. And I think that it's disrespectful to Summer
Mm.
for people to try to tell other people how they need to speak or act or anything around discussion of Summer or a celebration of Summer's life.
Yeah.
It's not anybody's place to do that.
No.
So I have no problem with people at a vigil praying. That's not my choice. But I
Right.
have no problem with that. Why do you have a problem with us trying to raise awareness in the community? Something, well, not tangible for Summer, because tangible means to put your hands on.
Mhm.
Words mean things.
They do.
We've done lots of tangible things. Tangible. Where we actually got dirty. We actually did things. We actually physically did things to help a missing child.
Yeah.
Chasing held on to her coffee for dear life.
I did.
I mean,
While carrying a machete, honey, through the woods, 8 miles. Boo boo.
like this.
Don't play with me. Yeah.
She held her coffee like this the whole time.
I held it in my left hand and I was cutting down
Mississippi.
shrubberies with a machete in my right hand. Now what? See?
Oh, Country Butterfly, thank you so much. She said, hugs, missed y'all so much, even though I don't chat much. It's okay if you don't chat. We miss you guys so much. Like, I can't tell you how many times we almost came live. I also, unfortunately, can't tell you how many times I heard something that a neighbor said and wanted to go live.
Mm-hmm.
But that's not happening anymore.
No.
It's not. We haven't had anything to do with that person for 2 months because she's irrelevant.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean that when I say she is irrelevant.
Mhm.
Yeah, I mean, think about it. We were there. Who thought about her? Literally nobody.
Nope.
Nope.
And so that people can feel like whoever they want to feel like did whatever, is responsible for Summer going missing or any of that. I personally don't feel that she knows anything or is responsible, but I completely understand anybody else who does think that.
Mhm.
I think that there is a desperate need for attention there, good or bad. So some stories got made up and embellished, and now they're too deep in it that they can't get out.
Mhm.
That's my opinion of what's going on. Adrian?
And I have a different opinion, and that's okay. Jenny and I are two separate people who share different beliefs, different opinions,
Different mothers.
thoughts. Yeah, different everything. I mean, she has blue hair.
And you have blonde.
Yeah, I mean, we're different people.
Chasing, what color is yours right now?
All the colors, honey.
All the colors.
And I have literally no opinion on that lady. I think she talks to hear herself speak. So there's that.
Yeah.
And
so,
that's part of the problem.
Yeah, everybody's got different opinions about everything. That's fine. That's great. I love different opinions.
Yeah.
Oh, Tennessee Southern Hell gifted 5 memberships.
Oh,
I missed. I'm so sorry, Tater.
You're so sweet, Tater.
That is so sweet. Ren
Tater
got a membership.
And see Coraline
Deep.
in the background.
Yeah. Tell Tater Tot. Coraline's back there. Yeah, Deets, Rennie, Jennifer. It was a Birdie and Amanda Page. All got gifted memberships.
Yay.
Thank you, Tater.
Thank you, Tater.
I appreciate that. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. I just noticed. I was like, "Wait, what is that? It's a little present with a 5 next to it."
No, I mean it is what it is. We can't. We can't. At this point, there's nothing that's going to stop her.
Right.
And that's fine.
Yeah. I've never tried to stop her.
No. I mean,
I want to be clear about that. I don't care what she does. What I care about is June 15th and Summer. I don't care about her and Andy.
Yeah.
I don't care about her illness. I don't care about her pretend kidnapping. I don't care about any of that.
Right. I meant stop her from lying.
Yeah. Well, nobody's ever going to do that. She's been doing that her entire life.
Yeah.
So.
And that's just the way.
That.
I mean, it's just not going to stop. It's not going to stop. The lies, the lives that are, forever long, where she's bashing every creator that she hates, where she's throwing things at people that they didn't do. It'll never stop. That'll never stop.
I think she hates all the creators.
She does, because they're all. Never mind.
I tried with her. I tried to go in there and say, I don't really know what the hell you're talking about. Here to explain.
Yeah.
And I was called every name in the book and kicked out. So that was fun.
Well, you asked for proof.
Yeah.
Of the accusations that she was making against you. And I say the same thing. If you have any proof at all that I have ever said to cut the electricity to your house, that I have ever called anybody about you to swat you or whatever else, show it. And I say that because I know you don't have it.
Right. Yeah.
If you have a proof of us interfering in court cases, show it.
Yeah.
Show it. And I don't mean a backwards, blurry phone stuck up there that nobody can read. But then you turn around and say, I've shown it before. I've shown the proof before.
Yeah, that's what I was told, that she showed it and that I'm lazy and need to go find it. And I'm like, ma'am, you're literally making accusations against me, and I'm here. Can you just show me?
Mhm.
What are we talking about?
Yeah.
What's really happening? So I think it's turned from her coming in to initially be a source of information for the Summer Wells case, which was extremely valuable, I felt like,
Yeah.
to being, she absolutely was part of the fundraiser and turned, or
Mhm.
whatever happened, strange, I don't know, turned on that, but then decided it wasn't just that fundraiser, it was all of the things.
Right.
Every move, every word, every creator is harming the case in some way. We're trying to harass, torment, violate, upset, go real life, do the things to her that I would never,
Right.
you know, I don't have any malice towards this one. I don't even think about her. So, and the last thing you'd want is to hurt. I mean, what?
How's everybody doing today? I yesterday during the live I'd mentioned about how's everybody doing today? I yesterday during the live I'd mentioned about a project that some new creators were starting on. Like I said, they're not new to the case, they're just new to YouTube. And they made an introduction video for the series that they're going to do. I'm going to play it. I put it out on my community tab as well. So you can go over there and watch it over there as well if you want to rewatch it. And of course, subscribe over there to her channel and help her out. This project sounds like it's going to be really interesting. They asked me to contribute. So of course you guys know me, as long as things go well, I'm definitely willing to help them out. We've had a hours long communication, I guess, probably between the three of us. We've probably had 4 or 5 hours of talking, going over this project and the work that they've put in and the organization of how they're going to present the material. I think it's going to be really, really neat. That's another reason that I'm going to support it. For now, of course, y'all know how I am. If it doesn't work, then we'll go from there. But right now, it's working well. So I'm going to play this video. I've got permission from the creator. And like I said, I'll leave the description to her channel or the link to her channel in the description box. So let's give this a look.
At the foothills of the Great Smoky Mountains in the hollers of Hawkins County, Tennessee, there is a small community called Beach Creek, just near the county line. This community has been shaken by the mysterious disappearance of a 5-year-old girl named Summer Moon Utah Wells. On June 15th, 2021, Summer vanished without a trace. Her mother says she was just gone. Her father says, "We just want her back." Law enforcement still claims that everyone is still a suspect, even after 2 exhausting searches spanning thousands of acres. Many of us have spent every spare minute trying to make sense of Summer's disappearance. We have done our own investigations, listened to every single word, and thought of every possibility. We have laid in our beds at night listening to 4 hours of drama for 15 minutes of information. Emotions are high, because after all this time and everything we have seen and heard, Summer is still gone.
Whether, she likes that or not, people are going to hear some of the words she says and they're going to defend themselves because it's constant, maybe not towards me. I've heard it's constant towards me that my name's mentioned a lot, but who the hell has time to watch a 5-hour live girl by? So I don't know. I just wish she would stop because it's all being done in Summerwell's name. She's the neighbor. Nobody's here for the neighbor. But because she's so close to the case, people are listening because she's the neighbor. The neighbor of what? The neighbor of Summer Wells. So if you're listening to her, you're only listening to see if you can garner something about Summer. If this lady just popped up with a channel out of nowhere, it would be a whole different crowd of people listening to her ranting, So you are affecting, whether you think you are or not, the case because you're nonstop talking. And there are people whose mind work like databases who are like, wait, but she didn't say that 4 months ago. But that's now changed and it confuses people. So I don't know what her deal is, but in any case, I didn't go, with you guys to go harass this lady or do anything crazy. And everybody was extremely respectful to the properties. And we used what we knew of the case to see if we could decipher anything at all. And that was it. Nobody even thought about her at all.
No,
at all.
She's an after. Jenny, you're muted, by the way.
Yeah, people left their families and went walking in one day, 8 miles through wilderness and all the things. We care about Summer too. We didn't know her, but we do care,
The really sick part of what that neighbor does is that she ties her own victimhood, multiple victimhoods, in with Summer. She tried to make a peeping Tom happen at the time where her daughter was the same age as Summer. She sets the stage for her fake kidnapping at the same age as Summer. You know what I mean? She tries to make herself part of that, and it's really sick. It's really very sick. As if she enjoys being a victim. She collects victimhood.
Very strange. That's very strange to me.
It is.
And membership. Thank you, Diana. And you have as well, and new members.
So I was going to say, Lily, welcome. Skeeter, yes. Thank you, Mr. Gavel, for the spiffy sign.
Yes.
Thank you so much. He's awesome. Let me see, where else? I'm sorry, because I was talking. Tis McGee, welcome. Welcome, jerk. Oh, that's so awesome. Where are the...
Okay. So Diana gifted 10 memberships, and
Diana,
Cotton Candy, Millie, Murica, Tragedy Pimps Exposed, CP Cosplay, with you fell down. Okay, hold on. With Boots Blazed and Confused, Aussie Helen, Constance Sue.
Yay.
Yay. Thank you for being a member now.
Welcome, all you guys. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Thank you, Annabella, honey. Yes. I totally agree with the unfounded. Totally agree. And she could pretend that the word unfounded means something different than what it means. But it doesn't, because again, words mean things.
Absolutely. And let's not call it unfounded. Okay. Let's say that he misspoke. Let's say he used the wrong word. Whatever. Let's say she's correct.
Mm-hmm.
There was a test done. Numerous.
Yep.
It's unfounded.
Yep.
And that's period, sis. That's
Period.
period.
You're totally right. That's why we're doing this right now, because there has been so many accusations that she's accused us of committing crimes that I have not committed any crimes at all, ever, around Summer's case, especially.
Right.
I do not have a record. She's, her and her people have said lots of things that are not true. And so, I mean, we have every right to defend ourselves against that. And we have not done that for a while. And we're just ending this right now. Right now. We went to see, we know she's full of shit. Ronnie Lawson knows she's full of shit. Otherwise, it would be part of, it would be part of his story about Summer Wells, and it's not. So, you know what I mean? I mean, it's just it has to be done. We're done. So, 1 second.
I'll say that, meeting these ladies in person was so eye-opening. You see people online and you think, oh, I like their personality or, whatever. Meeting them in person, like Adrian's work ethic is amazing. Like she's an energizer bunny. She didn't stop. And then there were other people there as well, and I don't know whose names we can say or whatever, but I'll also say when you get to look into Dawn and Candace's eyes and speak to them, you come away with something different. And I'm sure everybody came away with different things. But for me, that solidified a lot of things. To be able to sit and really, truly have a heart-to-heart conversation and talk to these people and see what they're going through and how they feel, it's completely different. I don't know how creators could have ever gone up there and screamed in their faces, because when you see them and you speak to them, they're broken. These are people who are broken, and all they talk about are the kids. So it was heart-wrenching. It was no act. In a typical normal conversation, if you bring up one of the kids, you could see the tears. It was painful for me, and this, very sober, very together as much as they could be. I'm sure in the beginning they were different, if they were drinking or whatever it was. I'm sure we were introduced to very different people than what I met. And the ladies who were with us, man, those are some hard-working fucking women, I'll tell you. And their hearts are so big for Summer. Like, there was no rest. Like, up the crack of dawn, going to bed after midnight. Adrian's also, she's no joke. We got into a situation, but someday we'll tell that story. And homegirl's not a joke, I'll tell you. She was ready, honey. She was ready.
Ready.
Yeah, she was. But overall, it was an eye-opening experience. It was nothing like I've ever experienced, I'll tell you that. And I still think that area is as beautiful as I did when I went up there, for the gathering we had for Summer. It's just a beautiful place. But it's very scary to know that a little girl went missing there. You don't know what lurks around these corners, I guess.
Right.
But.
Scary. So we're not giving this, like, it's not content. Our trip to Tennessee was not content. nothing about it was. But we are here. We've been accused of crimes, and we're defending ourselves against those accusations. And I wore body cam. I have GPS tracking the entire time that we were there. I have many pictures with the timestamps on the pictures. And
the rest of us didn't record one thing.
No.
Because that was agreed. None of this was for content. It's been months. That's why nobody talked about it.
Yeah.
Because that's not what it was for, right? So people are like, can we get the whole story and not bits and pieces? And do we think that Dawn and Candace did it? And, it isn't even for us to judge that. My heart tells me one thing, but Adrian's and Jenny's and Nana's and Annabella's and, you don't, everybody thinks something different, So it's just somebody's opinion of what they've experienced. My experience may have been completely different from what these ladies see.
Yeah.
So
I do want to share one thing from our time there, and only because it makes me so emotional. When I got to stand by summer swing.
Hold up 1 second before you start.
Okay.
Lady May, Benny was not there.
No.
No.
When I was standing by summer swing, the moon was the most beautiful moon I've ever seen in my whole life. And it was the biggest, brightest, like it was glowing over the mountain, glowing. And I knew at that moment that we were doing the right thing. So, where people can feel how they want to feel. Everybody has their own opinions about everything. My opinion is just like Chasing said. My opinion is different from theirs. From their opinion is different from that person's. I mean, it's okay. It's okay.
Yep. Yeah. So you're not going to get bits and pieces, right? You're getting what we're willing to give you.
Mm-hmm.
If that's not good enough, you can leave.
Yeah, it's not to be secretive either. It's out of respect. We went there to do a job, and to collect data, and to not just talk about the child who's missing, but really try to put our feet on the ground and go over the steps that we believe may have happened. Can you talk about a child for almost 2 years and never go to the place that you're talking about, or look the family in their face when you're speaking about them? That's how I felt about it. For me personally, when I was invited, one of my first things was, I don't want to exploit these people. And then he was like, absolutely not. No cameras, no nothing. And I'm like,
that's what we agreed on. Yeah.
I'm down. Then if that's how we're doing it, I'm with you.
Okay.
And that's exactly what it was.
Yeah. So, Lady May, I don't know what your issue is. You are free to have your opinion. That whoever is guilty is guilty. I'm free to have mine as well. Are we closer to finding Summer? Yes.
Mm-hmm.
So, does that satisfy you in some way? To come into a chat and be a jerk?
Right. I mean, this is a baby we're talking about here, and we're not investigators. We're moms, we're friends, we've all become close friends now. We're just people who were concerned about a little girl. And we decided to talk about that. How long can you talk about it before you're like, what if we put our feet on that ground right there and tried to walk the timeline, tried to walk the creek, tried to walk these paths? How long before you do that and you try at least? We didn't think, oh, we're going to find Summer today. That wasn't the intent. It was more of,
can we get closer?
Can we get a little closer? Is there anything that we can do as, you know, people on YouTube who've been talking about this for so long?
Yeah.
That's all it was. And for me, I did want to look her parents in the eyes. Yeah. That was very, very, very important to me. And I thank God I had the chance to do that, because for me, it was very, very emotional. And it mattered. It mattered a lot for me. So.
Well, I think that everybody is welcome. Absolutely, it's fine to have your opinion about whoever you feel like did whatever, but I'm not going to accuse anybody, and Adrian's not going to accuse me, and we never have, and Chasing hasn't either.
Mm-mm.
We have never accused anyone of doing anything to Summer, and we won't, because it's not our job.
No.
But I do know that some people think that because we talk to Andy and because we believe a lot of what Andy says, that we don't want other people to talk about him. I don't give a shit.
Okay. He's a girl.
I literally do not give a fuck. He is a suspect too. I know how I feel about Andy. Adrian knows how she feels about Andy. Chasing knows how she feels.
Mm-hmm.
I don't care what you think. Go for it. But what I do care about is misinformation. So if you're going around saying something that isn't true, I likely, whether it's about Andy or Don and Candace or Jody Sue or anybody else, I'm probably going to say something about, oh no, that's not it. It was this. Blazed and Confused can tell you I felt terrible one night because I came in and said, oh no, that's not the case. It's this and this and this. And it was, I guess, the end of her live. And I felt like I made her shut her live down. And I felt terrible about it. But that wasn't the case. It was just, she goes, no, I don't want to have misinformation. I don't want to keep going with something that's not right. And so that's.
It's so important.
Yeah.
It's a baby's case. It's so important. Look at the Idaho 4 right now and the misinformation, right? And those were kids, but adults, you know. I mean, this is a baby, damn it. You can't be putting bullshit out here.
Right.
And it causes a lot of controversy on the YouTubes when you try to correct something, even if you're being nice, which most of the time I'm probably being.
What does she go by? I don't think Jody Sue, but I think people connected to her.
No, I really wasn't fighting or arguing, nothing like that. It's just that it's getting to the point that I'm tired of listening to all the straight bullshit. The only one I know out of all of them is Ticket on a Stick.
Okay, so you don't know TT at all?
I have no clue who TT is. Now, if I know her real name or something like that, if you don't want to send it out in doc, I would sue. So, I mean, however you want to spin that, twist that.
So I was listening to some old Jody Sue stuff last night, actually, and I heard her say that you and her had a different perception of the way. Yeah, but you were talking to CSI for a really long time.
I was talking to her for a while, yeah, and she's getting ready to probably put out them recordings you want.
The recordings, what?
That you would like to hear. That everybody thinks that she thinks that, or that everybody thinks that incriminates me for something.
I don't think it incriminates you at all. that's not my thought on it. What I want to know is why CSI came in her first videos and why she took them down were of jackhammer. And I can't prove it, only she.
We're never goddamn thing.
So did you know her prior to Summer going missing or no?
No. I didn't know none of these people off of YouTube before Summer went missing. I barely knew Don and Candace. I mean, yeah, I sold them a little bit of weed. But that don't I mean, if somebody asks you, hey, you got a little bit of weed, you can sell me. I mean, I don't know nobody, or, you know, damn, you smell good right now. I mean, yeah, I'm going to hook you up on a gram or two of weed. And you come up the hill and down the hill, and Jody Sue starts bitching about the dirt bikes and the kids and the dogs are barking, raising hell because they're up there, and my dogs don't like them and all that shit. Yeah, I'm going to sell them a gram of weed and get them off the fucking hill.
Okay. You know what? Let's go through, because a lot of my people in my chat I seen were attacking you earlier about being a woman.
I can't even see chat, so I don't even care.
No, not now. This was when you first came. What people want to know about the abuse between you and Jody Sue.
It's a toxic ass relationship. Wait, what do you?
I'm gonna let you speak on this, and I'm not gonna interrupt. I'm just gonna mute my mic. I'm gonna give you the opportunity to change people's mind and tell them why you've changed and how you've changed. Is that okay?
That's fine.
Go ahead.
Okay, everybody says something about our relationship. One, I'm going to start out with, you didn't live it. And I'm going to follow off with, yes, I feel bad about the shit that I went through and that I did to her and that everything we went through. I tried to leave numerous amounts of times, whether you want to believe it or not. You can. It was just bad for both of us. I feel bad about the shit that happened, but I'm gone now. I don't follow her.
Okay, Andy, can you elaborate a little bit on stuff that happened? Because she's saying there was a time you was at a grocery store and you beat her. She's saying there was a time you were in the
No, I'm not going to elaborate on every time everything happened.
But okay, not everything that happened, but was it as terrible as she says it is?
I don't think so, no. I mean, I am not that type of person. I wasn't raised like that. I wasn't raised and seen that shit as a kid. I mean, I had a actual decent life as a kid up until I met her. And honestly, that's I mean, yeah, I got caught with weed before her, but yeah, my life really took a shit turn when I met her.
Okay, can you answer me? How old were you when you and her met?
16.
Why does she say
maybe 15?
Why has she said in the past that she was 11 and that she was sold to you?
I don't know. I never paid for nothing. I mean, I paid in the long run, but I never paid for her. I never bought her. I mean, how in the at 15 years old, do you think I was buying people? I mean, how do you at 15 and 16 years old, what in the right mind of people do you think you have got to be to think you're going to pay for somebody? Please come on.
Okay, but is there a possibility that one of your family members or her family members?
No. My mom and dad hated her ass.
from day.
Still
Did
do.
Did you know her prior to dating her from like being a kid and just being in the same Lone Star area?
No, she didn't live on Lone Star.
Yeah, but she lived like just a few blocks from you, right?
No, look, we live in the country. Crystal, she lives probably 2 miles, 2.5 miles from me, from my mom and dad's house. She probably lives 2 miles at least from my mom and dad's house. No, I didn't know her going to school like she said. Oh, we know each other from school. No, I know her sister from school. Her sister was a grade or two above me.
And how did you and Jody Sue meet?
Through her uncle's girlfriend's kids. I hung out with those two fuck ups. And I met her.
It causes a lot of controversy on the YouTubes when you try to correct something, even if you're being nice, which most of the time I'm probably being snarky or whatever. But when I say these ladies have a database, I'm not joking. It is fucking detailed. There's been so much work done to it. You have no idea. So Jenny can like look shit up. So you can't say, oh yeah, somebody said this in July of 2021 and blah, blah, blah. No, because it's searchable. And there's a lot of us who remember everything about Summer's case. It's in our brains. You're not going to be out here just saying whatever the fuck you want,
Right.
because it's a baby's case. And it's not because we own her case or we're special. But if you really care about something, put your back into it. You know, put your soul into it.
Put your back
and do
into
it right. Yeah, that's all.
Well, the whole reason that we started doing this is we thought, hey, we can help organize it. We can help organize the information and keep it in one place. The initial idea was to have a front end on it so that all of the creators or whoever can come and look up information and find it easily. But pretty quickly, that got squashed. And I said, there's no fucking way that I'm giving these people information to turn into complete horseshit.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just not going to do it. So that didn't happen, and it won't. And I mean, it's the way things are. I mean, the stuff that we've watched recently, specifically the Idaho case, Jason, is so obnoxious.
That's why I don't even cover it. I can't even do it.
Are you freaking kidding me?
It's the worst.
The stuff that these people, I don't understand, and they know it. They know that they're not telling the truth.
100%.
And that has happened repeatedly in Summer's case.
I did a search today while I was on my other channel just to see if people were talking about Candace Wells. So let me just see. She hasn't been on here. She's not bothering anybody. She's not doing anything. Absolutely. I sorted them by the date they were uploaded. And people are still, they're taking pictures of the woman in her own fucking neighborhood. They're accusing her of all kinds of stuff. They're saying she's pregnant as if that would be their fucking business, and just implying, still now implying, all like, who do people think they are? You know, it's garbage. It's garbage.
It is crazy to me too. The things that people go, oh, Candace is doing this, or Candace is doing that, or Dawn's doing this, or Dawn's doing that. And I'm like, huh? They weren't yesterday.
Yeah, they surely weren't.
When did this start? And it's just trash. And then it gets into the mix, right? Because even if you don't mean to retain that information or don't mean to retain it as fact, sometimes it slides over into the fact category.
Yeah, because you've heard it repeated, and then it sticks in your brain.
That happens to us all the time. I'll be like, where do we hear that? Yeah. And we go back and we go, oh, never mind.
Yeah.
Right. So I just from now on, right, I have been, in the past, I've been hesitant to correct a lot of misinformation because I didn't want to hurt people's feelings. I didn't want to make somebody mad, even. And I tried to do it privately, right? Like I would tell them privately, hey, by the way, here's this document, blah, 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 in the hopes that they would correct it themselves. That's something we did early on because we debunked all of the Jackie Dobbs stuff pretty easily, too. But we debunked all of that mess. And it,
Oh, you don't know me?
it pissed them off, those people off. They came over, blah, blah. And I said, okay, well, from now, I'll try to do it in the background, right? Because I'm not trying to embarrass anybody, right? That's where I started, was just, hey, this is the debunking, not this person said this and it was wrong or anything else. These are the facts.
Right.
This thing that you've heard is not true. And here's why, right? And that doesn't help. That doesn't help. And for people can call me a know-it-all or a bitch or whatever you want to call me. But going forward, if there's misinformation, I will correct it if I see it.
Jenny studies these things like it's her job,
Well,
right?
yeah.
You know, like it's her damn job.
But I will correct it. Adrian will correct it. Chasing Truth will correct it. Deeds on the Streets will correct it. Skilo will correct it. So if you don't want that to happen and you don't want to be mad about it or whatever, check your shit before you put it out live. And I mean that. I have no problem at this point putting out the right information.
I have to interrupt you for this. Diana just gifted 20 more memberships.
Oh my goodness.
Holy crap. Diana, thank you so much. I saw Scott H as a member like go up through there and I was like, Betty doesn't want that anymore.
Well, he's in here then. Hey, Scott.
Oh, okay. Wow. Yeah, that I don't want to talk about.
So, but yeah, thank you.
Well, and just really quick before I hop down, Chase Levette said it would probably really help if the parents weren't still, suspects. But here's the thing. Everybody's a suspect because they have nothing. And because if they don't have anything, how can they eliminate anybody? They truly can't until they've got something that they can hang on to, right? So I'm glad they haven't eliminated anybody yet, because I think that, well, if they had anything and could update us and then say, okay, we have this bit of information, now we can eliminate Jody, Andy, and Grandma. I'd be like, okay, well, that's wonderful. Thank God. Now we don't even have to think about that anymore. But they can't because they have nothing. And that's more discouraging. We need them to find something.
Mm-hmm.
Or, where is this case going? Is it getting enough attention? Is TBI doing enough? Is Hawkins County doing enough? We can't make them do anything.
Right.
Nobody can force them. And it sucks.
We don't need to ride their ass either.
Right.
Because I can tell you that, like, these connections that people try to make here, like with Carly Trent and Donnie Lawson, horse shit.
Yeah.
Absolute horse shit.
Mm-hmm.
They weren't found on any Lawson land. She was not found on any Lawson land.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Donnie Lawson is not Ronnie Lawson's brother. I don't even think they're related.
No.
But I can't prove that. But I can prove it's not his brother.
Yeah.
I'm so sick of this conspiracy theory shit. Like, I can't even.
And I'll let you in on a little secret. There is plenty of dirt to dig up without tying it into this.
Mm-hmm.
Plenty of dirt.
Yep.
on things and people within Hawkins County. You don't need to try to connect it. It's not. If there was a connection, I would have found it. Jenny would have found it.
Right.
I mean, we've talked to like, this is what we do. We know lots of things. And but we're here for summer. So it's that stuff doesn't connect to summer. Carly Trent's case doesn't connect to summer. It doesn't. And there's no reason for it to be, connected.
Yeah, see, I don't know much about like Jenny and Adrian and others. They dig into the finer details of the spider webs and the connections.
Don't start talking about spider webs. Jeez.
I was like a tier 1 before. Anyway.
Hey, real quick, while you're doing that, while since we said that about the spider thing, very recently that neighbor said, "I never said anything about that." Bullshit.
Yeah.
Bullshit. I have the videos. I'll play them if you want, lady. Say it again.
Yeah.
Say again you didn't say that shit, because you did.
Yeah.
What about spiders? She's saying she didn't say that?
The tears. Yeah.
She did, because even Michelle after Doc
I know
knew.
she did. I know she did.
See, I don't know. She's
I know
crazy.
she did. But we have video of her saying there's these tears like spiders on the web and blah 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 blah. And
he's up here and he's actually the culprit. I mean, come on. I feel like we're in the Scooby-Doo gang. It's so weird.
Yeah. I never knew this weirdness existed. I really, really never knew this weirdness existed.
Oh, it exists. It exists. Well, I've ranted and raved enough now. I'm going to put my dogs to bed and force my son to shut off his Switch. It was good talking to you guys. I'm sorry we got derailed, but that has to happen every time.
We've got plenty of time to talk again, but I think some of those things needed to be addressed, because it's
no more game time. Put that away.
You would have been the person that was asking why I was chasing up there. They would have, who knows what kind of, the next thing would have came out is chasing is a wife beater sympathizer.
Mm-hmm.
There she is. She's defending somebody that is a suspect in Summer, taking Summer or some sex offender. She's up there on panel supporting him, and so just to nip that in the bud. And
it's anybody that I talk to, literally. It doesn't matter who it is. Well, anybody that, for me, and it's like weird. Why me? Anybody that I talk to, why would you be talking to them as if I'm what? I don't even know what. What do you mean? Why would I be talking to them? Why am I on panel with them? What does that even mean?
Right.
Am I supposed to be some fucking holier than thou, better than? No. We're all here for the same.
Well, hello, everybody. I've got a full house already, it looks like. Thank you all for joining me. Thank you so much. I had to turn the air purifier off. Grandbabies were here earlier, and I never turned it off. How's everybody doing? So I'm the cornbread chicken mafia now. According to Crystal's Crime Time, I've got 117 people in here. Oh, my goodness. I hope everybody is doing absolutely wonderful and beautiful today. I see everybody. I see so many people. Hello, everybody. There's no way I can go through and call you all out by name. I've had a sore throat from allergies the last couple of days. Yeah, let's go. I see that I've got a lot of people in here. Well, there's been another innocent victim, a couple of them, actually, a few of them doxed this week, since I came live last. And, I thought she's put in a couple of her posts that she, had overreacted and reacted on her feelings and everything, and she was going to stop, and then she just kept on going and kept on going. And I've had a lot of support in my messages, in my messenger, on my Talkatone, and in my Gmail, all over. Oh, TT, honey, you did not have to do that. Thank you, sweetheart. Thank you so much. Don't make me cry this quick. But I am not a Crawford, and I guess the latest post she's saying that I have to show my face in order to prove that I am not this Crawford woman that she is claiming that I am. And no, I don't have to show my face to prove anything to her. I don't have to prove anything to anyone except for the TBI, local law enforcement, and other people, you know, that are actual authorities. Oh, Jackie, honey, thank you so much. Y'all really don't have to do that. I'm serious. But I have reached out to a couple of the people that have been, well, actually, I've only made contact with one in person. But there is information that is being sent to the others that have been wrongfully doxxed by mistaken identity, on how they can take legal action, because this is a case of a 5-year-old missing child, and I'm not able to press charges on her or Jody Sue until they drop my real name. But, you know, all of their lives are being screen recorded with chat on. You know, Crystal Crime Time just joined that group. There's a couple of creators that have that happen whenever they go live, but Crystal Crime Time just now made that list. I see you. Oh, I don't know about the best hugs because I get hot real easy. So it's like I hug and break away real quick. But I want to appreciate everyone for the support. Again, all of the messages of support and love that I have been getting are absolutely wonderful. They really are wonderful. And again, you know, the women, and there is I guess she's also calling out a local guy, and apparently he commented on something in one of my groups, and I'm not sure who he is, but I am spreading the word for people to, you know, if he would like to, you know, he can reach out to me. That is wonderful. I have found out that in some instances you can contact your state's legal aid, and depending on how severe the doxing is, if they put a picture of you up and accuse you of being someone that you are not, and everything, that you can possibly, oh, Music City Mom, thank you so much. You can actually file charges against these people that do the doxing in the manner that they're doing it. In the manner that she's doing it, she is falsely accusing people of being me. And, you know, if she did it to me, it wouldn't be no big deal. But, you know, these innocent people have families, they have jobs, they have businesses, they have children, they have grandchildren, they have elderly parents. And when you dox the wrong person, you could possibly have blood on your hands. It is straight up crazy. I mean, I don't understand. I do not understand why people have to do that. I mean, and unfortunately, Miss Candy Harrer is also possibly going to be served papers as well, because Crystal Crime Time has said in the post that Candy Harrer said that the photo was me that was sent to her of the
like there was some person in charge of everything paying for her to be headhunted and all this
So weird.
crazy bullshit. So if that's going on, I've never heard a fucking word about it.
Me either.
So prove it.
Prove it.
The theme of tonight, words mean things, and prove it.
Yeah.
Yeah, there you go.
Prove it. I'm tired of hearing it. It's like like reading from a list.
We could
Blah, 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 blah.
all night as well. But the point of this is we've not broken any laws. We've not done anything wrong. We're not doing anything wrong. We're not ordering people to do things.
Throw tires through windows? Wasn't that what she said?
We don't have local pick-me's that are breaking laws for us or anything like that. This is ridiculous.
We don't even have local pick-me's.
No. No. So
weird.
All of you stop. You need to stop talking about us because we don't care about you. And it needs to quit right now. And which it won't, but it's whatever. And you're unfounded.
unfounded.
No,
Oh,
because we proved it.
Tits McGee. Thank you.
McGee.
I
She said,
love
"Do
that
you
name. I'm
do
gonna
you
hop
think?" I
down.
do
I
too.
love you guys so much, but I'm old and I have to soon go to bed.
Thanks for coming at me, Ma.
I'll be in the chat, you lunatic.
I'll talk to you over Sanka in the morning.
Yes, honey, yes. Bye.
Good night. Tis McGee says, "Do you think summer could be alive?" Yes, I do. This is something I can't shake. People is it Colorado? Don't know about summer. If there is a chance, why don't we plaster her face everywhere? Absolutely.
Do it.
100% agree with you.
It's free state.
Do not go to a truck stop alone
No.
with cocoa and give it to a trucker and ask him to spread the flyers. That's probably not a good idea.
Please don't.
So,
But
you
you
can do
share
it. Just don't go alone.
Yeah. You can share it to share like a picture of her flyer. You can share it to every missing child, missing persons group on Facebook. Social media is such a powerful tool. If you have a channel, whether it's big or small, and you have a community page, please share her picture there.
Right.
You can print off flyers and you can go and put them at a gas station. You can they have cork boards at the gas station for ads and stuff. Put her picture there.
Rest stops.
Rest stops.
Whenever you travel, take a stack and stick them up.
And it's when you're going on vacation, it doesn't matter, whatever you want to do. I mean, there's all kinds of things that you can do to help. Actually do it, but don't put yourself in any danger at night going to a truck stop and knocking on a trucker's door. Okay. I'm sorry, but that's not the most, God love truckers. Thank you, Jesus, for truckers. But I'm just saying, you don't know at night and they don't know you.
It's just a really dumb thing to tell people to do.
Yes.
It's a really dumb thing.
Yeah.
So real quick, just so we can get past this, Lady May was at Summer's Day and she was very sweet to us, and understand that. It felt like you were hammering us.
Yeah.
And if you're not, then I apologize and let's just move forward.
Yeah. Everybody's free to have their own. Seriously.
Everybody can have their own opinion. It wasn't about your opinion. It was just, I will tell you that we will not allow people to bash Benny in here or Tiffany or Penny or anybody else.
Yeah, anybody.
But you can feel however you want to about those people. But this is not a place where we're going to sit here and gang up and bash people. So,
So with that said, the book is closed. We are
not yet. No.
Okay.
No. We are almost there. We're not there yet.
Okay.
Right? So there are all of these things that we keep being accused of.
Oh, yeah. Oh,
and I think most of you guys know that anything that she accuses someone of, you could be pretty well guaranteed that she is the one doing it or she's the one who has done it. Katie Kitty, not except Loaf. I'm not ganging up on Loaf. Loaf says my name every fucking night. For no reason. And I haven't said anything for a month, for 2 months. We haven't said a word. We're getting it out of the way tonight. So it's okay if you don't want to listen to it. That's fine. But no, not except Loaf. This is the last time that you're going to hear about her except to debunk some lie that she tells. This is it.
Yeah, and she'll be included with just whatever.
Everybody else. Yep. Other creators who are spreading misinformation because she is a creator. I know, Katie. I'm sorry. I know you don't mean it that way, but I just want to be. I'm not trying to be hypocritical about that is what I mean. So I apologize. I'm not trying to be hypocritical. I am so done with this thing, this freaking person. I can't even, like, I can't stand her voice. I can't stand to see her. I can't. I know, Katie, it's fine. So there are some things like when she claims people are triangulating her, we have video of her doing that to Andy. Okay. Targeting. She says people target her. We have tons and tons and tons of it. We could probably just pick a video, and she's targeting me and Adrian, as well as Chasing, Lean on Me, Annabella, Dazed and Confused, all kinds of people who haven't done anything to her. Terrorizing her. We've watched her terrorize her family. She did it to them. We've seen it. We've heard it. Stalking. We watched her stalk one of Andy's family members that she claimed was stalking her on her own video. Trolling. Well, we've seen her do that plenty of times. She has a character called Big Jode that likes to be a troll. Big Jode. Lying. There's so much. We would
yeah. For days and days and days in a row. I mean,
just pick a video. I'll tell you, oh, here's a lie. Here's manipulating, gaslighting. She says other people do this. Blackmail. Just the other night, we watched the one from Christmas and the one after that before we did the live tonight. Right? She mentioned us throughout both. I was like, what the heck? How was she even saying our names? It was the same shit that she was doing weeks ago. The same crap.
Hey, everybody. Gigi, how are you? Thank you all for coming in. I'm sorry I'm late. Apologize. So I'm going to do a special live for somebody who's been wanting to talk for a while, a long while, in fact, probably the whole duration of Summer's disappearance. So I'm going to have her come up in a few minutes. I'm just going to say hi to everybody. Hey, Luda. Yep, hit the bell, make sure your notifications are on. So if you notice, the title is Tennessee Truth, and that's who's going to come join me on panel Tennessee Truth 423. She's been around for a really long time in my chat, in AB's chat as well, from the very first day. So she's also a mod for me. We've had some conversations along the way, some difficult ones, but there's some information that she wants to talk about and bring forth that is very important. And she's, I believe, really wanting to discuss it now. And I think in the beginning, she was very hesitant and reluctant to talk publicly, but giving you I have a little bit of anxiety at the moment. Don't feel bad. Hey, Janine. So I'm going to have her come up and she's going to speak about what's on her mind and what she's been focusing on. And I'm going to be really, with the comments and everything, my mods already know to please look out for any kind of hatred or I don't want anything like that in my chat. So, hey, Bridget, Shay, you're feeling anxiety too. Oh, God. We need to lighten the mood up a little bit. Stressful of a live, but it's okay. Hey, Anne, I know I've been kind of away, taking a break. Hey, Sabrina, KB, Mel Carter. Well, Bunny, we got a lot of snow. I got like 2 feet of snow. So I just got, hey, Stellar. Great to see you bringing us facts without any nonsense. You know me. I'm glad you're here. I haven't seen you in a while, Stellar. Thanks, Jen. Hi, Ann Weller. How are you? So she's from Beach Creek, but she moved away. So she hasn't been in that area in quite some time. But when she was in Beach Creek, there were some things that happened to her that really, should be actually discussed, especially with Summer's disappearance and her age. Hey, Zip. I'm back. You want a snowstorm? It was a nice snowstorm, actually. Yes, that's September, Virgo. But it's crazy because there'll be like areas where there's no snow at all, and then huge chunks of like 2 feet of snow. Like I could see some grass in certain parts of my lawn, but then it would be up to my waist in other parts. So you get the drifts. Is Tennessee Truth in here? I don't know. She has, hey, just a sub. How are you? You got a snowstorm too, Katie? Yeah. I think a lot of people got snow, actually. Hey, Nika. Good to see you dodging. You're not mad at me anymore? Thank you. Let me see. You got a little bit of snow, Ambi. Your 2-year-old grandson was saying, stay off my papa's lawn. That's so funny, actually. I just had my parents' dog was here running all through the snow and stuff. We were having fun. I don't care about it. It's all right. I do like very nice, neat snow, though. That's funny. That's not a lie about me. She was here and everyone showered her with love. Where was she? I didn't even notice she was in here. All right, I missed her. Hey, Lise. Yes, I'm back. I've been here all along. I just haven't been in the mood to go live. Dodging. How could you be mad at me? I don't know. That's what I was saying. Lee Marie, what? Yeah, of course. What other color would it be? I do have friends that have never seen snow, though. Hey, Jonesy, how are you? Wake up. Sabrina, I'm not that brave. I'm already cold. Good to see you, but I've never seen you before. The Anointed Praise. Good to see you again. So you must have changed your name. Hey, Tammy Lynn. Michelle B. Hello, I don't want yellow snow, only white. Glitter Queen. Tennessee asked for prayers. Hold on. Lady R. She said she was nervous. I think she's also nervous. Yeah, she might be nervous, and it's okay. We're all here for her. She'll come up whenever she's ready. Aw. Yeah, we just got up. I was a little late. We were talking on the phone. Hey, we Scottish. Hold on. Let me give you your wrench back. Give me a minute. Don't be nervous, Tennessee Truth. Come up. Everyone's here for you. Yes, Luda says you've got this. Me kind of wee Scottish. I saw your comment. There you go, wee Scottish. I know it's you, honey. Yes, do not be nervous. She'll be all right. She'll come up when she's ready. So, okay. We're always really focused on the wells all the time, right? And I think that aside from anything you might think about the case or whatever, go into it with an open mind and listen to her story, because there are so many different things that could have happened to Summer. I really think that the story that you're about to hear will probably open your mind up a little bit more. Hey, Chris, how are you? You like my pic? Thank you. She's gonna come up. She's a sweetheart. She really is. Hey, Zip. All right, none of this. I'll unblock you later. I don't want Charles in here. Yeah, so many possibilities. Hey, Pixie. I've missed you so much. I've been thinking about you every day for the past week. My daughter had her state cheer competition yesterday and said, Mom, make sure you send my cheer video. Send it to me, Pixie. I want to see it. Did you? You could have already sent it to me and I missed it. I love watching Pixie's daughter cheer. Yeah, Pixie's here. I've been quiet lately, Pixie. Yeah, Wee Scottish is back. She locked herself out. Okay. Tennessee, shut your... All right, actually, do you want me to change it to the picture? Hold on a second. She wants me to put this picture on for her. Let me... shut your camera off, babe. No one can see you. All right, hold on. Can I change your picture? I don't think I can. All right, either way, here you go. I can't change your photo. Well, I could change your name, just not your photo. But this one's just fine.
Okay.
Can you hear
Can
me?
you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. All right, so welcome Tennessee Truth, everybody. She's been here a long time. Everybody knows who she is. I'm pretty sure anybody following Summer knows who you are. Are you all right? Are you a little bit less nervous? Don't be scared. There's not a lot of people in here anyway.
Yeah, I'm scared. I mean, I'm not. I'm just nervous. You know, but I'm good.
It's okay. I think it's totally normal to be nervous. Everybody's welcoming you.
Once
I said, I think it's totally normal for you to be nervous. It'll go away.
Okay.
Everybody's welcoming you.
Thank you all. I can't say names and things. I hope everyone understands that, because I don't want to say anything that would hinder Summer's investigation.
Yeah, so she's not going to keep any names in the forefront. She's going to keep the name of the person completely out of it so that it doesn't have any kind of effect. I think some people probably know, who she's talking about, but you really don't know because she's not saying anybody's name. So if everybody could be respectful of that, that would be great.
Right.
Go ahead, hon.
I don't know where you want me to start.
Okay, so All right. So Tennessee Truth had come to me, what was probably a couple months ago now, right?
Yeah, it's been a little bit.
Yeah, she had some concern
You've
and
really like kept me private.
hun?
I
Can you hear
said
me?
you've really respected my privacy. Yeah,
Yes,
can you hear me?
of course. Yes. Yeah, I didn't say a word to anybody. I just kept it to myself because it's her story and her story alone to discuss and talk about. And I'm really proud of you for coming up here. You know, I can't make the decision for you whether you want to speak, but I support you either way, whatever you decide to do, whatever you decide to tell, or anything you are okay with, I'm okay with. So you go right ahead and you got a lot of love here.
Well, like I heard you say before I came to the backstage thing, I heard you say how I was born and raised in Beach Creek. And I mean, I've traced it back, genealogy and things like that, all the way back to 1930 and 1940 with my family. I did a ancestry DNA because I didn't know my father. He passed away when I was 3, so I didn't ever really know his family. And then I had my mother that had me very, very young. So I was raised by my grandparents. And going back, probably late 1950s, 60s, is when my mother's side of the family originated, but my father's is one of the first 5 of the people that originated on Beach Creek. So I've came across a lot of surprises to the connections, like just that I'm related to some suspects on both sides of my family.
So your grandfather was basically like a first settler of Beach Creek in a way, like he was one of the original people that had land there, and your family originated in Beach Creek, right?
My father's family did, yes.
Okay.
The one that I
Okay.
didn't know, yes.
Okay.
And the more research that I dug into my father, the more questions that I had. Because my father was very, very much older than my mother. And then I started thinking about the connections that my family on my mother's side had, and knowing my experience in Beach Creek, I've never followed a missing child until summer.
So you're not a true crime person. Summer just really caught your eye and you really linked in with the story, right? Basically, she's saying she's
I didn't even know that this side of YouTube.
Don't worry, none of us do this.
I liked watching it on TV.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I didn't at all until summer. I would just do, music and things like that, but I didn't know they had new, like, channels like this at
Yeah.
all,
I think live
until
chat
summer.
started, like, a couple years ago.
Yeah. So when Summer first went missing, I still didn't know this out of YouTube. So I was following on Facebook, and wow, those Facebook groups can be brutal.
Yeah, Facebook is crazy.
Yeah, so I don't do that anymore. But my family, I just really, just knowing the area, and even though I moved away, I still have family there, although I don't speak or associate myself with them at all because they have different lifestyles than I do. And I've just chosen, stay not to associate. Most of the family that I associated with has passed away, including my mother and my father. So, and aunts and uncles and things like that. So I just know the stories that they told me, and there was stories back then, like I said, back all the way back, like way, way back, generations and generations back. And I think me and you had the conversation because I asked you back then what were they doing other than moonshine.
Right.
You know, and trying to put the pieces together because I know that my grandfather run moonshine. I heard rumor. I mean, the stories. I rode horses all over that mountain with my grandfather, rabbit hunting, squirrel hunting, deer. We would ride a horse. There's sheds and places everywhere, you know. I mean, it's old, abandoned, down, and different families, but everybody knows everybody. Literally. Like even surrounding counties, if that makes sense. I think there's like 9 surrounding counties, including like Bristol, Virginia, even states surrounding that's, not far away.
Well, right. It makes sense, right? It's just a border, it's a county line or whatever. It doesn't really matter. I know exactly what you mean. So you can live in Hawkins County, but be close with people over the line in Sullivan County yeah.
Absolutely. Yes. It's like different hollers. They're still, this one, because see, the families is branched out and we've moved away.
So do you want to explain what, so you moved away, but some of your family didn't. So you still have remaining family in Beach Creek, right?
I do.
Okay. And you want to be very protective of them, of course. So it's kind of difficult, right? So she's going to have to tell the story. Hi, Joanne. Oh, and Sergeant Blackrock, please let me know how you are and keep me updated in my email so that I know, because I'm going to worry about you now, Sarge. I love you. So when you decided to leave Beach Creek, how long have you been gone from Beach Creek? You personally?
I haven't. We left because of what happened to me. We moved away to a different county far away, and I believe that they split ties and never spoke again.
Okay, so the event that took place, and this person that she's speaking of does live very close to Don and Candace, like very, very close. So that's why she's speaking about all of this. But and you don't even have to say how many years ago it was. If that's gonna be some kind of like, problem, then don't worry about it.
I was 6 years old.
Mm-hmm.
And reaching 50. Well, there, because I feel it.
You cut out, hun. It roboted for some reason. What did you say? One more time.
Feel like I'm.
Ooh, she's buffering, guys. She might be getting a phone call. I know she's on her phone. So she was
Can
6
you hear me?
when she died. Yes, better. Mm-hmm.
I don't know. My Wi-Fi cut out.
You're good.
I'm
Don't worry. I missed just like the last of what you said. It was just a short sentence.
I don't even know.
Oh, don't worry about it. Go ahead.
Anybody?
You said that you left Beach Creek when you were 6. That was the last thing that I heard. Okay.
Yes. And I'm an old lady now. I'm a Mimi. I mean, I'm not as young as I once was. By no means. But I know the area still with family. I mean, they're all passed away now, but over the years, I would still go back, not to Beach Creek, but there was some of my family that I would still go visit, but they've since passed away. So basically all my family that I associated myself with are gone. So I have my husband and my kids, and I mean, that's good. I'm blessed still. But so I was born in Beach Creek, and like I said earlier, my father had died whenever I was just really young. I didn't remember him at all. There's like one little memory of his funeral, and that's about it. And like I said earlier, since I've got older, I've questioned because he was 40 years old and my mom was only 13. And I know that was, late 70s, but still, that just, it really hit me the wrong way thinking about it and realizing it. And then, are you there?
Yep, I'm here.
I'm sorry. Okay.
You're good. I'm listening.
Just realizing the things that I can remember until we moved away, and things, that's happened that I've heard about and know about, including my own family, my own blood being criminals, seeing them on the local news, and thinking, oh my God, and being embarrassed of it. But I mean, I've said this before, there's good families, but every good family has bad. Me and you've talked about that, and like the law enforcement too. I have family in law enforcement in different counties, and I support them, but there is corruption in some law enforcement.
Right. Glitter Queen. Glitter Queen asked, were your parents part of an arranged marriage?
No, my mom refused to marry him because she didn't want people to think that she was just getting married because she was pregnant.
Mm-hmm.
And then there was the time again that when he had found out that he was dying, he wanted her to marry him again, and she refused again, worried about what people would think because, well, he found out he was dying, and she married him for the money, and my mom cared too much about what people think.
Well, I can understand that. Does anybody know? Nay, I don't know, hon. I apologize. So your mom and your dad both passed away, right? And then, so did they pass away and then you left? Or they took you, right? They took you away from Beach Creek, correct?
No, my grandparents did.
Your grandparents did. Okay. So you lived
My
with your
mom was very young.
All right.
Yes. And I came from a big family as to, if you go back to 5 generations from me, and some are still living back in there. They, there's good ones and there's bad ones. The majority are good, but they're not going to turn in anybody for anything. I wouldn't. I mean, they're just so tight knit, and they're just not going to do that. If anything, I mean, by now you would think that somebody had to see something, and they know something, but they haven't said anything. And there's a reason, because there's fear of these people that you don't want to make mad. You don't want them to have your name.
And you feel a little bit that way, right? With, well, I think you've come a long way, right? In terms of not wanting anybody to know who you are, and the fear factor in my opinion, you've grown quite a bit actually over the last couple months. I'm really surprised you're even up here. Because back when we first talked, I was like, wow, your story is really quite amazing actually, and the transformation that you made for your own life. I have a tremendous amount of respect for you doing that. A lot of people probably wouldn't handle it so well, and you've never talked about what happened at all throughout all of Summer's case. You've just been watching and so quietly, observing things. Because Tennessee Truth will send me things here and there, and this connects the dots here, or this connects the dots there, but unless you're her, those dots might not connect unless you really know the insides and the interworkings of, I guess, this community you call Rogersville.
Beach Creek community. But then you have all the other little ones, like, you have Churchill, and all the surrounding. There's a bunch, and I know that a bunch came together, in search. And I'm sure that they have more information than they're given.
Oh, for
I know
sure.
they have. And I have gave the TBI information more than once, so
Right. So that's a huge part of this too, right? You want to make sure that people know that you reported. Do you want to talk a little bit about what exactly concerns you for Summer in the case of, well, in Summer's case? Do you want to talk about what really concerns you the most and why you're here?
Yeah, you may have to help me.
I'm here. I'm here,
Okay.
not going anywhere.
Okay. When I first learned that, when the Amber Alert came and it was so close, we were on vacation and all our phones went off everywhere and woke us up. And we were like, oh my goodness. And then I saw, where she was from and it said Beach Creek. So automatically, all around here, surrounding 9 counties and however many states there is, everybody knows Beach Creek. And it's a very, very small community, but it's got a very bad name. So the statement that Sheriff Lawson made about it not being infested with like meth, drug dealers, and things like that, that was incorrect, in my opinion. That area is very dangerous, and anybody around can tell you that. Like, it is very dangerous. I've always tried to tell people that, like the other YouTubers and things that has came, not trying to scare them, but it's just not, it's well known for not to go down that road, like, unless you're invited or your family.
And others have said that. Yeah.
So there was a lot of truth in what Jody Sue said about the area. And there's a couple others, that's local that's came out and talked about the area, and it's all the truth. It's a really bad area, and there's some good people there. And it's sad because what it is the good people are the parents and the grandparents of some spoiled grandchildren that they're just like totally out of control or something too. And not just that, but there are a lot of criminals that was released not too long ago. That's back out on the streets right before Summer went missing. And it's disturbing to me. Even family members that I have a criminal record that are living in that area. They don't have anything like child abuse or anything like that. It's drugs, but it's all connected. It's all connected. It's connected to the drug trafficking and all that. My theory of her being abducted.
And Tennessee Truth, you do feel strongly that Summer was abducted, right?
I don't know if I want to use that word now. I was a very sympathetic person to the Wells in the beginning. I had no idea who they were. I had never heard of them. And I had sympathy for them, thinking, oh my gosh, these people from up north have moved in the middle of Beach Creek and their little girl's gone. That's the first thing I thought was somebody in that area didn't like them. And I know how territorial people are with their land, especially, whenever it's family and they want, a lot's been sold off to out of state people, and the rebels are mad about it. I've told you, whenever Don said these boys and those boys, he really means that. It's not the cornbread mafia. It's that you've got these boys and those boys. You've got those wannabe gangster cowboys, but then you've got the real cowboys, you know, that you wouldn't ever imagine would do something to harm a child, but they are. So it's really heartbreaking like that.
There really is like not really so much a gang, but I guess you could call it that, right? For out there, you've got how many different groups would you say?
Oh my goodness.
Just in, let's say you lived in Beach Creek, what would your opinion of these boys and those boys mean? Like,
it would be two different sides, just like it is in Summer's case. You know, you've got, you know, but the more that I've studied Candace and after the Dr. Phil and knowing what I know just of, you know, hearsay, I think that she very well could be responsible for something that is horrific.
So your mind is open to everything, but at the same time, there's things that stand out to you that you really feel so strong and passionate about coming forward to speak about, because anything is possible, basically. So to give people more of an idea, that way they know like where you stand. It's not really so much about what actually happened, it's what could have happened, and going through all of the different scenarios in your mind and thinking which is more likely, or how this could have came to be with Summer. And I mean, I personally, I back your message fully, because I think it's that important as well. So thank you for coming up here.
Well, thank you for having me.
You're welcome.
You know, I don't know. I know that my experience and my suspicions, and I've tried not to have tunnel vision, and I've tried to see all the possibilities, because, I mean, I've worried about Summer. This has affected me. It stirred up things that I put away that happened to me as a young child that I don't think I ever dealt with. And now I'm dealing with it. And so that's been really hard. And I was hoping that I could just bring that out. And I mean, I can't say names, but there are registered sex offenders, more than one in that area, walking distance, that are there right next to Summer, or was next to her, and she could have wandered off down by the creek or wherever and been out of sight, and someone saw that opportunity. Or now I'm even thinking, did Candace, you know, what kind of monster is she? Because I'm losing all hope. I'm like, and everybody, I mean, I'm sure can agree with me when I say this. If this was my child, I would not be behaving the way that she is. I wouldn't be playing games. I wouldn't be, you know, doing the laughing thing. This is not a joke. And if you want to find your kid, I mean, you need to act like adults and get rehab and really find Jesus. Because I've lost faith. I tried to be sympathetic in the beginning. I did. I always try to see the best in people. I do. I don't like to have bitter, hateful feelings. You know, and I don't have bitter and hateful feelings against the person that hurt me. I'm sure that he's listening. I'm not mad. I can't hold unforgiveness in my heart. That's unhealthy, and you can't get to heaven. So I'm a very forgiving person. But I feel that it's important that everybody know that area has criminals, drug, like meth, hard drugs, not just anything, and I have tried to wrap my mind around, I don't want to think that Summer could have been trafficked or sold. I don't want to think that.
Right. None of us.
Right. I mean,
it's hard. Yeah, it's very hard to think about when it comes to Summer or any child. But I mean, when you've been invested for this long, the last thing you want to believe is that, but you want her to be alive also too. So it's so hard. Mm-hmm.
Yes, I want her to be alive and found. I feel like, that she was alive. I really do. I don't know what happened in the 3 hour from 3 o'clock to 6, whatever. But I don't think that Candace is truthful on it. I think that they may have been playing outside. The only way I can short story it is, do you care if I mention
you can say whatever you want to talk about. You're more than welcome to say whatever you need to. You don't even need to ask. You're all good.
Okay. Michelle After Dark has a series, Truth in the Hills series. And
yeah, I'm gonna share her out. Everybody knows who Michelle is, but you think very highly of Michelle.
That is the Truth in the Hills series. I was amazed that this lady is from another country and she was so dead on. So that's the short story in my theory. And I really believe that she has the same, thinking as I do too, like as far as the possibilities. I know she has put several theories out, but the Truth in the Hills series is really that. Yeah, it was really good. And I mean, there's locals that's talked about it as well, but I just don't understand how that. I've questioned myself. Did Candace and Dawn know my monster? Did they know him? He was that close. And then when certain individuals came out on YouTube that I knew was associated, that made me even more wary. So I was like questioning that.
So when you say close, how close is he? If you were, let's say, riding on a horse or walking?
I would say riding on a horse, he could be at his house in at least 7 to 8 minutes just walking. And I know what kind of horse he has that does the trails. So there's a lot of families that ride horses in Beach Creek. And like I told you, I'm related. I'm related to this monster of mine on both sides of my family. And so, and nobody wants to talk, and everybody does just want it to stop, but everybody wants, Dawn and Candace to come out with the answers. Somebody, for something to break, we all do. And it's just frustrating, and the games that they've played, the people that they let represent them in the manner that they do. I mean, if, I'm sure that they could go out and get a professional lawyer or representative for them to make themselves. I don't think that whoever they have is doing their job. Does that make sense?
Yeah, absolutely.
So that in itself makes them look guilty. I started tilting my head with them, and my opinion of them did change. You can't deny videos or recordings of them, especially if Summer's in the background crying. I mean, you realize right then that things were going on in that house that shouldn't have been going on in front of those kids. And they were right there, and I don't know why CPS wasn't called then. Like, what did the 911 dispatcher not call CPS hearing her in the background? It made me mad. I just
Those are
question
really
everything.
I agree with you. So hold on, let me. Several people have asked, and I want to interrupt you, but several people have asked what you think happened to Summer. So I don't want to interrupt her talking, but I don't mind asking.
Like I said, there's two things that I have feared. There's one thing that I've feared up until a couple of months ago. And then, like I said, Candace changed my mind about, how she perceived her. Like, I tried to be sympathetic, but then it's just like I woke up, I don't know, her reactions and behavior on YouTube and the Dr. Phil show, the behavior panel. The fear, whenever they said cornbread mafia, the fear that was on her face, and I hadn't even heard of cornbread mafia, but I knew what they were implying. I knew what they were implying, and in my heart,
face, she couldn't control it. Like, her face completely shifted.
Yes.
And it was uncontrollable. The muscles in her face were like shot.
Yes, she knew. And I mean, just like I did. I mean, like, in her reaction, my face probably looked the exact same way, because in that moment I thought,
Right.
And I don't know if she planned it or had anything to do with it, but I feel in my heart that they suspect what I think. I may be wrong on the person, because, like I said, look how many RSOs there are living in that area that have criminal, aggravated child movies that are sickening. There's more than just one. There's many right there. And they all, I mean, not all of them, I don't guess, but many ride horses and they drink, and it's just the truth. That's what they do, and there's probably two different sides. You've got these boys and those boys, and the way that I differentiate it is these boys are like the bottom feeders. And then you got those boys that are the ones that you wouldn't ever suspect that was in a child trafficking ring or anything like that. Like stuff like that is completely, they don't broadcast it. I started doing research when Summer went she went missing, and I researched all the missing kids and how it was. I mean, there is a lot, and just, another thing that Sheriff Lawson contradicted, and I don't want to say lied about, but it was the Carly Trent. I mean, there is kids that's went missing, but that aggravated me that he said that there wasn't that kids didn't go missing around here, because they do. I mean, and a lot of adults go missing, and it's mainly tied in with the drugs of the area.
Hey, Crime Lines and Lies. So, Tennessee Truth, do you want to talk about the horse, the one at the press conference? Someone had just brought it up in the chat, and I did want you to talk about it because you had talked about that with me. And that's why also I did put the horse on my thumbnail for you, because I know that it symbolizes quite a bit. Do you want to talk about the horse?
Well, I mean, you got to admit that the horse, that don't happen every day.
That was, yeah.
But whenever the news reporter Jeff Bobo called up with the people, and they had got the horse and everything, they are locals, and like I said, everybody knows everybody, and most people, they come off being a good old boy, but the horse, there was rumor of the horse being one of the RSO people that's in the area. So there was talk of that on Facebook, and there was rumors that he had posted on Facebook that his horse made the news, or it was just something he quoted really weird. And I never got this. I mean, it was something somebody told me, so I didn't see it, but it was the black horse, and he was saying that it stole the show for the news and stuff. He was bragging about that. And then I heard rumor on Facebook, or saw it, that some families, not just one RSO, but another, so there's two different families of, somebody that's near, they searched their own property at the first time. They didn't allow, I don't know, Ronnie Lawson said search your properties, your sheds, your outbuildings, blah blah blah, but that bothered me that they were on horseback, and they were on Facebook bragging that they were on horseback searching for Summer. It didn't bother me. I'm glad that that, like I said, not everybody that was searching, I'm sure there's a good families, but they do have some bad people in them.
So do you want to repeat that one more time for those that didn't hear? That it was said that this specific person may have been searching for Summer on horseback?
Yes, there was rumors and on Facebook that he had posted, and I'm like, I didn't think he was allowed to be on the internet if he was, because, and I mean, I think one of the other local channels covered something the other night about one. There's several in the area, registered sex offenders, and if you look at their charges, it's not it's aggravated, that they've like either bought or sold child videos.
Right. So there's some history of child pornography.
Not only child pornography, but there's also history of like local women, even like in their 20s or something too, that are on hard jobs out there, like victims of, or not, they're survivors. I'm not the only one of my monster, and I'm sure that I'm not the only, like, there's other with the other RSOs as well. It's like a disease. I don't think they ever need to be let out of jail. I think they need to be put to sleep.
I 100% agree with you. I don't think that they should be released back into society. They're exactly what you said. They're monsters. But I mean, that's a whole nother conversation for a whole nother day, because I don't think that many of them ever really get the punishment that they deserve. So that's that. But it's very concerning to me, the close proximity, and the rumors that he possibly could have been on horseback searching for her. You've been sitting here for 7 months with this eating away at you, not saying anything, and trying to piece things together in your own way and keep an open mind. You've gone back and forth with what could have happened, what may have happened, but either way, I think Tennessee Truth is doing this not for herself, but only for Summer. So this is kind of like, a lot of people have come forward with some stories, but they're not all about the same person. You know what I mean? And I think it needs to be taken into consideration. What is going on here in Beach Creek?
A lot of evil. A lot. And even, my family, that's good. We want them out. We want it cleaned out. Come in with the raid and get them all and take them out. Just clean the mountain out. I mean, there's good people, kind people, but
right.
I mean, I just hope, and I know TBI has more than they are releasing. And I pray every day that she is found alive. I do. I don't want to accept and lose hope that she's not. I just can't in my heart fathom anybody hurting a child, but it does happen. I mean, monsters are real, and I know and have experienced the monsters in that area. And he was just a teenager. whenever so I was 6 and he was like 16 or 17. And I had to go to the hospital, and one of my aunts and my grandmother took me, and they told me not to say what happened, not to just let them talk. And so, but there's records somewhere. But I mean, I remember that that's something I'll never, I thought I did. Like, I did forget about it, and Summer going missing just woke me, like, triggered this experience up, knowing that he is so close and that it could have very possibly been him, or possibly another that lives by, or another, because there's like, I don't know, at least 7 right there really close. And I believe there's no way that Candace and Dawn didn't know him. There's no way.
I think there's a
But I
really great
didn't.
possibility that they probably know who each other are.
They, I felt sorry for them at first because I thought, they didn't know. But the more that I see, I figure out. And then I told you that I know that there's acquaintances with the people, because what I started doing was going back before Summer went missing and trying to see the spiral of what happened, because in earlier pictures you see them and they look well put together, and I think that was before Dawn left for Utah. So I don't know what happened that made him leave to go to Utah, but from judging by the pictures to date, and then to now, or when Summer went missing, it seemed to me that it was like they were spiraling. Like, you even saw it in the kids' pictures, their faces, their hair, even Candace's appearance changed. And Dawn wasn't there. He was in Utah. And so she was there with Allie and all that crew. And so I know that it's been told to me that Allie knows my monster. So to me, that says Candace had to know him as well.
Allie Hunter's mom.
Yes.
Yeah.
So, and I've always been just suspicious of everyone, and I've always felt that there was so much more than just one person involved in this. Like, it goes deeper. Like, I don't think that this was an accident at all. I really don't. I think I could be wrong. I hope. I mean, I don't want my fear to come true. And the things that haunt me every day, I find out something new, or just wondering, or fearing that that's what's really happened with her. But I think by now he wouldn't, like, I have so much respect for Donna. And she said something about Summer being moved. And I want to believe that she was being moved alive. And I want to believe that she was taken somewhere really nice and pretty, and she's being well taken care of, and nothing bad's being happening to her. But I mean, that's what I want to believe. But if my monster took her, I don't think that he had her when they came in for the second search, or that he has her now, if that theory is true. It's been too long, and it's too, I mean, that would be ignorant. They didn't search houses that I know of. You know?
Inside houses, you mean?
Yeah. And like the properties that said that they would search themselves.
Mhm.
And
Right. Leaving it up to the homeowners to search their own property. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And considering the crimes of, at least I've saw 4 in the area that are registered sex offenders, that have criminal charges for the things that Reverend Donna was speaking about. Things like that. And I never believed in psychics or anything. I don't consider her a psychic. I consider her Reverend Donna. She's a very spiritual person that I have a lot of respect for. And she has helped me so much. And I mean, I've spoken with her, and there was a while back in the beginning, she wanted me to come on for an interview, and I was so scared then.
Mm-hmm.
But just, I've talked to you so much over the phone and things, and you've always been there for Summer. I know that, you know, you tell it like it is. If you make a mistake, you own it. You always expose the lies and the truth, and I love that.
Aw. I am always here for Summer, always here for
I'm just going to go through them with you. Okay? Attorney Phillips. A family named Phillips, Dawn sold property to. They lived behind Dawn. The footprint was found on their property. An attorney named Phillips filed a lawsuit against me for chicken on a stick. Attorney Phillips then filed a lawsuit on me for Linda. Then he filed a third lawsuit for Linda. There are lots of Phillips that relate to Beach Creek, to Greene, and Washington counties. Those families connect to Jackhammer. Okay? CSI. This is theory, okay, guys? I'm speculating. CSI promotes Jackhammer before anybody in the Summer Wells community besides locals know who he is, because he's a fucking local. TT. The police are called. It's in these messages. I've pointed it out 60 times. On them praying for summer in the woods. Jackhammer is caught on camera with Chase at the vigil, walking past him going, same shit. TT doesn't want to be seen on camera. TT's making up stories, fighting with Squall. Did they have a story? And one of them fucked it up. You stole my story. Think about it. My opinion.
Times. But this kind of stuff is especially hard.
What did I do? Linda is TT's babysitter. They know each other. Now all of a sudden they're pissed off at each other. TT tells me Squall is at Linda's daycare center all day on Summer's first vigil. They didn't move to Tennessee from New York, Sky. They're from Tennessee. Her mother moved to Texas. She lived in a couple other states, south. She moved back to Tennessee. Okay, hold on, because I messed that all up. In my opinion, TT has something very deep to do. with Summer. That's my opinion, and I'm speculating. You don't just go changing stories about art. When you're fighting with somebody about a story about art. Hide your face, TT. Why was you mad at Janky? She accidentally put you online? Yeah, your horse videos were cute, bitch. In my opinion.
And these types of things are difficult, but somebody needs to talk about it. So thank you for, I really mean that from the bottom of my heart. Thank you for trusting me with, speaking out. It means a lot to me. Tennessee Truth, I will always take care of you. Woman of Steel has a question. Woman of Steel, thank you very much. What do you think of the idea that Summer was used to pay a drug debt? Have you ever heard of that happening before?
I think that that's possible. That has crossed my mind. Either it was a debt or for money or drug, and or drugs. I don't know. I haven't, and I think I've talked to you about this. I've always been more sympathetic towards Don. Thinking he was at work, maybe he didn't know, but then again, maybe he does. Who knows? I'm over it. But at this point, I think that both of them suspect and have it narrowed down to something more than what they're saying. Just like me not being able to say, certain things or names or stuff because we don't want to hurt the investigation. But I don't know them. I've never heard of them until Summer. But I do know the people in the area, and I'm from the area, and I don't live there now, but I live close enough, in another county.
But you're far away enough where you're safe, right? And you have a lot of support around you, which is really important. Like, those are the types of things that I care about. Like, do you have someone to talk to when this is over? You know what I mean? Because you could come up here and talk about this and it could open up so many wounds for you. And I just want to make sure like you're okay, There's certain things I might have been against, letting you come up and speak, but I really, really think you're so brave to come forward. I have heard a lot of stories, but no one ever wants to talk about them. And really, I hope that you're proud of yourself for, breaking your silence on YouTube about other dangers that could be lurking around 110 Ben Hill Road, other than,
And
the
just that I'm sorry.
You're good.
Sorry. Just that alley, I'm suspicious of that. Like I said, I went back before Summer went missing and saw the spiral of Dawn being in Utah and what took place in that house. And then when he come back and the police being called and all that, like, I think that they have just spiraled and they just keep on going out of control. And nobody can control them, and nobody can help them if they don't want to help themselves. And they clearly do not want to help themselves because they will not stop drinking and they will not stay off of YouTube. And they're not doing anything to find their daughter or to get their boys back that I see. Sorry.
Don't apologize for listening. Chasing Justice. I see you on my phone and I want to highlight, but I'm a little bit behind on my StreamYard. Chasing Justice just put something for you. A lot of people are writing to you in the chat, Tennessee Truth. So when this is over, I hope you do go back and read the chat because you're getting so much love. Really. Let's see. Jules.
I'm sure I'll get hate too.
Putting your story out keeps you safe. they do not want to attract attention by going after you after you've told the truth. You're very courageous. Thank you, Jules.
Yeah, I'm safe. I know how to use a gun, and I know how to ride a horse too. And I can run around the mountain in the dark like Jody Sue. I'm just playing. I'm not in the KKK. I'm actually a woman. Like I look mixed, so I'm not white.
You're adorable. I've seen her. She's absolutely adorable.
I've got a lot of Cherokee Indian in me. Yeah, I was really nervous. I'm still nervous.
Do you feel a little bit better after speaking? Are you still as nervous as you were when you came up? Because I don't want you to be nervous.
I mean, I'm just nervous at the what's going to happen next. You know, like the backlash, I guess, the hate, the locals, and the ones that are still Will supporters attacking me and things. And I don't want to accuse them of nothing. I really don't. I don't mean to when I do. Because I can't be that way. I don't want to be wrong and them be innocent and me doing that. But I just, it's almost been 8 months, like 8,
8 very long months. Yeah.
Yes. And we're frustrated. We're tired. We've been here since the beginning and we're so tired. And they're not, what are they doing? And what they are doing is really upsetting. And it's causing people to give up and lose hope. And, nobody's came out with anything. So creators are tearing each other apart. Everything just became a mess. And just when you think it can't get no worse, it does. It's like something else, with the drama or with somebody scamming or just the hate. The hate is so.
That happens with all communities. When it comes to a certain point, things get very stagnant, and what you're left with is just a community of people who attack each other. You know what I mean? So you got to kind of stay above it or ride below it, however you choose to get through it. But there is a lot of craziness. That at the surface, summer is very much the focus. And I think that a lot of the people who are making problems will fall away slowly. You know what I mean? The true ones are always going to be there.
Right. And I do. I have a great family. My husband, my children, grandchildren, all that. And I live in a holler too, on a dead end road. So, my husband, you and I talked and him, and we all came agreement, and he has told me that he supports me 100%. And my kids told me they supported me. Whatever it takes to bring truth, bring some light to, the situation, the area, and because that area is different than any area you'll ever hear about in the United States, probably.
What sets it apart, do you think? Like, what do you think makes it so different from anywhere else?
The people that will shoot you, just like, I don't even know how to explain it. I tried to think of that movie I told you about the hills have eyes or something.
Hills have eyes, yeah.
And then, but like not literally like eating. Like I don't even know, They are very different. They're their own culture. We are our own culture, but there is a lot of drugs that are traveling through Hawkins County, Washington County, Sullivan County, Bristol, Virginia. I mean, I don't know where else it's going and whatever, and everybody around knows that Beach Creek has its own culture. Like, they have a lot of people. Like for instance, Ziggy, I love her to death, but God, I cannot believe that she had the nerve to go up there, like, alone, without cell phone signal, dead phone, has her daughter. Like, I was mind blown that she even had the courage to do that, because I won't. And especially at dark, I saw that she was there at dark too, and I was like, oh my God, like, she has no idea the danger and the evil that exists, like, and how much danger she put herself in, and her daughter. Like, don't get me started on that.
Well, I think a lot of people feel that way, but yeah, Meme says, so much respect for you, Tennessee Truth. Everybody here is very receptive. To everything that you're talking about. And Valerie, Tiffany, and Tennessee Truth, thank you for speaking up for Summer. This is an important combo. Yes, thank you, Valerie. I agree, it is important conversation to have. And I don't mind and you don't mind either, like, if Michelle wanted to talk about whatever you were, came up here to talk about, or any other creator for that matter, as long as you're not hurting her. I don't mind, if it helps Summer, then talk about it. Thank you, Valerie. Tennessee Truth is hella strong. I've said that I think she's a lot stronger than she gives herself credit for.
It's definitely took a hold of me. Summer going missing. It's like my life it stopped.
Start working for Tucker again. I was on.
He was working,
and they put me with Don,
Mikey, and Steve-O. Well, yeah, I figured I'd try to help you. Mikey and Steve.
I was working with. Mike. Yeah, Mike.
Mike. Yeah.
Try not to dox anyone, boys, please.
When did you start working for Tucker again? I was on.
He was working,
and they put me with Don,
Mikey, and Steve-O. Well, yeah, I figured I'd try to help you. Mikey and Steve.
I was working with. Mike. Yeah, Mike.
Mike. Yeah.
Try not to dox.
Just wanting to do everything that I can to help find her, putting out flyers, doing what I can do. I don't want to go to Beach Creek or anything like that. I'll
you
stay
have
away from
events
there.
Like, you won't go through there, right?
No.
You tend to stay out of Beach
Creek. Yes, there's no way. No way. I've the closest to Beach Creek that I probably came since I moved away is just traveling through, because I did go to the prayer vigil for Summer that
Mhm.
the churches had.
Okay.
And so I traveled that highway through there, and it was very triggering just because I don't go in that area at all for anything. I don't, like I said, I don't live in the county, but I live close, but I don't live in the county, if that makes
Good.
sense.
Not too close.
Right, not too close. I have good service, and I'm not in, we have cable and running water, like regular
Mhm.
things that, because I don't think that Beach Creek got internet until right before Summer went missing, actually. And even still, like, that area is so bad. And that was one of the things that they had trouble with in searching for her that night, and throughout the search was the radio signal and not being able to communicate. I mean, it's in hollers, mountains. There's no service anywhere. I think they actually brought out towers, cell phone towers, to give them more service to be able to do better.
Yeah, they did. They brought out boosters. Yeah.
Yeah. So, I mean, it's not a place that you want to drive through, and because there's no service, and you don't want your car to break down and or anything. I mean, and there's it's a one most roads. There's all kinds of roads that you can go on, back roads to stay off of the main highways.
The origin of fishing. PHISHIG. Fishing did not start with JLR. I've never. And Tragedy Pimp did not start with John Crimes.
Mm-mm.
I do not know where this woman gets her information, but it drives me crazy. The bullshit comes so fast sometimes that I can't even take notes fast enough. I'm just like, I give up for tonight. It's absolutely ridiculous. No, JLR did not invent fishing.
Yeah.
That was in, I believe, the 90s that fishing started.
When did Tragedy Pimps start? Oh,
1990s.
yeah. What about Super Predator?
Oh, so do you guys remember when Loaf was saying it was a super predator that got up here to get her? Talking about a super predator that took Summer. It was a super predator. Yeah, a simple Google search. That always cracks me up too. Nothing is a simple Google search. Or should be a simple Google search. So super predator is a myth. Not only is it a myth, but it is a racist myth. I don't know what she thought she was saying, but that is they came up with the term super predator to be black youth in the inner city, and they called them super predators. I don't know what she thinks a super predator is, but she ain't right. It's extremely disgusting. So there's that. Like, again, words mean things, right? And when I believe all of you in this chat know this, but when you go to research something, when you go to look something up, you don't just stop when it gets to a point that you think is what you want to hear. That's called cognitive dissonance. And I don't know why she says that about other people, when it is extremely clear that that is her bag, 100%. Thank you, Chasing Charles. She stops when she hears what she wants to hear. For instance, they thought they did a Google search, right? And there was on Adrian's name, and it pulled up open warrants?
Active warrants for my county.
Active warrants. Yeah, active warrants for her county. And they said for like 2 weeks, if you would just put some of these creators' names into a simple Google search and find out what criminals they are. Well, if you just open up that link, Loaf, you'd see that her name is nowhere in there. There was somebody with her first name in there, and there was somebody with her last name in there.
And the first name and last name weren't even spelled like mine.
Yeah. Yeah. But that's the level that we're dealing with. She actually said one of the last night or the night before, or I can't remember. Not last night, not before, whatever. Anyway, she said that because Benny's trolling tactics weren't working on her, he had to raise the intellectual level of his trolling for her. For a woman that I've never heard an original thought come out of her mouth ever. Listen to her and Griff discuss politics. I wanted to claw my brain out through my eyes.
Yes.
I was like, this is like being on Facebook 6 years ago. It was the most ridiculous, asinine, and juvenile discussion about politics I've heard in a very long time.
Yeah.
But she wants to portray herself as an intellectual. It doesn't work. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. It just doesn't. With anybody knowing what they're talking about, to listen to her is like audible sound. The fuck is audible sound? She also multiple times has called herself, I'm an audiophile. That's what it's like to be an audiophile. Okay, do you know what an audiophile is? An audiophile is someone who works with sound,
Mm-hmm.
who enjoys rich, good, deep sound, not someone who plays a shitty version of a song on their cell phone into their laptop speaker.
Lean on me, son. I hear you loud and square.
So yeah, she's not an audiophile.
No.
So just so you know. Also, Eminem did not redo Godzilla. That bugs the shit out of me. It's a completely different freaking song. And that person sat there with us and said, I think Eminem redid it. No, lady. An audiophile is a person who's enthusiastic about high fidelity sounds, reproduction, and audiophile seeks to reproduce the sound of a piece of recorded music or a live musical performance. Thank you very much. It is not someone who listens to music. Next, the level of disgust that she had about the prank call that Dawn and Candace made. And I am still extremely disgusted about that, as well as some other things too. To say, like what Chasing said, that they're broken, and we saw them not in active addiction either, which is very different, does not excuse anything that they've done before. And I know that Chasing will agree with that as well. It does not excuse any of the actions previously. But she has talks about that prank call repeatedly, how disgusting it was. But according to her, after the fact, when we pointed out the lies that she had told in Discord very early on, the multiple lies that she told to Penny, she said, I fed them hot garbage. So missing little girl and you go to social media and lie and prank them. It wasn't a prank, though. She didn't think that anybody would care enough about Summer to dig in and get as far as we have. She thought she could lie about it and get by with it. She didn't count on us. All of us. Let's see. The grifting. That brings us to the grifting. Sammy Sparrow, in the words of relative of her, she retcons history. She does. She does it frequently. The grifting. She claims, any of the creators that I've talked to will tell you that I didn't want anything, but I just agreed to, have my kids get some money and so on and so forth, right? This woman has pulled a con every second since she first talked to Penny. She's been running cons one after the other, be it Amazon wish list, be it Cash App, gang, PayPal's. She sits there and goes, yeah, nobody has to give me money, but here's my Cash App and my PayPal, and I need new glasses because I'm a DV survivor. He's still harassing and tormenting us, and we can't get out of here, and we need to get out. What does she think that is? Dry begging. How could she sit there with a straight face and say that she doesn't do that? From what I understand, her father was quite the con man. So there's that. Yeah, buy me a coffee. Yeah, don't you have to buy a membership to her new Zoom meetings? And then you could still only get in if she knows who you are? Who knows? Who cares? Please go do that. She was acting like people would be upset. It'll drive them crazy if I go to Zoom where they can't get to everything. No, please go. Please go. Nothing would please me more. So yeah, we talked about the vigil that wasn't a vigil. You guys that saw have seen Summer's Day and what went on at Summer's Day. No, she says I was twerking, like I was partying. That's not at all what happened. What happened was Adrian was moving a camera from one place to another, and I was standing in front of the camera going over here or over here or over here. And I was like, oh, I'm just going to dance, right? It was an intermission. We weren't doing anything at that point except moving the camera. And then I think it was Chasing that said, are you going to twerk? And I turned to the side and I said, yeah, but my butt won't work. I can't hear you.
Sorry. That's literally word for word how that went.
It is. And you can hear it on the tape.
Mm-hmm.
But she tries to make it out like we were partying. We weren't. And because I had referred to her as loaf, which the meaning of that is because she had made fun of Becca and called her, before she called her toilet water, she called her, I can't remember what she called her now. What did she call her?
Coleslaw.
Coleslaw. Oh, yeah, that's it. Coleslaw. Because it's a side, right? A coleslaw goes on the side of your meal. And so when Andy and Becca were together, could finally be together, and decided to get married, I said, well, then she's the main course now. And she's prime rib, right? But what does that make Jody Sue? Leftovers. Meatloaf. Well, of course, her brain thought I meant her body somehow.
No.
So then she said some stupid shit about my body that doesn't even make sense. I didn't even do anything, but she jumped so fast. Well, I'm normally against body shaming. I don't think you are, actually, because I've heard you say things about other people too. So that's just one more thing. She says this, she's doing something else. She also said that we coordinated to get her 5150'd. Prove it. You can't, because it didn't happen. That whatever her name is, I can't remember her name, that used to put the worst stuff about Loaf out on video, like bad stuff. She suddenly decided that everyone was mistreating Loaf and she then needed to be her friend and make up for it. That story came from that person. And it's not true. Like, it's actually not true. But prove it. Again, prove it. I beg you to. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah.
Yeah. So the condescending bully idiot act, which I don't think is an act, that bothers the shit out of me. Right? To say that, well, the parents are not involved. But then when the tides turn, they are, and you're saying all kinds of evil shit about them. But what I see is she says people are trying to silence her, right? But all I see is her trying to silence any dissenting voices with her virtue signaling bullshit. I'm tired of it. There are real victims out there. She's not one.
Yep.
She conflates us with other creators constantly, and that really it shows how immature her thinking is, right? Because it just doesn't make sense. She's done this over 1,600 hours now of this. Over 1,600 hours of this. I don't know. I noticed the other day she's pretending that she has secret knowledge, a new puzzle piece again. She does this when there's not enough attention on her. Right? She starts going, I think I got another puzzle piece and blah, blah, blah. And I need a think tank to help me. Yeah. Going back through a lot of this stuff. I know, think tank. Going back through a lot of this stuff, it is a tactic. It is a cycle.
Yeah.
It is a con.
Rinse and repeat. If you
rinse and repeat.
You're right, Katarina, by the way.
Brittany. Sorry, thank you.
So, yes, you are right. She is a shock jock. She just wants to be something that she's, not. And we did go to the people who were around Summer that day. So, and honestly, it made Jody more irrelevant by us doing that. More of a liar, more of a everything. Everything. Because whether or not, like when we all were there, we all have different opinions. None of us have the same opinion. Truly.
Right.
All of us can agree, no matter how we felt about Dawn, Candace, Grandma, whoever, right? Hunter, whatever. All of us know she's a liar.
Yeah.
She may not have been lying about everything, but maybe not everything, but it's really embellished and blown out of proportion, right?
I told Adrian yesterday, I was like, okay, so she stood in the road and saw Candace at one point, and she was right about the order that Andy and Dawn came in.
Maybe. I mean, and that's giving her something, honestly.
Yeah.
So, I mean, she is not at all relevant. And if she is relevant, then
what testing, Katarina, did you want us to do?
Am I back?
Yep. You're
okay.
back.
If she is relevant, then she's a suspect. So there's that. It's either one or the other. There's no in between.
Yeah.
So, my opinion, I am. That is not slander. That is my opinion, and I am fully within my legal right to share my opinion.
Right.
Because I'm not being
accusatory and hateful.
So there's that.
Yeah. So
have fun in court with that. So.
Katarina, where is our testing of Dawn and Candace? We're not sharing anything. We're not sharing any of that stuff because, again, it's not content.
Right.
But everything that we did has been turned in to TBI. Uh-oh, Meemaw's up.
Oh, Meemaw.
Oh, hell, Meemaw's up.
Hell.
Okay, I've been reading Katrina's comments, and she's not even taking a breath to understand what we're saying. So let me make it clear one more time.
Okay.
We were there for days. Some people longer than some of us had to go home to our families. We said from the beginning, it's not for content. So we're not going to talk about it, right? What Jenny and Adrian are doing right now, they're going over historic falsehoods from Jody. Yep. Jody is the one speaking on Summer's case every day. So yes, we mentioned the scream, it was tested. You're saying, well, why didn't you test Candace's 2 minutes? How do you know what we tested? We just said we're not discussing everything. Mm-hmm. We went step by step. Jenny explained it. Mm-hmm. Nobody's ever believed 2 minutes. Mm-mm. Historically, go back on our channels. We've all said it couldn't have been 2 minutes. It couldn't have been 2 minutes. Cam's tested it. Mm-hmm. Cam picked up a 40-pound bag of dog food while his wife wasn't looking and ran down the friggin' hill with it before she could catch him doing it. We weren't there to test her parents, per se. We took what we knew from news reports and mostly Jody's mouth and other things and tried to verify them in our own minds, not to bring to YouTube. We didn't record. We didn't take notes.
Oh, Jenny, I took notes.
Adrian kept.
I did take notes.
Well, when we did that other walk, what I'm talking, the other thing.
Yep.
I didn't do any of that. I said I wasn't going to bring a camera. I didn't bring a camera. We weren't there to convict anybody. We're not law enforcement. We weren't there to be like, aha. That wasn't the point of any of this. Why they're bringing her up now? She's the one who speaks about creators in this case and every other damn thing under the sun 24 hours a day. That's what they're addressing. Mm-hmm. Not things only that she said about Summer's case.
Mm-hmm. Right.
So nobody's here to defend or crucify anybody. Yep. But if you think that Candace and Dawn did something, that is your opinion. You've never spoken to them. You don't know them. You know what you've heard, most probably a lie. We got to look them in the face and form opinions by sitting and breaking bread and talking to them. Okay? So the bullshit that you're doing in the chat over and over and over and over is fucking annoying. So either stop doing it or leave. Because you're not going to be in here talking shit about Candace and Dawn.
Yep.
You're just not. Now I'm tired and I'm grumpy and I haven't had no Sanka. So I have to go. Okay. I love you. Bye.
Love you. Bye. And kind of, I know I've seen you in Michelle's group before, and we've had good conversations in there, and I've known you generally to be fair-minded.
Mhm.
That's a little trolly what you're doing, and I would appreciate that, that people respect what we're saying here, and it is that we're not going to bash people. Like,
Yeah.
say that someone has done something they haven't necessarily. You're asking us to show you. I'd like to see Candace tests. We're not showing you Jody Sue's tests.
No. You can, I mean, listen, we think Jody Sue's unfounded.
Yep.
I agree with Ronnie Lawson about that. That's
Yep.
all I said. There wasn't anything else. We weren't YouTubers for that weekend. And I mean, we're barely YouTubers.
Oh no, Katarina, you're not in a Candace support group because
No, you're not.
well, hold on, you don't know what I think,
Right.
To be honest. So yeah, that's a bit of an assumption that wouldn't be appropriate. But no, you're not being fair-minded at all. And
Just
it's
be open.
adults discuss things. So I told you we're not sharing anything that we did there. We shared it with TBI, and that's all that matters.
Yep.
So if you don't like it, you can leave, and that's okay.
So, and I'd like to just show my body cam because this is what I wore the whole weekend on the dash, on my body, everywhere. So no laws were broken because it would be here if it was. So there's that. And what's really hilarious is that the neighbor doesn't even have the correct dates and times for when we were there. So
yeah,
she has no idea when we got there or when we left, because it was I mean, nobody was supposed to even, it wasn't even supposed to get out to YouTube. So so
our friend Scott H thought he knew some things.
Yeah.
And did a whole ass live about it.
Mm-hmm.
And he was wrong about all of it. So
look, TM, I'm on here with my hair unbrushed. I have to wait for it to dry a little bit before I brush it. Do y'all ever do your best thinking in the shower? I figured it out. You know what I've done for almost 16 hours? I've had all walks of life from the YouTube streets in my chat. And guess what? I've only had one troll. Guess what you all are doing? You're getting along. You're welcome. Crystal's Mental Hospital coming right up.
So, like the one that Don was on when he was arrested this last time with his DWI or DWI or whatever it was, he was on a back road, a really, private, like, back road that you just don't know how to, like, I don't know if every state has the little back roads like us.
Yeah, I would imagine that every state has back roads like that. I forget the name. Do you remember the name of that road that he got pulled over on? Someone in the chat will remember.
Yeah, Van Hill Road. It was Van Hill Road. V as in violin. A and N as in Nancy. And I never, did you ever find out if those two things was the same time?
No, I don't believe so. I don't believe they were the same time. I think no, by a couple weeks.
Okay. Good.
So
yeah,
no, I don't think that there's
all kinds. There's
Do you
all
want to
kinds of little
you want to talk about Chase?
Okay.
We can if you want to.
Yeah,
Van
he's
Hill
probably
goes way back to
listening.
the holler. Yeah. There's a map that AB had, and it showed just how far back all the roads really go and all the hollers and how far and deep they go. It was really quite something to look at.
Yeah, I watched that, and I got the app that he shared. It was hunting app, so it showed all the trails like a lot clearer and a lot
Yeah,
better.
it was a hunting app.
Yeah.
Was it Van Hill Road?
Yes.
I think it was Van Hill Road. Or no, it wasn't Van Hill Road. Was it?
I think so. That's what I thought was Van Hill Road.
Okay.
Okay, so whenever I discovered YouTube with channels, the way that I discovered it was that somebody had shared one of your shows, and so that's how I found that there was like channels and stuff. And then I would punch in Summer's name into YouTube and would find all the people, that was covering her. So I saw 423 Chase and watched his videos. Kind of creeped me out a little bit because the way that he was talking. I know that everybody just fell in love with his good old boy country accent, but like the words that he would say, threatening Dawn and stuff, like it was weird. And then he said, the remark, the heels have eyes. And then Dawn made the remark on the behavior panel of someone saying that. So, but now I don't even know. They may have knew each other before. I feel like that they knew each other before Summer went missing, possibly.
Do you think there might be a connection with Brad Wishin and Don Wells from beforehand? I don't know if that's true.
But I don't know either, but I suspect it.
Okay.
In my opinion, allegedly, how do I say it? But I had reached out. He had done a video of having flowers or wanting to know, it was about flowers. And he said that he had a palette of flowers and anybody, reach out to him on email. So I emailed him and
that's right.
Guess who's locked and loaded? Nana. Guess who you fuck around and find out with? Nana. People are like, oh, you old ladies think you're tough. Fuck around and find out and see. If not. You think we went up there like little old ladies in our little house shoes and our little house dresses and we're like, we're gonna go look for Summer Wells. No, that's not what happened. We were hunting that day. Hunting for people who could have actually nefarious things going on, right? Tracked them down, got photos and videos and the whole 9 yards. Guess who's never gonna see those? Y'all are not gonna see those. That's who. Y'all are never gonna see none of that. Documented as hell, Skilo. Super documented. Super up close documented. Thanks to Adrian. Super in the truck with the zoom. Oh, you're on candid camera, motherfucker. Y'all ain't never gonna see shit. Nana. Guess who's locked and loaded? Nana. Guess who you fuck around and find out with? Nana. People are like, oh, you old ladies think you're tough. Fuck around and find out and see.
Huh.
I remember that.
So I emailed him, and I was emailed right away, and it was weird. But anyway, it was weird because they emailed me right back, and it didn't seem like a man emailing, especially a man that wasn't tech savvy like he stated he was. But it was, if you want to reach out to Chase, call him on.
I was fucking muted. Damn it. Nana, Mimi's are better. Okay? What's better? A Mimi or a Nana? Fuck around and find out, bitch. Okay.
His cell phone. So, and this was end of September, 1st of October. So I reached out, I called, and I asked him about the flyers and everything, and told him I'd like to have some to hand out. So we agreed to meet that following Sunday at 3 o'clock. And then a couple days after, he called me out of the blue, and it was kind of like it was around 7 or 8 o'clock at night. And he was just like talking about Summer, the case, and how much time he'd been putting into it, just kind of like going on about how much he was doing and everything. And he mentioned meeting me Sunday, and I was like, yeah. I said, that's when I asked him how old he was, and he told me that he was 58. And I wrote it down because I was immediately suspicious of him, like calling me out of the blue
He
like
told
that,
you
because,
58?
yeah, and he's not.
Wow.
But anyway, so that just, he told me he was 58. And I asked him if he was married, and he said he was divorced. And I said, well, I'm married, and I'm not going to meet you by myself. So I will have somebody with me, because I just don't go meet, people I don't know alone. And so it was just a weird phone call. And so on Sunday, he texted me about, it was right at 3 o'clock, and told me that he wasn't going to be able to make it. And then he called, and he was like, hey, I'm not going to be able to make it. I'm going to send a couple to meet you. They're a really nice couple. And they'll give you some flyers. I'll give you a little bit. I was supposed to get 500 from him, but I only got like 50, I think.
He was
But
supposed to give 500 flyers, and he gave you 50. And
yeah,
he sent other people to meet you, right? It wasn't him.
right. It wasn't him that came to meet me, but he told me the reason why he wasn't going to be able to come is because he was interviewing David Doxing. And I was like, okay, well, be careful, I'm like,
Mhm.
okay. And that never came about.
Can you
I don't know.
describe the people that came to meet you? Like, you don't have to like describe them, like hair, eye color, and stuff. Like, what did you think when you saw them?
Well, I carry in my glove box, like I carry a gun in my glove box, and I don't openly carry, nor like. So we're setting up a dollar store at an exit that we was planning to meet at, and me and my husband, and a really big, um, jacked up truck, really nice, pulls up really loud, and it has this older woman and man. And the man gets out first, and he comes around the front of the truck and goes to my husband's side. And I noticed right away he had like military style pants on, like tack pants, like mm, um, and he had a gun on his side. I mean, he looked like he was a police officer or something, other than having a do rag on. So I was like, okay. Like, I don't know. It just scared me, because
Mhm.
I don't normally see people out just openly carrying like that. Like, it's just weird. I mean, I hope that, I don't know. But that just made me feel weird. And I was really into conversation with the man because we had discovered that me and him was following the case, but my husband don't and hasn't followed the case other than what I've told him and stuff. And so his wife or lady friend that he had didn't either. So they were having a conversation, and I was having the conversation with the man that was carrying the gun. And I think he was accused of disguising himself to be an FBI agent, or he was accused by somebody that we can't believe nothing she says anyway. So,
Mhm.
but he did look intimidating. So if it's true that he was following her, I can see why Jody Sue would have been scared, because he does look very intimidating and mean. I mean, he does. I don't have any hard feelings. Like, I'm not trying to judge him and be mean, because he didn't say or do anything to make me think that he has summer or, anything like that. But at the same time, I know, like, okay, well, he's in with Chase and he's in with uh, Cam and Allie. I knew that, like, because
Mhm.
he talked about that. And he talked about the tree trimmers, and that was his theory. And I asked him about the neighbors or anything like that. And every time that I asked him, he would direct and say, no, I think the tree trimmers has something to do with it. And I'm like, you don't think there's a possibility that one of those neighbors up there that are convicted felons had anything to do with getting Summer? And he was like, no, no. And I was like, and you're not from around here. Like, you're not family. Like, I didn't believe him after that. Like, for him not to suspect that, I mean, it's obvious. Why would you just insist that that couldn't be a possibility if you're thinking the tree trimmers had something to do with it? It makes more sense to me that the criminals in the area, that especially the registered sex offenders that have crimes against children, they should have been, I hope, thoroughly investigated, but my fear is that they weren't.
High hopes. This is such an asshole thing to say, for real. Do we listen to this? Do we even know if Summer is a real person at this point? Yes, we do. Summer is a real person with a real birth certificate, with a real mom, with a real dad, with real brothers. Summer is definitely very real. It's not a role play or live action. And if you're not trying to be disrespectful, why not come in here under your own name? No, your comment is rude and Summer is very real.
What's a LARP?
There's a group of people that believe that this is a hoax. It's just strange stuff. We don't do that.
What does it stand for?
Sorry, what, huh?
I don't know what it stands for. I have to ask my kids all the time what the initial stuff stands for.
It's basically like a game. It's a hoax, like a game. Actors and it's just ridiculous.
Oh.
I think that because, and this is what happens, you do get, and I'm not trying to be rude, but you do get crazies who will come out of the woodwork. If they don't have the answers that they want or need, now they're going to question whether Summer is a real human being. You know? Makes no sense.
Wow.
Summer has brought out a lot of real feelings. Yeah, Summer's brought out a lot of dark things have come to light through Summer's disappearance. It's a very strong, powerful energy for a little girl.
That has. I mean, I hope that. I mean, I know that I'm not the only big survivor. I'm not the only survivor of the registered sex offenders in Beach Creek.
Right.
And more, I hope, will come out. I hope, come out and tell their story too. You don't have to say names.
How many? I'm looking at his profile here on the sex offender registry. How many victims do you believe that he has, or have you heard of? If you could,
I've been told that besides me, there's 8 more that hasn't came out. Like they've called TBI, but they haven't come public. There's 1, maybe 2 that has, but we can't share. Like we can't come out and say names. We can't do anything to jeopardize the case of, the investigation to find Summer. But because, I mean, everything is on the table, just like they said. We don't know. I pray every day that we get the answers.
And he's an offender against children.
Yes,
his class,
and not.
Are you still there, Tennessee? She might have gotten a phone call. The classification for this guy really is offender against children. And he's still walking the streets, yep. Tennessee Truth is a brave survivor for sure. Jules says, from the first time I saw Wells' Hell House basement, I felt they were trafficking, but that is just a conspiracy idea. Right, Jules, and you don't ever put it out as fact. Hold on, let me get rid of this one. Oh, she popped out again. Hold on a sec. She'll be back. Gypsy, I believe Summer has a mission to bring this horrible essay to light. Wherever she is alive or dead, we will still give her credit for what is accomplished. Yes, always. Hey, Bridget, you were sleep nodding. All right, she's back. There you
Hey,
go.
can you hear me?
Yeah. Did you get knocked
I
off?
must be having some boony Wi-Fi issues. I usually have really good service.
You really,
But
yeah,
yeah,
you really don't, the kids don't have a voice, you know, and it's just scary because here you have someone who lives within such a short distance of their home, has these charges against children, was released right before Summer went missing, and no one talks about it. So I do hope that other people will come forward. Not that they have to or they need to, but it would be really wonderful if, you know, you don't always have to even use your name or anything like that.
Yeah, because there's more, and not just with one in particular one. I mean, like I said, there's more. There's more than one monster in the hollers, okay? But there are a lot of good people, and I'm sure that every one of them, if you asked them if they wanted that place cleaned out, they would say yes. The good ones, they would want all that mess cleaned out, all the drugs out of there, for the sake of their children and grandchildren, and you know, it's a mess. They've cleaned it up a couple years ago, but they, to my knowledge, I think that they all are released and out of jail now. The last big drug bust that they did in Hawkins County, all the ones that was arrested, I think it was like 150 different ones, they're all released now. Whenever COVID hit, a lot of prisoners and things got to, you know, get out. Depending
Yeah, there
on
was
what
a lot
kind
of
of charge.
police. Who's in charge of that town? Do they have a mayor? Well, Liz seems like Ronnie Lawson's just in charge of everything. I don't know.
He pretty much is. He's the big dog.
Liz. She's like, I'm going to write to the Today Show. She's funny. This is a problem nationwide. I mean, really, if you think about it, the amount of time that these types of offenders spend in prison is so minimal compared to the sentence that they leave their victims with.
Yes. I don't, that's what I want to know. How can we change that? Like, how can we go in and change the laws to the punishment of these registered sex offenders? Like, why are they only spending a couple years in jail for these malicious acts that they're doing, unspeakable acts to children at that? And why are they being like, I just want the laws to change. It needs something positive, you know, and make it more strict that they don't just get to go into Walmart or anywhere. I mean, they should, I don't know. I think they should be canned.
Dana just super chatted. Thank you, Dana. She said, Tennessee True, thank you so much for sharing your story. I'm so sorry you're stronger than the evil that did that. I admire your strength and bravery, Tiffany. Thank you for always bringing light and support to victims, survivors. You're welcome, Dana.
I want more to come out of the hollers.
You want more to come out about what, hon?
I want more to come out. I know that they're out there, and I hope that they're listening, or that they do get word, and that they hear this, and that they say, you know, enough's enough, and this has to stop. Like, this has went on for generations, and like the survivors of being sexually assaulted by, you know, because there are some horrific stories I've heard
about this one specific individual.
Yes. And even now, like, it's just, I can't even fathom it. Monsters are real. And like I said, I mean, this has awakened in me. I haven't dealt with this. And summer missing, this has opened up. And I just want to help bring out the truth of all the things that happen that shouldn't happen, that go either unnoticed or they get slapped on the wrist for. No matter if there's COVID or not.
I consider that a slap on the wrist for you know, what's been done, and that's just what is on paper legally, you know. Hey, Lippy, behind catching up. Lippy's showing love for you. And you're very brave. Thank you for speaking up. Everybody here is, but we also, I feel like too, so many people know who you are. You know what I mean? You're in a lot of.
Everybody knows everybody.
Yeah.
I mean, even when people hear my voice, they're going to be like, I know who that is. My name will be.
I think it's going to be okay. I really do.
I'm not scared, but we've prepared for it. Like you know, I don't know if you want to tell everybody the story. You can probably tell it better than me, but how, you know, you told me you didn't rush me. That was one thing I respected the most about you, is that I trusted you and told you things, and you've not said a word, and you've not pushed me in any way to come forth. I didn't want to distract Summer's case, but the truth of where she lived needs to be heard.
I think it's
the
important.
People that
heard.
Yes.
I'm really glad that you did speak about it, and I'm glad that you brought it forward because, you know, especially even for myself, I don't have someone asked what my opinion was earlier about Summer. My opinion is not that she was abducted. So it doesn't matter what I think, you know, it doesn't matter what my theory is or what I stick to, what I believe. What matters is that everything matters. So it's all
I
relevant.
don't know. I've got the two different. I don't know the other word for that. Abducted. I believe that possible RSO had got her, and I didn't want to believe that Candace was involved, or Grandis, or Dawn. But their behavior through this 7.5 months, 8 months almost, I mean, is just, you sit back and you think, if you have children of your own, you think, this is not right. I don't care, you know, I'm not the.
If not, you think we went up there like little old ladies in our little house shoes and our little house dresses, and we're like, we're gonna go look for Summer Wells? No, that's not what happened. We were hunting that day, hunting for people who could have actually nefarious things going on, right? Tracked them down, got photos and videos and the whole 9 yards. Guess who's never going to see those? Y'all are not going to see those. That's who. Y'all are never going to see none of that. Documented as hell, Skilo. Super documented, super up close documented, thanks to Adrian. Super in the truck with the zoom. Oh, you're on candid camera, motherfucker. Y'all ain't never gonna see shit. Nana, guess who's locked and loaded? Nana. Guess who you fuck around and find out with? Nana. People like, oh, you old ladies think you're tough. Fuck around and find out and see. If not. You think we went up there like little old ladies in our little house shoes and our little house dresses and we're like, we're gonna go look for summer whales. No, that's not what happened. We were hunting that day. Hunting for people who could have actually nefarious things going on, right? Tracked them down, got photos and videos and the whole 9 yards. Guess who's never gonna see those? Y'all are not gonna see those. That's who.
The perfect parent, no one is. They don't come with instructions, but there are some things that just ain't right here. And you can't defend someone and keep defending them to their defense when they keep on messing up and they don't want to help themselves. And that's where I said I'm done. I never met them, I never talked to them, but I would come in chats and try to defend them, thinking and feel sorry for them, thinking they were out of staters that moved in to the middle of Beach Creek because I had never heard of them. But as I learned that they had been here for years, I didn't even know. And then, knowing that they had to know the neighbors. I mean, who lives in a place for 13 years and you don't know your neighbors? They knew their neighbors. They was even buying drugs off their neighbors. So if they were buying drugs off their neighbors, then drugs mixes in with, I think it all, I don't even know.
Well, that it all might just intertwine, right?
Yes. Like, I don't want to think that they're responsible for something because I couldn't imagine myself doing that with my own child. I just, you don't want to think or believe that. But then whenever you think and watch her behavior, it's like, and I'm not talking about, I'm talking about the little things that people probably a lot hasn't even noticed. Is that second time that she said no on the behavior panel.
Mm-hmm.
Whenever he asked her, do you know who took Summer?
Right. It was very low.
Yes. And then the way that she behaved, like her facial, even though nobody had ever heard of Cornbread Mafia until then, we all that are local, we knew who they were talking about. Like, even though we hadn't heard of, we knew that he was just, using that as an example. But anyone local knows that there are these boys and those boys, like I said earlier. And they're all around in counties and they join together. I mean, everybody knows everybody from county to county, sometimes state to state. They've all branched out. There's a couple of families in Beach Creek that have 5 to 6 generations still living.
Right. Mm-hmm.
So think about that. And I know for a fact that SA happened generation to generation to generation.
Mm-hmm.
Because I'm related.
You have firsthand knowledge of what goes on there. And I think that's also so important because, anybody could speak about anywhere in America, but, Summer did go missing from Beach Creek. And you have, and even when it comes to Jody Sue, I've always really tried to pay attention because nobody is speaking out from Beach Creek, right? Publicly. So it's important, whether you believe whether somebody believes a story coming from someone who lives there or not, but it's still so valuable, you know. Can you please ask Tennessee Truth if those boys work together?
Oh yeah, it depends on what the situation. That's how it connects. You've got, you know, like I said, you've got the bottom feeders. I mean, just think about the drug trade or any kind of thing like that. Even with the YouTube, you've got it moves on up, I've noticed. But these boys and those boys, yes, I think that they do work together because that's where the money is. And there is a lot of horse barns in our East Tennessee area. I'll say that. There are a lot of horse barns and stables. And the owners, I mean, you know, of those horses that are in those stables, I don't know if you just research horse shows, and how much like they make, how much their horses are worth. You research the history, it goes all the way into Knoxville, big, huge horse farms. And they have these horses that are show horses, and they take care of them. They board them, feed them, they train them. And those owners just pay for the board fee every month. And then if their horse wins the show, they get money, and it's good money. Well, drugs is entwined with that as well. I mean, I think that there's a connection in that trade.
Well, there very well may be.
And I mean, I know some people could relate with what I'm talking about with the horses and it being big money. You go and look at the horse breeds and their worths and things like that. And they trade and sell and they haul in trailers. And I mean, the people that own the big horse farms, they have, I don't know if you look up horse trailers, how nice they are. I mean, you could haul, like, I don't know, my mind just goes everywhere thinking about summer. But I really think that, you know, there's something with the horse. It's always been a fear. So
you believe that there's a connection with the horse? Yeah, I shared out in the beginning. I put it in the description later. I can put in the part where the horse went running by when they were doing the presser, when I think, wasn't it Ronnie Lawson was talking, right? And Tim Coop was standing there and we were all standing there, and that horse went by. I was like, oh my God, that's crazy, right? And but it was so significant, and you have to wonder what it represents, right? And horses represent such amazing things anyhow. So whatever it was, you want to think that it was positive, you know, but you really don't know. The universe is quite an amazing thing. But that's what I did. I put the horse on your thumbnail for the live tonight.
I've always rode horses too. I mean, my whole life. I know a lot about them. I love them. They're amazing creatures. And I've always feared, you know, I've thought who could be a familiar person that could have got somewhere without anyone knowing. And I thought, well, that's why I questioned if they would have known, you know, that person. And Then I thought, well, even if she wasn't familiar, what 5-year-old wouldn't want to go pet a horse? So she could easily be lured away.
Well, I
But
have pictures of Summer with the pony. I think it was with a pony, but she was petting it. Actually, I think it's on a couple of my thumbnails. I don't know where it is right at this very moment. I would probably find it if I wanted to. But yeah, she like horses probably. I would be almost certain.
yeah. Yes, absolutely. And I've always feared that. But then I saw last night the lady and husband that interviewed Dawn there in the beginning. I saw her put something. I don't know if it's still up. I saw her post a video. I didn't watch it, but it said something about a cowboy, Candace and her cowboys, and I was like, oh my God. I mean, like, but I can't find it now. So,
where
'cause I
was
meant to
it?
go back. It was on the Share and Mr. Share thing.
Oh, okay.
And her title was something about Candace knowing the cowboys. And that kind
Really?
of,
Okay.
yeah.
Oh, I'll have to check it out. Send me the link to that later.
Well, I went, that's what I was saying. I went back and I couldn't find it. So I don't know if she changed it or.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. But I mean,
Annie says, random thought, maybe someone on horse came up there and got her.
yeah.
I don't know.
I think, like, if you go by the footprints, the only way feasible to me is of being one there's only one footprint, not two. Just the one footprint on each place, right?
Yeah.
Just one foot. Then what? So it was like she was set down for just a second and put back up. So to me, that is like, okay, if somebody was carrying her, they would be adult prints there, but there's not. So if they were on a horse and she was on it, and could they not put her down a minute and then bring her back up to readjust her? Maybe she was fighting with them. I don't know. But for the footprints to only be one footprint. That's the only thing I can think of. And then the one place was, I guess, her skin particle had the scent dog was a skin particle dog, and he laid down in the yard. I don't know. And even the scream, I always wondered too. I think I sent it to you the other night, trying to
A horse,
show
yeah.
you, yes, how a horse can scream and how it does sound like it is. They can really. I've been on horses and they get spooked. If they get like scared, they can sense snakes and bears a mile away. And I mean, they'll just, if you have a real spooky horse, they make the weirdest sounds anyway. But when some of them can scream, and it is a very loud squeal. So I thought about that too.
Do you think Jody would know the sound of a squeamish horse who's screaming? I wonder. She probably would.
I don't have any. I don't have anything nice to say about her, and I just would rather not even say anything about her.
It's all right. TC, she's not saying who her offender is.
No.
She's not naming him.
There's many there. And you know, I didn't just have that one incident happen. There was another incident that happened with someone else as well in that area. It wasn't to that extreme, but it was inappropriate. So I knew that it wasn't right, you know. But you know, our families would get together and they would play cards and drink and play music. And the kids, I mean, we were just kids. We would run all over them mountains. We didn't have, that was way before cell phones or anything. So we explored everywhere. And I mean, they have beautiful, beautiful places up there. There's one place that is up there that has nothing but willow trees, and you can swing across the creek with the willow tree leaves.
I love that.
Yeah, I mean, it's just, you know, it's beautiful country. It is. It's just, there's some really bad people in it right now. And I'm praying that they take them down. But I know I'm not alone. I know there's more women. And I hope that my fear, I mean, my offender could be totally innocent. So I can't say for sure that I know that he did it. So, you know, I don't know. So I can't accuse him. But I can only say what happened to me and what I know. And what I know was so close to Summer.
Northern Light, yes, she spoke to TBI.
Yes. Several times.
Yeah.
And only, yeah. I haven't spoken with local law enforcement. I don't trust. And I mean, I'm not saying they're all bad because I know some of them and wonderful people. I don't know, you know, I just don't. I just have a bad feeling. It's small town stuff. It's
I don't think
dangerous.
there's anything wrong with you going to TBI, though. I would probably say it would be the best bet. You know?
Yeah.
Going to TBI over a small town sheriff is probably best when you're, you know, dealing with something like this. That's who they're rooting everything to now. Anyways, it's all going to TBI, from what I understand.
Yeah, I didn't, and I requested that they keep me private and not share that information. However, my information, I think, was leaked. I told you about that.
Yeah, right. Well, I think that's why you're up here with just your screen name. So there should be nothing that comes from this. Nobody knows your name, not that I'm aware of here. So I'll know exactly who did it.
But I'm not scared. I don't have a criminal thing. I have a speeding ticket from a really long time ago. And then I got a parking ticket one time. But I have law enforcement in my family and the business that I do. I know a lot of really good people that would protect me, lawyers and stuff like that. So I feel protected.
I think you've been really respectful, and you haven't been, you know, I don't think you've overdone it at all. I think you've made things very short and to the point and easy for people to understand. And I think it's important that you did this for sure, of course, on your own time for Summer's sake, because we still have no idea where she is. And the fact of the matter is, I could sit here all day long and say I think Candace and Grandis are guilty, but it doesn't mean that they are, you know?
Right. Right. I mean, I do the same. I think we all have, really.
I'll go back
We've
and
all.
forth. And everybody in the chat who has stories, I told Tennessee Truth to go back through later on and read, because like I said, there really is so much in the chat for you to read. I would encourage you to, like, later before you go to bed, maybe just to see all of the positivity towards you, because there's so much love for you and you'll continue to get love. You've always been very well adored here, so.
I know, in other channels I'm known as Tiffany's Mod, so.
Oops, sorry. I know.
It's fine. It's okay. I'll wear my.
Well, no, it's funny though, because even when you and I have, you know, had very different ideas throughout all of this, but I mean, you're more than my mod, I would say.
Yeah,
You and I
mean,
didn't even have the same theory at all.
right. I know you're the only person that, you know, that I can talk to that we can agree to disagree and still get along and still love each other respectively. You know, like, because I'm open minded. It's just about being more open minded. Don't have tunnel vision. You know, like,
I try not to have tunnel vision. It's hard sometimes, but
I believe that by now they know. I do. In my opinion, the way that I feel that and I feel I fear that they're responsible. I don't know. I
well, you
can't.
really never know. I mean, eventually, and maybe even this still being out there might make people a little bit more aware, open up their eyes a little bit, you know.
Yeah, because I don't think if they could get away with it. Like everybody said, how can they get away with it? Like, but if they have all these other people involved, and it's clear that Candace was scared to say anything.
Candace I'll always be bothered by that. That was very telling.
Me too.
When they said cornbread mafia, I'm like, what the hell is cornbread mafia? I had to like go, you know, everybody was Googling cornbread mafia, right?
Well, I knew what they were, like, I was like, because I immediately like knew, you know, it was, you know, I don't know what they call themselves, but the KKK is real here. Jody, see that video? That is real. It's real in the whole areas. Like, they really do. But now they don't do anything to children. I've cleaned for, you know, but like, yeah, they, those videos, before, that's what made me really be like, oh my God, because like I said, she's associated, well, she's not related, but she was associated to, she's associated to 2 or 3 of the RSOs that's local there.
Jody Suez?
Yeah, and or a criminal. I mean, probably more than that if you count the criminals that she is alleged to hang around. I don't know her. Like, I just know what, like, the small town gossip and the beauty salons and stuff like that. The girl talks.
Yeah, gossip around
I've heard a lot of past things that she's done in the past and I remember her when we were 5, but that was just a short memory and we just rode the school bus together. So I don't know her. I moved away when I was 6.
Yeah, you were young when you moved away, so a lot of people might not even remember you. And if they do remember you, they might not even know who you are because there's so many, right?
Well, and me being related to them on both sides gonna kind of throw them off too. But I was told before I did this with you that my name was already on their list, whatever that means. So
whose list did they say that your name was on?
They said what boys it was, but I can't
Okay.
say.
Mm-hmm.
I let the TBI know. I'd let them know that my name was supposed to be on the list and stuff.
So somebody told.
There's that. And so, I mean, it is
Our friend.
It's fine. It's fine that people know. I don't really care because we weren't doing anything wrong. So everything was recorded. It was documented by GPS locations. It was like everything. Nobody was by themselves at any point in time. It just was what it was. So, and with that said, the crimes we have been accused of, that is slanderous and does fall under legal issues for people. So
we checked.
We're like really, like actually not just Googled, right? And then half of us, like we really checked into it, and it is not legal to come online or anywhere and accuse people of crimes, like breaking and entering and things like that, interfering with court cases, etc., etc., etc. And you know, it's not legal. So just keep that in.
So anyway, what I want to say is, yes, everybody is open to their own opinions, but to accuse what you did, Katarina, was accuse us of being biased.
Yeah, there's no bias.
And everybody has some bias. That's fair, right? But to imply that we did not do our due diligence without knowing anything about us or what we did there is a little much.
Mm-hmm.
So sorry. I mean, that's how I feel. Like I said, I've talked to you before in Michelle After Dark's group, and we were in agreement on some things. So I'm not, but I don't understand why you would come in here and do that. I just don't. So I don't know what the game was. Yeah, no laws were broken. We had permission to be everywhere that we were during that entire time. Yeah. So
there was, there was. Oh, I get so pissed whenever people talk shit about us trying to look for a missing child. Like, what is wrong with you? What is wrong with you to be mad that people are actually
we're not going to boot you, Katarina,
looking for a child?
Yeah.
So, I mean, I don't understand. That is crazy. And, it, like I said, everybody has different opinions. That was there. We all, I mean, seriously, we talked and talked and talked, and we've talked since, and everything, it's just everybody's opinions are still different.
Yeah.
No one has the same full opinion. You know what I'm saying? Like we can agree on certain things, but it's not, I mean, we can sit and have an intelligent conversation together about, and it's, well, but then this, what about this? And then what about this? And then what about this? And we're like, it's like it really is a healthy conversation that everybody should be having. And honest to God, I wish that everybody had people around them like what Jenny and I have, because we are able to sit down and have those conversations without anybody getting upset. And, you know, it's not like, I mean, honestly, Facebook is like the worst freaking, everybody that says YouTube is bad, Facebook is crazy.
Yes, it is. I've been staying off of it completely.
Yeah. So, but that's what I'm saying. It's, you guys don't, it is okay to have it is okay to look at it from a different perspective. You don't have to stay in the same lane all the time. You can shift your focus for a minute and see it from another side. And that's what we tried to do while we were down there.
And you can change your mind.
And you can change your mind, because let me tell you what, some of the things that I thought, I mean, I had this like preconceived notion, right, of what I was going to do and how I was going to feel and all of this stuff. Gone. It's out the window. So, and it's okay. I mean, and it's not that I'm pro this person or pro that person or whatever, right? That's not, I'm pro Summer regardless. I don't care. Nobody, not one single person, comes in front of that baby to me. I mean, as far as this, of course, my family, you know, anyways, that's not what I mean. Now, in this case, when I'm looking at this case, when I'm looking at the people, like all of the things, like everything, nothing comes before Summer. I am Summer, for Summer only. Everybody else is adults. The other kids that are involved, I can't help them. I can't. So I help Summer.
Absolutely.
So, anyways.
Fizzle said, you absolutely have to think of it front and backwards, side to side, upside down. You have to for Summer, while look in a tunnel and continuously come up with nothing. Absolutely. And a lot of it too, for me, it was to be able to prove or disprove whatever I could prove or disprove. And there's a lot of things that are just word of mouth, things that people said. But like being able to show that there is a certain amount of time that it takes to do the things that were said that were done between 6:09 and running into Candace. I mean, that's that's not just a tiny amount of time. So to say at 6:09 she ran into Candace is not accurate in any way, shape, or form. Or just after 6:09, it's not.
No.
Hey, not. Monica. I'm so happy to see you guys.
I've seen all these like people that I haven't seen in a really long time, and I love you guys all so much. I just want to say that. I was getting too emotional, so I had to come down, come on the high. And yeah, so anyways.
Yeah. But I think it's important that we do because sometimes like I hear things and they feel very conspiratorial to me initially. And my brain wants to be like, no. But I have to stop and go, okay, I'll hear it out.
Right.
Right. And sometimes at the end of it, I'm like, I mean, that's possible. Right. It has to be considered. It is, Allie, it is healthy, I think, to do that. So,
yeah.
Katarina says she has questions about can't ask. She'll be booted. No, I won't boot you as long as you're respectful. I mean, you could ask any question you want, as long as it's respectful. It does bother me for people to imply that I'm like covering for someone else. There was another creator recently that I was in their chat and just said, hey, and got accused of, I guess, trying to get them to not talk about Andy because we've talked to Andy. That's ridiculous. I don't care. When you talk about him, tell the truth. right? So I don't have a problem with the questions at all as long as they're respectful. I promise. Yeah, that's true. It is amazing. Okay, so let me finish up with her because, like I said, this is the last time that I will address her in this way. I'm done. I'm breaking that cycle because initially, I went on Benny's panel with Penny. Bizzle was up there, and we talked about the red truck and her different stories about the red truck, and she had told different stories. And I said, well, she's telling two different stories here. I don't know which one is true, but they're clearly and definitively two different stories. Just like the stories about the shower and the dogs and the last time she saw Summer and all of these things where there's multiple versions of these stories and some of them are completely different. I've just pointed that out on Benny's, and she did an entire live playing half sentences of things that I said, things that Penny said, and saying that we were saying something we weren't, that we were wrong, that we were dumb as rocks. She did that, and I didn't say anything back. And she brought it up again. I didn't say anything. And she brought it up a third time. And I said, okay, well, I'm going to address this on Gavel Geeks. And I did, and I was calm, and I said, those things aren't true. This is what happened. Here it is. This is what she said. This is what actually happened. And it has been going ever since. And I'm just done. I'm so done with it. Like I can't even tell you guys. Like the past 2 months, like not dealing with her has been fantastic. Absolutely fantastic.
Amazing. I've gotten all kinds of shit done, by the way.
Yeah, yeah, and it's not.
Paint my wainscoting. Just saying.
Well, she's stressful, so it's like it bothered me that she was saying things about me that weren't true, and she could do it with such ease. And Deets on the streets can tell you it hits different when it's you she's lying about. Bizzle can tell you that too. Chasing Truth can tell you that. When you hear, you know for a fact, it's not like my friend would never do that. Like if she's talking about Penny, and I'm going, no, Penny wouldn't do that. Penny wouldn't say that. And when it's you, you know what you said. You know what you meant. But there she is, making it sound completely different. It was extremely, it would upset me so much. Like I felt like I needed to correct it. I don't feel like that anymore. I sat for 2 months without correcting any of the bullshit that she said about me or anybody else. But so I'm cleaning out my closet. I cleaned out the closet, and we're like shutting the book on this tonight. Lean on me, I know. She does it to you too. It's absolutely ridiculous. But so we watch her. I've heard people call her a narcissist, and I mean, to be honest, there's a lot of evidence in that direction, right? Like I and my children, which can't help doing, and other multiple things, putting herself in front of Summer, trying to make herself the focus instead of Summer when she's talking about Summer, allegedly. But to sit and watch her play one of her older lives where she's going on some kind of crazy rant, and to sit there and go, uh-huh, at herself. At herself. She's like laughing at her own jokes that aren't even funny. And she's like patting herself on the back for nothing. That is probably the strongest evidence for narcissism I think that I've seen. What do you think, Adrian? As a kid going crazy back there?
Oh, well, Jack's he's still going.
Oh my God.
But there's no school, so everybody's schedule is crazy. and I have to sleep on the couch. And so when my husband left to go back to work, like the boys don't want to sleep upstairs, obviously. So they want to sleep downstairs. So if I'm not on the couch where they're at, they won't lay down. And so it's just really crazy. So, and I'm not trying to be like in and out for everybody coming in. My daughter just had knee surgery last week, and on the 21st, and she's in a cast from hip to toe. So I'm going to be in and out. So for the next 2.5, 3 months.
Oh,
so
no.
But no, right now she can't even move her. I mean, the cast is heavy and she can't even readjust her own leg. So I'm in and out, and I'm, doing all the things as usual. So, but, yeah.
Okay. So I don't know if you guys know this, but she had the wrong person that she thought was Becca for over a year until she showed her face on Andy's, and she still can't quite get it right, which is interesting. So all those videos of her saying that Andy started dating her when she was a minor, she's older than Jody Sue. The car that was tailgating her and blah blah blah, not her. And so that means nobody was tailgating her, or somebody trying to get somewhere and you weren't going fast enough for them. It happens. It happens.
Just that every story has a small bit of truth with a whole lot of blown out of proportion.
Yep. That's what she does.
Embellishments and twists and, yeah. So it's not always exactly a lie, right?
Right. There's some truth, like
but there's
Pap did have a granddaughter that he adored and loved. It just wasn't Loaf.
Yeah, stuff like that.
Things like that. Stealing people's lives.
Yeah.
So the worst part, and we can get off of this topic because I'm ready to. Are you ready to?
I'm ready. I'm ready to be done.
Ready to.
Sign, seal, and deliver it with a special made
boot to the ass
by Mama Sassy.
Oh yes, that's right. So the worst part of this, when she says that YouTubers are trying to kill her family member and all this, that's not true. It's not true at all. As a matter of fact, that family member wouldn't know anything about anybody talking about the truck had it not been for Loaf telling them.
Yeah.
In addition, they weren't saying, people like I don't even remember who all was saying it about the truck that belonged to her mother. They weren't saying her mother did anything. They were saying that Loaf or her son or her daughter, I think they were implying that may have happened.
Right.
I personally don't believe that. That's just my opinion. I don't think that that's the case at all. But nobody did that. Okay. Nobody did what she claims. All of these other things that she blames on YouTubers is sick. It's a fantasy. And she lives in a fantasy. She really does. But she is the one that is terrorizing her family. Not anybody else.
YouTubers.
Yeah, it's not YouTubers.
Chat members.
So the worst part of this, and I don't know how many of you were here for it or remember when Loaf threatened or told her daughter that if her father got custody of her, that she should end her life. We heard that. It wasn't a guess. We heard that from a family member and also have a partial recording of that family member. She knows we won't play that. She knows we won't. Because we're not like her.
Yep.
I think it would be very mean to do that. So if she wants to call us a liar about that, she can go right ahead. Oh yeah, the little girl lost at Buc-ee's. Yeah, not true.
Not true.
I could talk to you about that offline, Penny. Not true at all. I think that's sick. She knows that we won't do that. She uses her children, and I don't care what she says about that. That is what we see. That is what we have seen from her repeatedly.
Mhm.
And just because she got a person on the phone and then called her son and bullied her son with a twist of words. So he says, yes, he said the version of it that she made up. All right, whatever you say. We know the truth. And we heard it. So she can continue to, what is it? Fuck around and find out if she wants to with that. But yeah, we won't play that. She was boxing her daughter, cutting her off from all of her family members.
Yep.
And then telling her shit like that. That's sick. But that is what happens. I don't care who believes it and who doesn't. I know that the right things were done around that.
Mm-hmm.
And that's it.
That's
so I think she said, I'm not a dumb girl about 100 times in one live the other night. I think thou doth protest too much. I really do. Beyond that, Loaf is the monster. Hurt people.
Get
and
help.
I understand that. Get help. And we're done here.
Yeah.
So long in Neverland. You can go live in your fantasies over there on your own.
That's right.
But if you lie about Summer's case, we're going to call you out on it.
Yes, ma'am.
So, do you have the send-off song for her?
Yes. Now, everybody pay attention. It has to be, you have to be watching your screen, okay? And you have to pay attention. And this is in dedication. And this is in dedication to you, Loaf. I wish you would.
So loud, bitch.
So loud.
Hold on, let me get my glasses on so I can see it. What?
Okay, hold on. Every time I try to do something.
Yeah, she gets a farewell song, Jess.
Okay, hold on. Just let me get it. Okay, one second. Give me a second. Because I had it on my phone, and then Jenny, you may have to play it because it's gonna mess up. Can you save it to your computer, or do I need to pull up my? Hold on. Why are you laughing?
Oh, I said fizzle, pull up.
Look.
Okay, let me see if I can get it. You have to talk though while I do it.
Oh, okay. Well, anyways, so this is in dedication to her. Listen, she has said how many times about Jenny tweaking and twerking, right? I give her what she wants. I give you what you want.
Hold on. Almost there.
Almost there. I'm so sorry. Listen, for being a hacker, let me tell you.
We're known criminal hackers.
Known criminal hacker. I can't even run. The shit, man.
Yeah.
But this is probably my best work yet.
I think so.
I mean, I did pretty good. Proud hacker. Proud hacker. Oh yeah. I'm so glad to be back here with you guys, by the way.
Me too.
Much. I love you.
Let me add it.
Well, I added it. It just doesn't work. You have to share your screen so you can. Because
Okay. Oh, it's a wrong kind of file.
Mm-hmm.
I just thought of that.
Oh.
Okay.
Okay. It's good shit. I know. I'm sorry.
Sorry, you guys.
Sorry.
Hold on, damn it.
Yeah, Blaze.
Stop.
Bitch.
Can you hear it?
I thought about wearing khakis. No, I cannot hear it.
Oh, good.
Can't see it either. So there's that.
Right. I was just afraid that,
I thought about wearing khakis, but unfortunately, I'm going to have to buy a pair of khakis because I don't own khakis, but I do have lots of wine. Speaking of wine, Snoop Dogg's wine is the shit. The shizzle, my nizzle, if you will.
It's the shizzle, my nizzle.
So, Cali Gold, holy shit. Holy shit. Yeah, you okay over there?
Oh, damn it. I got to share it as a whole freaking window. We should have planned better. Sorry.
Window, Jay.
I'm so sorry.
Oh, here we go. Okay.
Well, wait, I don't know if I can, you can hear it that way. So give me one more moment. I know you can hear it this way. So.
Yes, Snoop's wine is the shit.
Okay. Ready?
Ready. Let's do this.
Hold on, let me get my glasses on so I can see it. What is that? Oh, it's a bitch. I don't like you, 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 bitch. I don't like you. Hold on, let me get my glasses on so I can see it. What is that? Oh, it's a bitch. I don't like you, 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 bitch. I don't like you.
That is twerking. That is what you call twerking. Oh, God. Oh, God. Is that her reaction to my twerking? Jenny, you're muted.
The speed was too high.
Yeah, I know. You gotta slow
You're like, yeah, I know.
You gotta slow down.
All right, I gotta get it at regular speed.
Hold on, let me get my glasses.
No. Hush.
Oh, that's
It's too fast. You're going too fast. All right, here we go.
Hold on, let me get my glasses on so I can see it. What is that? Oh, it's a bitch. I don't like you, 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 bitch. I don't like you.
Oh my God. Bitch, I don't like you, bitch.
That is twerking.
Oh, my word. Yes, it was. So long, fantasy lady. You can drown yourself in your own little stories. We done. We done, bitch.
If you Blaze, if you'd like to just download the video instead of have to deal with all of our nonsense, you can just go to my TikTok. It's on there.
Oh my God. Why didn't you just tell me that I could have gone to TikTok?
Oh, well, I didn't think about that, I guess. I don't I wanted you to have my twerking video on hand at all times.
So now she could legitimately say one of us was twerking.
I was twerking.
And have a problem with it if she wants. If she chooses. Y'all.
Oh.
I tell you, look.
Baby does got back.
Look, you got some poll money. Thanks, Baton Rouge.
Gift card, right? Lean on me.
Hey, Andy.
Oh.
Oh my goodness. A twack off.
Twack off. Oh, that's good time.
Hey, Deeds. Deeds. Deeds on the street.
Deeds. Where you at?
Hold on.
Oh, it's a good time. So yeah, I mean, I get up to all kinds of shenanigans here while I'm not listening to that.
Oh God.
I'm doing all kinds
can't.
of crazy shit. So.
I cannot with that. I'm seriously so tired of hearing it. Like my husband was like, I'm sick of her in her life. I'm like, okay. Done.
Cash App, bang, bang, gift card, lean on me.
Bang, bang. Oh, lean on me. Thank you. Cash App, bang, bang. Over here, we say gong, gong. Oh.
Whew.
Almost.
There's that. Says he just spanked a bunny. So what's hilarious is, so I put it on my TikTok, right? And my daughter gets a text message. My
Hold on. Thanks to Dutchie. Thanks, Dutchie. I almost forgot my gong. It's been so long since we've been here.
It has been a long time.
Gong, gong, Bridges.
So my daughter gets a text message and she said that her friend says, so I just saw your mom twerking on TikTok. And
so much for khakis and wine.
She was like, oh my God, yeah. And she was like, I'm literally wheezing. And then, so I was like, tell her I said, you're welcome. And she said, tell your mom I said, thank you.
Oh my God. That's freaking awesome.
My children with my twerk skills. Oh, you know what?
Hey, Jennifer wants to follow lap dance. Oh my word. Oh. I'll tell you. Yeah. So anything you got, lady, prove it. Or shut the fuck up.
Shut the fuck up.
Shut the fuck up.
Hey, this was my
oh yeah,
my Christmas present was this. So yeah, shut the fuck up.
Oh my God.
Oh Lord. Okay.
So we heard about a quadruple murder in Idaho. I know you guys probably haven't heard anything about it. Get low, get low. But we've been following it. What's happened? Bleeds better than her. Oh shoot.
Well, I am a licensed professional, actually.
That's true. She is. BS. BBK.
Oh
my goodness.
So now I'm known for my twerking on YouTube.
Hey, Nico. Yeah, Denise, you're right. She said, unfortunately, she's trying to convict Andy B in public opinion, in the court of public opinion. That's true. Hey, Philip, we've been AWOL too. We have been AWOL for a couple of months, actually. So you probably didn't even know. If you've been out and around too. Are you drinking wine right now? Oh. I was like, wait a minute. Are you
but I'm
right
about to get some because I can't. I'm gonna.
Okay, can I go pee real quick? Okay, I'll be right back.
Sure. I mean, I can always show you guys my twerk video again. I mean, no, seriously. So I've been entertaining myself over here. and living a good life and having a blast. But before we get off of the subject really fast, I want to show you guys. I was going to pull it up earlier, but then we got moved to the next topic. So really fast, I took some pictures, but they're not on my computer. So I just want to show you guys real quick what I got to see and experience the moon in Tennessee. So this is one of the pictures here, and it was the most beautiful moon I've ever seen. It was amazing. It was bright like that even through the evening, and then when it got dark, it just like illuminated everything. It was amazing, and it wasn't like that the other nights. Deeds,
hello.
Hey.
I was gonna try to use a British accent since Loaf accused me of being that lady, but I can't even fake an accent. I sound horrible. It would come out Jamaican somehow.
I don't know what you're doing.
Sarah and me would be so disappointed in me if I tried.
Sarami. I know, she's probably sleeping.
Yeah.
I was about to go use the bathroom, and then I saw you pop up, so I wanted to not make you wait back there. So I'll be right back. Continue with the moon because that is gorgeous. It is absolutely gorgeous.
Like there would be no way possible that a picture could even do it justice. Like not even with the best camera in the world. It was to experience it and to see it first, like being there and her swing and the remnants of her and her brothers and stuff. It was amazing. It was anyways, it was amazing. And so I wanted to show those earlier, but we got sidetracked. And so I'm really just thankful that I got to go there. And
I can tell it had a big impact on you guys.
Yeah. I mean, and
that's great.
I mean, you guys know, people that we talk to all the time, you guys know. It was really, really intense and crazy and painful, and I didn't even know how to really explain it, but I'm thankful every day that I had the opportunity to go, because you guys know, I mean, literally the 2 times this year that, well, I can't even say that. Yeah, 2 times. I've been without my children 2 times this year. And one was when I went to Tennessee in June. And the other was when I went to Tennessee this last time. So, I mean, I always have my kids. I'm always momming. And, you know, my husband came home the first times that I could go. And my mom stayed with my kids this time so that I could go. And I'm really appreciative of them to have done that for me to be able to go down there. And selfishly for me, I mean, I don't get to be selfish very often as a mom. So I was able to go down there to, I look at Summer and I just love her. And I mean, we all have our reasons, right? Why we are so, I don't know what the word would be, but anyways, we all have our reasons why we are so invested in this case, right? In Summer's case, in Summer. And I see a little blonde-headed, blue-eyed baby, and she's ornery, and you know, she's all the things that my blonde-haired, blue-eyed babies are. So I think that's what draws me in, and then everything else.
Same.
So. But I just encourage everybody from now on, ask questions. talk. Sit down and talk with people who don't have the same opinion as you. Understand why they have that opinion. Don't just be defensive of why they have that opinion. Don't shut them down. Like, Deets, I mean, we all have different opinions. Don't talk about it like we are just, I mean, we'll be like, well, but then there's this, and then there's this, and then you kind of just bounce things off of each other, and it just doesn't mean that you're changing someone's opinion, but you're thinking of it critically in a different way, right?
Well, and I would also encourage people not to be afraid to change their own opinions, because I know that is scary for people to, I've believed this way for so long, I don't want to change my ideas. Well, just be a little more open-minded and try to look at things objectively.
Yeah.
And it's hard.
It's important because we're not talking about, we're talking about a missing child. We're talking about missing children, missing people, murdered people. You know what I'm saying? Like, in the whole genre of true crime, we're talking about real people, real, I mean, these people deserve to have everybody looking at their cases as, I mean, we're all here for the same reason. We are interested in true crime, right? Because it's fascinating. I mean, whether or not people want to admit it or not, and please don't take this in the wrong way, but people are fascinated by this because our normal, sometimes it's not normal for you to be able to go there, your brain to be able to go there. So we kind of push the limits a little bit, right? And I don't know, I appreciate when I can sit down with someone and have a real conversation about cases, not just Summer's case, but every case where facts are number one, facts, not speculation and rumor, but facts.
Right.
Where the speculation and rumor is considered, but not held to such a degree that, it's right up there with the facts, right? And where you can talk theories, and you can talk about ideas and opinions without being judged. And, when people come at you sideways because you may have an opinion, it sucks. And as creators, we get it all the time. So, and my opinion's different than Jenny's, and different than Dee's, different than Chasing's, different than people in chat, different than people in our little group that we have, that we bounce ideas and theories and discuss off, it just is. I'm a free thinker, as is Jenny and Deets and Chasing and all of these people, right? Skilo. I mean, we're all different. And that's what makes it so great. We're not, and one night we were talking, and somebody said great minds or something like that. And I was like, think differently or something. And it was like, yeah, oh yeah, great minds don't think alike or something like that. And it's true. So I encourage everybody to do that with every single case. Find you a group of people that you can be open with.
Yeah. We've been very lucky to be able to find that.
Yeah. And you can be respectful and have a different opinion.
Yep.
It's very possible.
Well, I like to surround myself with people who have a different opinion.
Right.
Because it's better than being a lemming and just, following the crowd and trying to fit in. It's like you want people to bounce those ideas off of. And when they have a different opinion, like we all do, it amplifies your thoughts,
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it really does. Because I know, when we were talking about the conspiracy stuff, I had to really get into the thinking about it again, because it's why do I feel that way? And I did have sound reasons for why I feel that way for me, But that doesn't mean anybody else has to feel that way.
Right. And what you feel is a sound reason, another person may not feel is there's a sound reason for them to feel that way. That's what we need more of that anyways in this world. Like it's painful, but if you can find a small group of people that you can do that with, I really encourage you to do that. And I'm not talking about getting a Facebook group with 10,000 people. That is
no.
that I run really far away.
That is a cesspool.
Yeah, but find you some friends that you can, sit and talk to that share a different opinion and will talk to you without getting upset, and and just that's what you're supposed to have. And they can be, when you're getting too out of control, they can be like, hey, girlfriend, chill. And it's awesome. So
it is
going into all cases. And from now on, well, it's always kind of been this way, but just a reminder, I guess, that is the way it is. If you're respectful, then you can, hang out. If you're an asshole, you can't sit with us.
Well, that is true.
So you can have your own opinion, but don't be an asshole.
Yeah, or not. At least don't be an asshole to us.
Yeah.
Can I go back on something real quick? And I don't want to derail you guys.
No.
But when Nana said that we should have learned something from Athena's case, I agree wholeheartedly. But I don't think it's on the thing that everybody's making so obvious, which is the driver of the delivery truck. Yes, obviously that is something to take into consideration. But what I am reminded of and what I am brought to is, because I did dig deep in that case, you guys know that, and it was the way they treated the stepmom.
Yeah.
They crucified the stepmom. They crucified her biological father, and they lifted her mother up on a pedestal. And I mean, even myself, I looked at her dad's social media and I was like, oh my gosh, this is bad. And then, come to find out, nothing to do with it. And that was just a smack in the face that, oh my gosh, we need to really be careful with our judgments because we can be so far off base.
Yeah. I mean, and we had well, I'm not going to speak for Jane. I had to stop. I had to, because I was getting so frustrated and mad.
Yeah, we stayed mad
all the time. And I'm not a mad person. I am not an unhappy person. My children are like my whole existence, my whole life. I don't know how anybody could be in a house full of 4 crazy kids and be unhappy all the time. And I was feeling that way, even though I wasn't acting that way with my children. I was feeling that way because her energy just did that to me. And so I had to stop. I was like, I can't do this anymore. And I did. I mean, I did. I was like, bye, I'm painting my house. See ya. Peace. And that was the best thing I could have ever done. Unfortunately, there are people that can't do that with her.
Yeah.
And so I feel I hate it. But I had to learn to stop. I had to say, okay, I need to step back because I'm angry and I don't know why I'm angry. And I need to, she makes me mad. She makes me angry and I'm losing my temper and not, and I'm glad I did. I checked myself and I feel so much better because I did that. And I was able to see through clear lenses when I went down there because I checked myself and pulled back. So.
Yep.
Good. And everybody needs to, I mean, it has happened for as long as I can remember. I remember with Sophie Long, holy crap. You want to talk about an insane, I remember watching, oh my God, I can still hear it in my head, remember watching those videos of that little girl and bawling, like sobbing, like tears, crocodile tears, and just, you know, just, it was horrible. And what I thought, what we were led to believe, and what we all thought was happening was not what was happening. And because I saw that video and heard that little girl cry, I immediately believed that little girl. And I should have. I did what I should have done. Believe that little girl. And everybody did. That mother was crucified.
Yeah, that was a bad case.
And
it was
ended up being all lies.
Yeah.
Mother. And so that, I mean, I've got like cold chills all over my body. So we have to step back and be like, okay, wait, you know, and with Idaho, it's insane.
Yes.
Kylie Rodney was insane. Like, I mean, all of these cases, they get crazy, and you have to step back and you have to say, okay, I need to see this from all sides with clear lenses and try to remove the bias. Is the person that's saying these things, are they biased to one person or another? You know, you have to. And you can't be going on TikTok and saying your tarot card said that somebody, I mean,
no, you really can't.
Holy crap.
Lady, ma'am.
Okay, so I do have to say this because this is hilarious, right? The neighbor gives that as an example, as if YouTube people were in the place of the tarot card reader and she were in the place of the professor. No, it's the opposite. It's absolutely the opposite.
Completely different, ma'am.
I have never accused her of anything like that, ever. I've never lied about her. Nothing. There's nothing that, because she talks about they're going to be getting served papers. Do it.
We've been waiting for a long time.
I would.
I think you'll
love
be
it.
waiting for a while.
You know what? Why don't you go write a book and tell the world about all of us?
Oh, that'd be nice.
Why don't you do that? Because I'm not even going to tell you what we could do, because I want you to do that.
Yeah, it'd be fun.
I want you to.
There's that. Hold on.
Please do.
Well,
I think oh, sorry, go ahead.
I'm just saying, you're so right. It's when creators hate each other and are fighting, it's awful. We try to everybody. Seriously, we have. Everyone.
Yeah.
So.
But sometimes there are things that aren't in your control. Like when we were in Tennessee, we were accused by more than one person of all manner of things that we were just sitting there with our mouths open going, what the fuck are they talking about? What in the fuck?
Yep.
Don't you love it when people tell you about yourself and you didn't even know you were doing that?
I know. Man, I was up to no good. Didn't you know?
Well, it was super weird to a post outing where we were, first of all, and then second, saying that we had done something that we did not do. I still don't understand that to this day. They haven't corrected it, and I still don't understand it. But I guess, I don't know. People they have feelings about things, and they just blast, I guess. But like I've literally never spoken to that person. I have no idea what they were talking about. Bring your trash bag of printed screenshots. I've got I've got a database instead of a trash bag. So
do you keep your database in a trash bag? A glad one?
Nope.
No,
I
that's
don't.
a bummer.
And just in case, just to clear the air on this, the only people who have ever seen my database is me and law enforcement.
Yes.
That's it.
Not
I've
me
shown, I've
either.
shown people spreadsheets that I've pulled from there, data that I've pulled out in a manner that where it could be a report of sorts. I've shown you guys all that stuff, and I think it's pretty fucking cool. But nobody has ever seen that database or had access to it besides myself and law enforcement.
Yeah.
Oh,
I've
and
seen.
nobody busted it.
Yeah. I've
Do
seen
what?
it,
I
but
said
I've
nobody
not.
busted it.
Oh yeah, it's broken. The data bank.
Yeah.
The data banks.
No.
Yeah, because Linda lied. Well, I don't know that Linda lied. I know that we said we can't trust what she said anymore because we caught her lying about other things. So how would that even break a data? Like, I don't even understand what she thinks. Well, she goes about tech and the algorithms, and I'm like, you have no fucking idea what you're talking about, lady.
Well, it just shows you she doesn't understand it. And that was what I was going to say earlier is don't listen to the legal advice that some of these creators, especially her, are saying, because it is way wrong and way off 75% of the time, and that's probably being generous.
Yeah.
It's things that they don't understand and they speak on.
Mocha ate the database. Mocha. But yeah, I mean, I don't understand how somebody can come on alive, right, on YouTube and tell people some of the things
Right.
that she's. I mean, do you not feel like a moron? Like, do you not feel the desire even to check yourself ever?
Check yourself before you wreck yourself.
Yeah, but I was saying before, there is zero self-awareness with her. Like,
I
none.
think some people just believe themselves so much and so deeply that they don't have that self-awareness because they're trusting in their own self
Well,
so much and it's wrong.
I was having difficulty even understanding how 15 people that she, you know, are very careful in her chats not to tell her when things are wrong because they're afraid they'll get booted. Those people, that she could find that many people to believe her, right? And it's not that many, but how does she have that many people believe her?
They can't. I can't believe that they believe this stuff.
You guys reminded me of how many people believe the Earth is flat.
Oh, that's right.
And I thought, oh, there we go. Hey, Mick, bro. Yeah, it is. It's delusional. It is delusional. That's right. Thank you, Audrey. She said narcissistic personalities need no confirmation. They know all the things. And that's true.
Very true.
That is true. She's been lying so long, she doesn't know what the truth is. I totally agree with you. David Koresh.
Oh my gosh, yes, Allie. David Koresh. Holy shit. David Koresh. Yeah.
I mean, you know.
Well, yeah, David Koresh, a little bit of the Mandela effect also is happening in that chat. They're totally remembering things that didn't happen.
Oh my God, I know.
The way that they
That
did.
is insane. And they'll all go, yeah, I know. I remember that. No, you don't, because it didn't happen.
Exactly.
I mean, it literally never happened. Yeah, some of them are playing a game with her, lean on me.
Yeah.
But you know, she's so smart about all that.
She'll just say she baited him.
Yeah.
She said that she had a phone call that she just might play if blah, blah, blah. Blackmail, which is what that is. Blackmail.
Yeah, that's illegal.
That she recorded, because she doesn't normally record calls, which is complete horseshit. She has her kids' recordings, their grandparents.
Yeah.
She's recording calls, all of them. But she said she had a call recorded before the marathon that could burn them all to ash. I'm like, play it.
Yeah.
Play it.
I'd love to hear that.
Before the marathon, you were on a call that could burn them all to ash.
Yeah.
Think about that critical thinking thing that some of us can do for just a second. Because, yeah, exactly, Fizzle, play it.
I'd love to hear it.
Before the marathon started, she knew what it was. She knew it was a scam, which still has not, there's no evidence of that.
Wait. So you're telling me you knew something was a scam and you let it happen anyway?
Oh, participated in it.
And participated in it.
Participated in
Okay.
it, took money from it. While going, oh, no, well, I can't take money. I can't take money. But she was taking it. She agreed to it, but it was for her kids. Her kids, okay, her son's Venmo that she went up on Doug's and threw out and went up on Ziggy's going, if people want to help me here, send it here. And here's this, right? And up on Doug's, that Venmo, the Venmo that was named Burger King, which was what she called Benny at the time. Her son had named his Venmo Burger King. No, sorry.
Things that didn't happen for 1,000, Alex.
Right. It may have been connected to his bank account because your ass can't have one.
Yeah.
But it wasn't his. So anyway. See, she makes me so mad.
Yeah. Right. Girl, bye. That's right.
Well, we hear about that things like when financial people when they were given money, when she was given money for the kids and stuff like that, it didn't usually go to kids. But that is speculation. Not speculation. That is a rumor. It's a rumor.
It's secondhand information.
There you go. Thank you.
Not a fact.
And she is the original tragedy pimp.
Yes.
Because that means that you're benefiting from the tragedy of others. And you are, lady, like more than anybody I've ever seen.
And soft begging is still e-begging and grifting.
Yep.
So.
Yep. She just wanted to get paid and it didn't happen. Yep. And so she, with the masses, when the ass fell out, as a support of the marathon. Yep. Sure enough, because she was there through the end.
And one thing I've always wanted to address, and I haven't, you all remember the sitting there and clicking the camera back and forth and then claiming that someone broke in and stole evidence. And so now they're going to be like, TBI is going to be on that person because you stole evidence that the TBI knew about. Evidence would not be sitting in her camper if it was evidence.
So she also said her camper was broken into and paperwork was stolen. I was like, are you serious right now? Do you not remember that just a few nights ago on your live, you said that someone was coming to pick up that paperwork to make copies of it, and you were none too happy about it. And then the originals ended up getting stolen out of your camper, but you still had the copies.
We remember that.
Nothing was stolen out your camper or that cabin. Nothing was stolen out of that camper, and it's not even your camper.
Nothing was stolen out of her cabin either, so that's fine.
That's true. That's true. Yeah. But it's her grandmother's camper. It's not hers. But that luxury camper there that's bigger than Chris McDonough's. Who cares, lady?
Oh, Lordy.
When she goes to court, Jess said, does she ever leave the camper long enough for a break-in to happen? When she goes to court and Starbucks.
The gas station.
Swimmers.
Not allowed to go to.
Blaming people for going to the same gas station.
What the? That's my gas station.
It's a freaking gas station.
That's my gas station. Bullshit! Bullshit!
No, it's I can't imagine bitching about someone going to the same gas station.
I know.
I can't get over it.
How does that happen?
Yeah.
She imagines it, repeats it
Are
times
there
10,
are
and it
there
becomes
turf
fact.
wars
Yeah.
at these gas stations? Like,
I don't know. When she's
do
talked
you
about the
pee
gas
on a
station before,
tree? What's happening here? I
she
need
said
to
it.
know more details.
She said it's full of tweakers and twackers.
And it's her gas station? Okay, that tells me a lot.
And she said it. I don't know.
Yeah.
Tweakers and twackers. Makes you wonder if I'll got the smokes and take out all her lawyer funds. I don't. Yeah. Did she realize there are 0 police reports of robbery at the camper, which are public record? I know, and it doesn't matter. She doesn't. She thinks that she's. I think previously, and this is complete speculation. I think that the threats of legal action and things like that have worked for her in the past.
Yes.
And she thinks we're all stupid.
Mm-hmm.
Like, you have to have a reason.
Yeah.
For a lawsuit. You can't just sue people. Like, with no proof. I mean, you can, but you're going to get your ass handed to you, and you're going to have liens on whatever you try to buy in the future if you don't own anything.
You also have to have something to sue people with, and I
Mhm.
don't believe that she's in possession of that. So it's a very difficult task to do, and it's a very expensive task.
Yeah, it is a very expensive.
Mhm.
But, you know, but that's what we're saying. Like, hey, you want to sue me? Go right ahead, because I got a lot of stuff I want to say. And if I can ask and counter sue that you never say my name or any of your infantile nicknames that you have for us again.
We have adequate representation on retainer to protect the data banks.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, it's true. Fantasy Island, yeah. She lives on Fantasy Island, or so some of her family reports. It's not just on YouTube. That's in her personal life too. Nut job twacker. A twacker. A twacker. Okay, so do we want to talk about Idaho for a little bit?
Yes, that's what I'm here for.
Idaho. Where do we want to start? Do we want to start at the start and play some of the press conferences real quick, or?
Well, the press conferences were really long.
They were, weren't they? Like half an hour.
Yeah. But hang on, let me look real quick.
Oh no, I'm sorry to put you on the spot.
No, you're fine. I don't know if you wanted to talk about some of the misinformation, because that's a big one, or did you want to do like?
Let's do misinformation, because I figured we could talk about misinformation, but we could also talk about the TikToker, the legal part, which we really pretty much have, right?
Yes.
Because I mean, she is not going to win that. She can be as haughty as she wants to be on her TikToks. She's not going to win that.
Oh man, she is too. She is.
Oh, I know. I saw that, and I was just like, this reminds me of somebody, like, big time. And it's not another, you know who it is. I don't word salad, flip floppy. Yeah, word salad.
But the difference between what that TikToker is doing and what I have seen creators do towards her and her family on YouTube is fact, or stating something as fact versus stating something as speculation. And this TikToker is saying, this professor did this without a shadow of a doubt. Like, and she's doubling, tripling down on it.
Yeah.
What I've seen creators do towards Jody and her family is, I wonder if, or, you know, my theory is this, or I'm speculating this. And there might be someone out there. If there is, point it out to me, because I haven't seen anyone specifically say, I know without a shadow of a doubt they did this. And that is a big difference.
Right, because I saw, Annabella in, it's not Dazed anymore. Dino.
No,
See, Dino.
Dazed.
Dino. That was completely speculation. There's nothing, no law broken there.
Right.
Oh, and Deets, do you want to say to break it to her, or should I, that there's no extra laws for speculating about people in the military?
Oh, yes, there is not. I am a military mother, a proud military mother, and there is absolutely nothing against speaking about people in the military. There is laws if you are in the military and you speak out against the government, other military officials, especially those above you. There are absolutely laws for those. But there's nothing, I mean, I can come on here and I have a kid in the military and I can say whatever I want. There's nothing illegal about that at all.
Right. Yep. So I don't know. Well, there are very
Hate to break
serious,
it to you.
serious, severe penalties for that. What are those?
Yeah.
Show us. Tell us. Maybe we're missing it. Maybe we just don't know.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure we
But
know. There is no law.
I've tried to give her the benefit of the doubt, right? So again, prove it. Prove it. It's just not going to work for us for you to just say things and expect us to just believe it.
No.
If you want people to believe things, you're going to have to prove it.
Have something to back it up with.
Yeah.
That's not too much to ask.
Yep. Not at all. So, yeah, I watched, I think it was Law and Crime, where they were talking about the TikTok chick. And he said the chances that she's going to, that the professor will win that suit are 99.9999999%.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I mean, it is so obnoxious. And like watching that, I'm like, oh my God, that is exactly the same. And it blows my mind that she would compare that person to YouTubers, to other YouTubers and things that they've said. Now, I'm sure there are people who have flat out said that so and so did this and it wasn't true. I'm sure at some point, but not the ones she's talking about and not the ones she keeps accusing of things.
Yeah. That's
So
true.
I think it's gross.
So we could go through misinformation. There is a 20-minute press conference and Q&A that would kind of give you like the full rundown timeline of it if you wanted to do
Which one is that
first.
one?
It's full yeah, let me see if I can.
I've got this
put it
stuff
in
open,
here.
but do you know what the date was or anything? Oh, you've got to. Oh, where did Jeans go? Oh, she knocked herself out. Oops.
I'm sorry, I'm here. I'm just momming right now.
Oh, you're fine. Don't worry about it. You pop in when you can, honey. Hey, Dee. So what's up?
I just totally pulled a loaf and yeeted myself. I was like, oh, I didn't mean to hit the back button. And then I'm like, oh man.
Oopsie.
Yeah, it was on. Did you find it? It's the one that was on. Trying to get the date here for you real quick. November 20th.
Okay. Yeah, 23 minutes.
Yeah. And so this is like the question and answers where
Chief James Fry with the Moscow Police Department.
This is what you want or no?
What's the title of it?
Moscow Police Department 11/20/22 homicide investigation update.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Okay.
The last spelling of my name is F-R-Y. I'd like to introduce
Speed it up a little bit.
Roger Lanier.
I will.
Colonel Kedrick Wells of the Idaho State Police. University of Idaho President Scott Green. Dean of Students for the University of Idaho, Blaine Eccles, and Latah County Prosecutor Bill Thompson. This incident has shaken our community, has continued to shake our community. We continue to mourn for the victims. We will continue to vigorously pursue the investigation and pursue justice in this case. It is a complex and terrible crime, and it will take some time to resolve. Today, we want to clarify what we know and where we're at in this investigation. Our primary goal is public safety and to get a completion of this case and bring someone to justice. We continue to dedicate all the resources to this investigation. We've had 646 tips received, and all will be processed, vetted, investigated, and cleared. We've done over 90 interviews in this case so far, and the Moscow Police Department is utilizing the assistance from the Idaho State Police, the Federal Bureau of Investigation, and the Lake Tahoe County Sheriff's Office. The personnel that has been assigned to this from the Moscow Police Department is 4 detectives, 24 officers, and 5 support staff. Federal Bureau of Investigators, we have 22 investigators in Moscow, 20 additional are assigned and located in the Treasure Valley, Salt Lake City, Utah, and West Virginia. We have 2 behavior analysis individuals from the Federal Bureau of Investigation. With the Idaho State Police, we have 20 investigators, a public information officer, ISP forensic services, and a crime scene team. We have 15 uniformed troopers to assist our community to help provide the additional resources for our patrols. Detectives are looking to develop any content that would help us in this event. Anyone who has observed any notable behavior or has any video surveillance or can provide relevant information about these murders, please call our tip line at 208-883-7180. Or you can email the tip line and that is tipline@ci.moscow.id.us. At this time, I would like to introduce Captain Lanier to give you some additional information.
Good afternoon. My name is Roger Lanier. I'm a captain over the Operations Division for the Moscow Police Department. My last name is spelled Lanier. I just want to first state that this tragic murder has shaken the community. It's been very hard for members of the community, and it's been equally difficult for our officers and for the investigators. We will continue to put all of our resources towards investigating and bringing this to a resolution. Here's what we've determined so far. On the evening of November 12th, Kaylee Gonsalves and Madison Morgan were at a local bar and were later at a food truck in downtown Moscow. They arrived home at approximately 1:45 a.m. on the morning of November 13th. Ethan Chapin and Xana Carnota
So that has been
were at the Sigma
updated.
Chi
They
house
arrived
before
home at
also arriving
1:56.
home at approximately 1:45 a.m. 2 surviving roommates were also out in the community, and they returned home at approximately 1 a.m. and did not wake up until later that morning. On the morning of November 13th, at 11:58 a.m., a 911 call was placed to the Wicom Dispatch Center reporting an unconscious person. The call originated from inside the residence and was made from the phone of one of the surviving roommates. Moscow Police Department officers responded and located 4 victims, 2 on the 2nd floor and 2 on the 3rd floor. The Lake Tahoe County coroner has conducted autopsies, and detectives have been provided with the results of those autopsies. We know that the autopsies confirmed the identity of the 4 victims, determined the cause and manner of death as homicide by stabbing, and determined that it was likely all 4 victims were asleep during the attack. Some of the victims had defensive wounds, and each victim was stabbed multiple times. There was no sign of sexual assault. Investigators have determined 2 areas of interest within the city and have provided maps which are on our Facebook page and on our website. And these are areas that they have canvassed for additional surveillance video and tips and have contacted several residents in the areas. The areas are generally south of Taylor Avenue to Palouse River Drive and west of Highway 95. Detectives have also canvassed several other neighborhoods looking for evidence, looking for additional surveillance video, and contacting residents and speaking to them to see if they may have heard or seen something. I want to address several areas of speculation, conjecture, and misinformation that has circulated on social media platforms and otherwise. We do not believe the following individuals are involved in this crime: the 2 surviving roommates, a male seen at the grub truck food vendor downtown, specifically wearing a white hoodie, a
So
private
that would
party who
be who
provided
people
rides home to
consider to
Kaylee and
be
Madison in the early morning hour of November
Jack
13th.
Showalter. We don't officially know that it's Jack S. is how you'll see him referred to. We don't officially know that it is him, but that is who people assume it to be.
Additionally, the identity of the 911 caller and the 911 call have not been released, so any information out there is speculation about that. Investigators are aware that multiple phone calls from Madison and Kaylee's phone were made to a male subject. Any online reports stating that the victims had been tied and gagged are not accurate. Detectives seized the contents of 3 dumpsters on King Road and searched those dumpsters in an effort to find additional evidence, but nothing of note was discovered. Early in the investigation, local businesses were canvassed in an effort to see if any fixed blade type knives may have recently been purchased. And currently, there are no suspects in custody, and we have not located a weapon. I want to assure you that every investigator involved will continue to put all of their resources and all of our partner agencies' resources into continuing this investigation. We do appreciate the community support. We understand how stressful it is, and we will continue to work through this situation. At this time, I would like to turn them over to Colonel Wills from the Idaho State Police.
Thank you, Captain. My name is Kedrick Wills, K-E-D-R-I-C-K-W-I-L-L-S, and I serve as the Director of the Idaho State Police, and I appreciate your attendance this afternoon as we talk about this horrific crime. The murders of Ethan, Xana, Madison, and Kaylee are a tragic loss to all of us. Nothing we can do will bring back these young lives, but we have an absolute commitment to working together to solve these senseless murders. And the way that we know how to do that is partnerships, and our partnership with the Moscow Police Department, with the Idaho State Police, the Federal Bureau of Investigation, and the University of Idaho to bring this issue to a conclusion and bring this to justice is absolute. We continue with Idaho State Police resources here on the ground in Moscow and throughout Idaho. Whatever the needs are, that's what we want to do. And the chief spoke about the Idaho State Police resources that are here, and he spoke about patrol resources. And we have those uniformed troopers here in Moscow and on the campus of the University of Idaho to help people to feel safe and to provide that security to the people that are here, both in the student body as well as in the community at large. And we will continue to do that as long as is necessary throughout this time. In addition, that's in addition to our forensics team that was here, in addition to our investigative team and all the other state police resources. We know that people want answers. We want answers too. As was already mentioned, this is really, really difficult for those investigators, those dedicated professionals who are investigating this crime. And a lot of people have expressed their desire to help. And the best thing that most people can do to help is to stop with any kind of rumors and just seek official information that comes out of the Moscow Police Department. Anything that we have that we can share from a law enforcement perspective, we will be sharing just as soon as we can, because that's how we think that we can get this to conclusion. Please rely on official sources of information, and please be patient. I understand that everybody wishes that this was solved already, but these things take time. It takes time to work through. You heard the stats of all the tips and everything, the interviews and everything that's been done. This takes time for our investigators to work through. So please be patient as we work through this investigation. We owe this to these young kids, to these young adults. We owe it to them, and we are absolutely dedicated to make sure that happens. Thank you. At this time, I'd like to introduce the University of Idaho President Scott Green.
Scott Green, President, University of Idaho. Last name spelled G-R-E-E-N, like the color. First, we continue to extend our heartfelt condolences to the families and friends of the victims. As stated earlier, we want justice and appreciate the increased resources from the Idaho State Police and FBI that have been brought to bear on this crime. We fully appreciate and share the frustration of our students, employees, parents, and community members who continue to push for answers. While we wait for answers in the investigation, we've ramped up our security safety practices and are listening to students and supporting them in any way possible. The University of Idaho's primary focus now is on supporting our students and working to meet their varied needs. The police continue to inform us that they believe this was a targeted attack, but we recognize this is not good enough for some of our students who will want to complete their semester remotely until the person who committed the crime is in custody. We are also hearing that some students want to be back on campus and in Moscow because they gain comfort from the structure of classes and being with their friends and professors. All reactions and feelings are valid, and we all process these tragedies differently. We're asking instructors to plan for both sets of students as we finish the semester. We will be communicating decisions early this week so that families can discuss and plan their individual response over the Thanksgiving break. We learned a lot during COVID, and we have many course delivery options our faculty can deploy to meet student needs. Student and employee safety remain our priority. We have increased security patrols on campus since we were notified of this off-campus incident. We've also benefited from increased Idaho State Police presence on our campus, which we are grateful for. They have been a very visible force, and they will continue this dedicated presence on our campus into the foreseeable future. Importantly, they have also assigned resources to the community since this crime occurred off campus. In addition to the campus-wide precautions being taken, we offer the following safety and security features in our residence halls. We will continue our Safe Walk, available 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. All residence halls are locked 24 hours a day and only accessible by students that live in the building. All guests must be accompanied by a resident of the building. Each residential community has a dedicated resident assistant staff and a live-in full-time resident director to help ensure a safe environment. Every evening, there are resident assistants that are on duty to perform safety and security rounds in their area, including during fall break. Housing and Resident Life always has at least 2 full-time staff members that are on call to provide support and emergency response 24 hours a day, including over the fall break. And our Learning Center Information Desk Living and Learning Center Information Desk is open 24 hours a day and will be open all of fall break for our students' needs. While we certainly hope there's a swift closure with the arrest of whoever's responsible for this crime, We must also be prepared for all the possibilities, including a lengthy investigation. We must balance safety concerns and the need to grieve along with the long-term needs of our students and our employees. We're making security our top priority. We are also planning for the very real possibility that some students aren't comfortable returning to campus. We will do our best to meet the needs of all students. Our faculty is working hard over the break to consider alternative delivery methods. We will also continue making counseling services available for all our students and employees as we process our grief. The care and concern for our Vandal family is our primary role, and we take that very seriously. We are a Vandal family. Nothing means more to us than family. And I'd also like to just thank all those for the great outpouring of support we've received from the nation. It's been incredible time, and all those who stand in solidarity with us, just know it means a great deal to us. Thank you.
So we're going to open it up at this time to about 8 to 10 questions. We ask that only one question is asked per person, please. And I would also like to just see if there's an Argonaut reporter here. I think it's only fair to give our student reporter the first shot. Speak up if you're in the room if you're from the Argonaut. Are you from the University of Idaho Argonaut? Is anybody from the University of Idaho Argonaut? Okay.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm Ted Williams, Fox News. You all have said that these killings are targeted. Can you share with us why you believe they are targeted killings? And do you know who, if any, of the victims were the actual targets of the killings?
As we stated earlier in the previous press release or press conference, we believe they're targeted because we take a totality of all the circumstances that we're looking at. Do we know any one person that it was targeted? We're not able to say at this point in time due to our investigation, but we still believe that. But we, like I said, we take a totality of everything that we're looking at.
Chief Glenn Mosley, Idaho Public Radio here in Moscow. On the resources, do you have the resources that you need?
We do have the resources. It is an incredible outpouring of what we receive from the Idaho State Police and from the Federal Bureau of Investigations and Lake County. Anything we ask for is given. So at any time, if we need additional, all I have to do is call the colonel, and he will provide that. He's already guaranteed me that, and I know the FBI has said the same thing.
Hi, I'm Emma Everly from the Spokesman Review. I know you said you're not going to release who the 911 caller was, but was the killer the 911 caller?
I will tell you no.
That was such a waste of a question.
So what I'll say to that is
there was a bunch of wasted questions here.
We're not going to divulge who made that call. To be, it's part of our investigation still, and when we get ready to release that, we will.
Hi, Christina Corbin with Fox News. The male subject whom the women called, has he been ruled out as a suspect or person of interest?
Everything that we have taken from those calls, we have followed up on, we've cleared, and we believe that there's no connection there.
Scotty Sports, NBC News. Just following up on the 911 call, you said that you don't believe that's the killer. Can you conclusively rule out the person that called 911 from inside the home as a suspect in this case?
He already answered that.
Yeah, the person that was inside the home that called 911 that was not one of the roommates. Can you conclusively rule that person out as a suspect at this point?
I don't think I said that it wasn't one of the roommates. I said that it was used with the roommate's phone.
Somebody asked if that was the killer.
No, that's correct. So will you clarify that for me? There was other friends that had arrived at the location. Honestly, I'm not quite sure at this time, to be quite honest.
Do you guys have any idea if the killer's still within the community, or are you looking outside the community for the killer in terms of their physical location?
We are looking everywhere that evidence would lead us. I can't say if the person's here. I can't say what community the person's in. We're utilizing every resource we can to make that location of that individual. And part of that is the safety of our community is paramount, and that's why we brought in the resource that we brought in to keep our community as safe as we can. I cannot comment on that. I'm not even aware. We're looking everywhere. I'm going to take 2 more questions.
Do you still believe this attack was done by one perpetrator? And if so, how does one individual kill 4 people at night and not wake up the other 2 roommates?
Our investigation will continue to look at all avenues of that investigation. I cannot disclose any of that information. I don't even know that information at this point in time. That's why we're continuing to investigate.
You don't know how this happened without the other 2 roommates hearing it or waking up?
We do not. One more question.
Hi, Angela Palermo, Idaho Statesman. In the press release yesterday, you confirmed that the victims were found on the 2nd and 3rd floors of the home. Can you say which of the victims were found where?
I'm not going to go ahead and disclose that information. They were found on the second and third floor. That's as far as we're going to go with that part of the investigation too, because all those key pieces do come to play later. So we do thank you. We thank you for meeting with us. We thank you for helping get information out. And I can assure you, we will continue to work hard. We will continue to do everything we can to solve this. So thank you.
So that was over a month ago, but a lot of the information's still the same, except for the amount. There are substantially a lot more detectives on the case from the FBI and from the ISP. And then the amount of tips that they have received are obviously substantially higher.
Yeah. A lot more. Well, do you want to talk about misinformation?
Yes, because that's my favorite thing to talk about.
That's my favorite
There's
thing.
a lot of misinformation around this case, and not just misinformation though, but I think someone said it in chat, the repetitiveness of non-information. Or,
Yeah.
I don't know. Texas Roadhouse comes to mind. It's just
Them
a lot.
rolls.
Them
Them
rolls,
rolls.
I'm telling you, that everything.
Yeah, we sat and watched one creator that was just putting out video after video after video after video, and it was just like, what
Yeah.
is happening? It just doesn't make sense. And
A lot of people are getting hurt on social media because this is serious. There's some serious accusations being thrown around towards a lot of people who are young adults.
Oh yeah.
And it's very damaging.
See, do we have the picture of the club?
Yes, I have that on a video, or I can send you the picture if you want me to. If you just want the picture.
Yeah, if you don't care.
Yep. Let me send it.
So you guys, we've been following, of course, Deets, and because she's done some really, really awesome stuff and a lot of debunking as far as Idaho goes. I think it's awesome. But we've been watching that. We've been watching Gray Hughes. He's done the most spectacular job of doing a 3D model of the house. Without that, even when he first started doing it, that helped us understand where things were in the house and how everything worked. I highly recommend that you check that out if you haven't already. That we watched Grizzly True Crime has been doing a fantastic job, as well as Icked Mel. So we've been watching each of those things when stuff comes out. And when people were on, when they were there in Idaho, we watched those, but to get a feel for the area, the geography. I know there was a big deal about a car. There's a big deal about a white car on day 2. I think it was the next day. A white car that was driving in the background. It went one way and then it came back out. There was a big deal about that. That's a road, and people live back there. So I don't see that as a really big deal. But if any of you guys could tell what type of vehicle it was or anything like that, totally open to hearing about that, because I was just like, it's a white car on a road. I don't know what that would mean. I don't know where Adrian is, and I guess he went to
I'm
look at
here.
a.
I'm just Ava.
Oh, gotcha. Okay.
I had to send it to you in Messenger because I clicked the thing through Discord on my phone. So,
Okay.
yeah. Yeah, the white car has been. I read just the other day.
You're like
they
real
have re-
staticky.
Oh.
Is that me or you? Eh. Deeds.
That's probably from clicking off to get that picture. Is that better?
Oh, yeah, much better.
I read just yesterday they have received 22,000 tips on the car alone. Now, I'm sure a lot of those are repeats, but 22,000 tips. They have to sift through all of that. It's insane.
That's crazy. Oh.
Another thing that is confusing for most people in this case is there are so many J names. There's Jake, Jack. There was a neighbor, Jeremy. There's just a lot of J names.
Yeah. Okay. Here's the picture. Okay, so I mean, we're pretty sure this is the bar owner, right? Not
Yeah.
the police. Okay.
I agree with Chasing on that one. I know a lot of people, or some people, speculate that it is the chief of police, but the chief, I don't know where it was, said he wasn't even in town that night. I'll have to find that as an actual source of information, but that is something I read. But I think it does. Chasing has it on her community tab if anybody wants to go check that out, where she compares it to the bar owner. And I agree. It looks more like the bar owner than the chief to me.
Yeah, I think so too.
Mhm.
Okay, so the other figure over there that that people have been talking about, right?
Yeah. Well, in the corner there's Adam, and that's the Adam that Keely and Maddie are talking about when they walk back from the bar to the grub truck.
Okay.
In
Do we know
this,
that's him?
yes,
Okay.
that has came out. And then so we know this is Hoodie Guy, but we don't officially know who Hoodie Guy is. Everyone guesses that it's Jack S, and it very well could be, but we don't have any official confirmation on that, and I don't believe we will get that. He himself has not came out and said, "Yeah, that's me." So, but I assume it's him as well. But we don't know that as a fact.
Right.
But we do know it's the Hoodie Guy that walked him to the grub truck and was at the grub truck with him. And then the individual circled is up for huge debate. A lot of people think it looks just like Jack D, which is Kaylee's ex, and she just broke up with him 3 weeks ago, or 3 weeks before her murder, and it does bear a resemblance to him, but I don't know. I also feel it looks older than him, but a lot of people do think that it is him. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. His face looks a little too wide
Mm-hmm.
to me, but it's really difficult to tell.
Yeah.
Let me see if I can pull it off and get it bigger.
Ooh, Duchess said 90 white Elantras registered to park on campus. That is a lot.
$90. Okay. And so the big deal about this is what people didn't previously know, that he was at the bar? I mean,
Correct.
that's it? Because it
Yeah.
doesn't change anything, right?
In my opinion, it doesn't, because even if it is Jack D, he has been, quote unquote, cleared by law enforcement. So they've had this footage, I'm guessing, since, very early on. I'm sure if they, you know, went through his alibi with him and cleared him as early as they did, then they were aware of where he was, if it is him.
That's crazy. I mean, I can see why people would think. Oh, and lean on me. Hello. Annabella, Blaze Confused, Duchess, everybody. I didn't say anybody's name. See, I'm totally out of practice. I didn't say anything. Or I'm just like, hey, y'all.
Say all the names. I never do. I'm like, hi, everybody.
I was so like nervous. Like I had to sit back there while we were jamming. I was like, oh, Chasey should totally be here for this. Because it was Eminem, DMX, and Kendrick Lamar. Like, oh yeah, I'm getting pumped up.
Oh, see, 1 minute I'm listening to that, and the next minute I'm Meemaw drinking Sanka and eating fish sandwiches. All right, Jenny. Sure. I stayed up in Tennessee. I did a good job. I was
You
up
did?
really
Oh my
late.
God, she really was. She
I
was up
did.
quite late. Because I mean, we just had too much to talk about. There was
true.
just too much to say.
That is so true.
But yeah,
But
so
scream unfounded.
Unfounded.
I mean,
We concur with law enforcement.
yeah, that it was very, very, very eye opening to do all the things that we ended up doing. It was extremely interesting to be able to do all of those things. It was wild. What a
It
weekend!
was. Yeah, it was. The so. Actually, the actual terrain there, like looking at a map or driving down the road or watching a video of going down the road, is not the same.
No way. No way in the world.
It's just not. And it's beautiful. It's absolutely beautiful there.
It
But
really
what
is.
was your now I can't think of words. Like I couldn't wait to like kind of get up here and talk about now. The words aren't you know what I mean? Like
Yeah.
It's hard to say.
It's overwhelming. There's so much we've learned since June of 2021 when Summer went missing that our brains are overloaded with data and rumors and facts and, trying to put all of that together into, 36 hours or something is like, where do you even begin? Thank God Jenny's so organized and Adrian. She was leading us in the pack there.
I have the video out, like videos of people's people telling their stories, right? And I'm like, okay, so then this, and then this, and then we do this. Wait, that doesn't even make any fucking sense whatsoever.
Right. And I mean, I just thought it was a great idea, even though, I came at the very last moment, but still, I thought it was a really good idea because we talk about it so much, but how can you talk about something you didn't experience, right? So we'll never experience that day, but recreating it as closely to the stories and timelines that have been given, it gives you more insight for sure.
Yeah, it really does. It helped us when we came back because that database that was destroyed by someone having a statement that we didn't believe.
Lord, please.
Which makes absolutely zero sense whatsoever. That defunct database that I have is full of information. So coming
To say the
back,
least.
yeah, coming back from that trip and going through some of that was like, I think every night for like the past 2 months maybe not every night, most nights, days, whatever, because I mean, we were going all day, every day, most of the night
Mhm.
until people just fell asleep, um, going through a lot of this stuff. And every day, I really do think it was every day, but maybe not because we kind of slowed down at Christmas, like on Christmas Day. I mean, not night, Christmas Day.
Yeah,
Um,
there's so much. I mean,
yeah,
it's just
and we were
so much.
running nonstop, running
Yeah.
nonstop, running nonstop. Um, it to go back after being there and go back through this stuff again.
Yeah,
It was every day we were like, "Holy, wait, what?"
because it's so different from the vigil, so we're there for the vigil. That's a whole different thing
Oh, can I say something?
than doing
Since
all
you
of
just
that. Sure, yeah.
since you just said that,
Yeah.
Summer's Day in no way ever has been or ever was called a vigil.
Mhm.
It was not a vigil.
Mhm.
What
Summer's
Robin
Day.
did
Go
was
ahead, Adrian.
what Robin did was different.
Yeah.
Yes,
Robin had a vigil. We did not.
right.
And it wasn't a party.
No, it wasn't a party.
It was educational awareness,
Yeah,
really, and it was
Honor
amazing.
child, not a
it-
party. Honor.
the information that was provided to families and children in that area in the community that Summer lived in,
Mhm.
right? The information that was provided to them came directly from the TBI.
Yeah. And I
Directly.
think a lot of people miss that point of what you guys were doing. It
Oh,
really was educational. There were educational handouts. There was so much information there.
right.
I mean, for anybody to say that that was a party
Mhm.
or,
Well,
anything sad or anything celebratory, both are lies because it was neither of those two things.
right. And I think we're somehow not allowed to laugh or smile or dance or anything if it has something to do with Summer, according to some people. I disagree completely.
That's crazy.
Disagree completely.
I can tell you when I looked at Summer Swing and I couldn't put my hands on it. I felt like that would just be disrespectful for whatever weird reason in my own mind. I
Right.
smiled and I also teared up. So she brings both emotions, right?
Yeah.
This brings both emotions to people. You
Yeah.
want to cry, but then you think about her, you don't know her. You only know the photos and the little videos that we've seen, and you want to smile because she
Yeah.
was this little bright little firefly, and you want to smile too.
Yeah.
I don't know. She brings out a lot of different things in people, I guess.
It does. And I think that it's disrespectful to Summer
Mm.
for people to try to tell other people how they need to speak or act or anything around discussion of Summer or a celebration of Summer's life.
Yeah.
It's not anybody's place to do that.
Yeah.
So I have no problem with people at a vigil praying. That's not my choice. But I
Right.
have no problem with that. Why do you have a problem with us trying to raise awareness in the community? Something, well, not tangible for Summer, because tangible means to put your hands on. Words mean things.
They do.
We've done lots of tangible things. Tangible. Where we actually got dirty. We actually did things. We actually physically did things to help a missing child.
Yeah.
Chasing held on to her coffee for dear life.
I did it. While carrying a machete, honey, through the woods, 8 miles. Boo boo.
Like this.
Don't play with me. Yeah.
She held her coffee like this the whole time.
I held it in my left hand and I was cutting down
Must be
shrubberies with a machete in my right hand. Now what? See?
Oh, Country Butterfly, thank you so much. She said, hugs, missed y'all so much, even though I don't chat much. It's okay if you don't chat. We miss you guys so much. Like, I can't tell you how many times we almost came live. I also, unfortunately, can't tell you how many times I heard something that a neighbor said and wanted to go live.
Mm-hmm.
But that's not happening anymore.
No.
It's not. We haven't had anything to do with that person for 2 months because she's irrelevant.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean that when I say she is irrelevant.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, think about it. We were there. Who thought about her? Literally nobody.
Nope.
No.
And so that people can feel like whoever they want to feel like did whatever, is responsible for Summer going missing or any of that. I personally don't feel that she knows anything or is responsible, but I completely understand anybody else who does think that.
Mm-hmm.
I think that there is a desperate need for attention there, good or bad. So some stories got made up and embellished, and now they're too deep in it that they can't get out.
Mm-hmm.
That's my opinion of what's going on. Adrian?
And I have a different opinion, and that's okay. Jenny and I are two separate people who share different beliefs, different opinions,
Different mothers.
Thoughts. Yeah, different everything. I mean, she has blue hair.
And you have blonde.
Yeah, I mean, we're different people.
Chasing, what color is yours right now?
All the colors, honey.
All the colors.
And I have literally no opinion on that lady. I think she talks to hear herself speak. So there's that.
Yeah.
And
So,
that's part of the problem.
Yeah, everybody's got different opinions about everything. That's fine. That's great. I love different opinions.
Yeah.
Oh, Tennessee Southern Hell gifted 5 memberships.
Oh,
I missed. I'm so sorry, Tater.
You're so sweet, Tater.
That is so sweet. Ren
Tater
got a membership.
And see Coraline in the background.
Yeah. Tell Tater Tot. Coraline's back there. Yeah, Deets, Rennie, Jennifer. It was a Birdie and Amanda Page all got gifted memberships.
Yay.
Thank you, Tater.
Thank you, Tater.
I appreciate that. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. I just noticed. I was like, wait, what is that? It's a little present with a 5 next to it.
No, I mean it is what it is. We can't. We can't at this point. There's nothing that's going to stop her.
Right.
And that's fine.
Yeah. I've never tried to stop her.
No. I mean,
I want to be clear about that. I don't care what she does. What I care about is June 15th and Summer. I don't care about her and Andy.
Yeah.
I don't care about her illness. I don't care about her pretend kidnapping. I don't care about any of that.
Right. I meant stop her from lying.
Yeah. Well, nobody's ever going to do that. She's been doing that her entire life.
Yeah.
So.
And that's just the way.
That.
It's just not going to stop. It's not going to stop. The lies, the lives that are forever long, where she's bashing every creator that she hates, where she's throwing things at people that they didn't do. It'll never stop. That'll never stop.
I think she hates all the creators.
She does, because they're all. Never mind.
I tried with her. I tried to go in there and say, I don't really know what the hell you're talking about. Here to explain.
Yeah.
And I was called every name in the book and kicked out. So that was fun.
Well, you
But
asked for proof
I
of the
did.
accusations that she was making against you. And I
Yeah.
say the same thing. If you have any proof at all that I have ever said to cut the electricity to your house, that I have ever called anybody about you to swat you or whatever else, show it.
Prove it.
And I say that because I know you don't have it.
Right.
Yeah.
If you have a proof of us interfering in court cases, show it.
Yeah.
Show it. And I don't mean a backwards, blurry phone stuck up there that nobody can read. But then you turn around and say, I've shown it before. I've shown the proof before.
Yeah,
Nobody can
that's what
even
I was
read it.
told, that she showed it and that I'm lazy and need to go find it. And I'm like, ma'am, you're literally making accusations against me and I'm here. Can you just show me? What are we talking about?
Yep.
What's really happening? So I think it's turned from her coming in to initially be a source of information for the Summer Wells case, which was extremely valuable, I felt like, to being, she absolutely was part of the fundraiser and turned, or whatever happened, strange, I don't know, turned on that, but then decided it wasn't just that fundraiser, it was all of the things. Every move, every word, every creator is harming the case in some way. We're trying to harass, torment, violate, upset, go real life, do the things to her that I would never.
Right.
You know, I don't have any malice towards this one. I don't even think about her. So, and the last thing you'd want is to hurt. I mean, who's trying to hurt somebody? This is a missing child's case.
Right.
Period. Nobody wants to hurt this lady, but the way that she's venomous with her words towards people, it's going to bring attention, whether, she likes that or not. People are going to hear some of the words she says and they're going to defend themselves because it's constant, maybe not towards me. I've heard it's constant towards me that my name's mentioned a lot, but who the hell has time to watch a 5-hour live girl by? So I don't know. I just wish she would stop because it's all being done in Summerwell's name. She's the neighbor. Nobody's here for the neighbor. But because she's so close to the case, people are listening because she's the neighbor. The neighbor of what? The neighbor of Summer Wells. So if you're listening to her, you're only listening to see if you can garner something about Summer. If this lady just popped up with a channel out of nowhere, it would be a whole different crowd of people listening to her ranting, So you are affecting, whether you think you are or not, the case because you're nonstop talking. And there are people whose mind work like databases who are like, wait, but she didn't say that 4 months ago. But that's now changed and it confuses people. So I don't know what her deal is, but in any case, I didn't go, with you guys to go harass this lady or do anything crazy. And everybody was extremely respectful to the properties. And we used what we knew of the case to see if we could decipher anything at all. And that was it. Nobody even thought about her at all.
No,
at all.
She's an Afro. Jenny, you're muted, by the way.
Yeah, people left their families and went walking in one day, 8 miles through wilderness and all the things. We care about Summer too. We didn't know her, but we do care,
The really sick part of what that neighbor does is that she ties her own multiple victimhoods in with Summer. She tried to make a peeping Tom happen at the time where her daughter was the same age as Summer. She sets the stage for her fake kidnapping at the same age as Summer. You know what I mean? She tries to make herself part of that. And it's really sick. It's really very sick. As if she enjoys being a victim. She collects victimhood.
Very strange. That's very strange to me.
It is.
And membership. Thank you, Diana. And you have as well, and new members.
So I was going to say, Lily, welcome. Skeeter, yes. Thank you, Mr. Gavel, for the spiffy sign.
Yes.
Thank you so much. He's awesome. Let me see, where else? I'm sorry, because I was talking. Tis McGee, welcome. Welcome, jerk. Oh, that's so awesome. Where are the...
So Diana gifted 10 memberships, and
Diana,
Cotton Candy, Millie, Murica, Tragedy Pimps Exposed, CP Cosplay, with you fell down. Okay, hold on. With Boots Blazed and Confused, Aussie Helen, Constance Sue.
Yay!
Yay! Thank you for being a member now.
Welcome, all you guys. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Thank you, Annabella, honey. Yes, I totally agree with the unfounded. Totally agree. And she could pretend that the word unfounded means something different than what it means. But it doesn't, because again, words mean things.
Absolutely. And let's not call it unfounded. Okay. Let's say that he misspoke. Let's say he used the wrong word. Whatever. Let's say she's correct. There was a test done. Numerous.
Yep.
It's unfounded.
Yep.
And that's period, sis. That's
Period.
period.
You're totally right. That's why we're doing this right now, because there has been so many accusations that she's accused us of committing crimes that I have not committed any crimes at all, ever, around Summer's case, especially. I do not have a record. She's, her and her people have said lots of things that are not true.
on a list, or did they mention it on like a live?
No, they told me directly that they already, and I knew that the Burger King guy was one. He had said publicly on a video somebody had sent me. He wanted to know who I was, and from what I told you,
Why would he want to know who you are? That's strange.
what boys it was, but I can't. It's
I don't think
dangerous.
there's anything wrong with you going to TBI, though. I would probably say it would be the best bet. You know,
Yeah.
going to TBI over a small town sheriff is probably best when you're, you know, dealing
Yeah.
with something like this. That's who they're rooting everything to now. Anyways, it's all going to TBI, from what I understand.
Yeah, I didn't, and I requested that they keep me private and not share that information. However, my information, I think, was leaked. I told you about that.
Yeah, right. Mm-hmm. Well, I think that's why you're up here with just your screen name. So there should be nothing that comes from this. Nobody knows your name, not that I'm aware of here. So I'll know exactly who did it.
But I'm not scared. I don't have a criminal thing. I have a speeding ticket from a really long time ago. And then I got a parking ticket one time. But I have law enforcement in my family and the business that I do. I know a lot of really good people that would protect me, lawyers and stuff like that. So I feel protected.
I think you've been really respectful, and you haven't been, you know, I don't think you've overdone it at all. I think you've made things very short and to the point and easy for people to understand. And I think it's important that you did this for sure, of course, on your own time for Summer's sake, because we still have no idea where she is. And the fact of the matter is, I could sit here all day long and say, I think Candace and Grandis are guilty, but it doesn't mean that they are, you know?
Right. Right. I mean, I do the same. I think we all have. Really,
I'll go back and forth. And everybody in the chat who has stories, I told Tennessee Truth to go back through later on and read, because like I said, there really is so much in the chat for you to read. I would encourage you to, like, later before you go to bed, maybe just to see all of the positivity towards you, because there's so much love for you and you'll continue to get love. You've always been very well adored here. So
I know, in other channels, I'm known as Tiffany's Mod. So,
oops, sorry. I know.
It's fine. It's okay. I'll wear my.
Well, no, it's funny though, because even when you and I have, you know, had very different ideas throughout all of this, but I mean, you're more than my mod, I would say.
Yeah,
you and I
mean,
didn't even have the same theory at all.
Right. I know you're the only person that, you know, that I can talk to, that we can agree to disagree and still get along and still love each other respectively. You know, like, because I'm open minded. It's just about being more open minded. Don't have tunnel vision. You know, like
I try not to have tunnel vision. It's hard sometimes, but
I believe that by now they know. I do. In my opinion, the way that I feel that and I fear that they're responsible. I don't know. I
well,
can't.
you really never know. I mean, eventually, and maybe even this still being out there might make people a little bit more aware, open up their eyes a little bit, you know.
Yeah,
I'm not
because I
always
don't think if they could get away with it. Like everybody said, how can they get away with it? Like, but if they have all these other people involved, and it's clear that Candace was scared to say anything.
yeah, Candace I'll always be bothered by that. That was very
Yeah,
telling.
me too.
When they
Me
said
too.
cornbread mafia, I'm like, what the hell is cornbread mafia? I had to like go, you know, everybody was Googling cornbread mafia, right?
Well, I
But
knew what they were like. I was like, because I immediately like knew, you know, it was, you know, I don't know what they call themselves, but the KKK is real here. Jody, see that video? That is real. It's real in the whole areas. Like they really do, but now they don't do anything to children. I've cleaned for, you know, but like, yeah, they, that, those videos, before, that's what made me really be like, oh my God, because like I said, she's associated, well, she's not related, but she was associated to, she's associated to 2 or 3 of the RSOs that's local there.
Jody
So,
Suez.
yeah, and or a criminal. I mean, more, probably more than that if you count the criminals that she is alleged to hang around. I don't know her. Like, I just know what, like the small town gossip and the beauty salons and stuff like that. The girl talks.
Yeah,
But
gossip around
I've heard
town.
a lot of past things that she's done in the past that, and at, I remember her when we were 5, but that was just a short memory and we just rode the school bus together. So I don't know her. I moved away when I was 6.
Yeah, you were young when you moved away, so a lot of people might not even remember you. And if they do remember you, they might not even know who you are because there's so many, right?
Well, and me being related to them on both sides gonna kind of throw them off too. But I was told before I did this with you that my name was already on their list, whatever that means. So
whose list did they say that your name was on?
they said what boys it was, but I can't
Okay.
say.
Mm-hmm.
I let the TBI know. I'd let them know that my name was supposed to be on the list and stuff.
So somebody told you that your name was put on a list, or did they mention it on like a live?
No, they told me directly that they already, and I knew that Burger King guy was one. He had said publicly on a video somebody had sent me. He wanted to know who I was, and from what I told you.
Why would he want to know who you are? That's strange. Okay. Well, I'll keep my eye out. What kind of list? Northern Light. She was told that her name was put on a list before she did this, I guess.
I was told that my name was put on a list and they would not come for me. They would come for the people that I love just to hurt me even more and then torture me. I mean, I was told that would happen and that my name was on the list along with theirs because, yeah, because we're speaking like out. And that was, I mean, that scared me. So I called you right away and was like, which I called TBI and everything.
So did you report it to TBI about the list? Okay, so I know I'm remembering
Yes.
what came from. I don't know how much. I don't know if I would put much stock into that person. I think they were trying to maybe
Yeah.
make you feel threatened, or maybe in some way. Never mind.
Well, anybody that has like tried to come out, like I've noticed, I don't know, it just seems like anybody that's wanting to find Summer's getting attacked. You know, like there's this one person that thinks he's in charge of everything that,
Okay.
you know, and everybody is getting threatened, and it's like I don't know how they're finding out addresses and doing things. I mean, I'm sure it's easier than I think. I'm older and I'm not tech savvy.
I'm not really tech savvy either. Don't worry. People think I am, but I'm not. I don't see Kelly Marie in my chat, Mona Lisa. What does Kelly need? I just tried to go back and find her, but I couldn't see her. Unless I just happened to skip over it. That is sad and scary. Yeah, Salty. And I think that maybe that probably pushed her to speak out even more so, because you're being threatened not to speak, and it's almost like a shove to speak, because then you really know, something isn't right.
Well, it's like I told you, my name's already on a list, so I'm just not, I mean, I'm not, it's like I told you too, I'm not accusing my offender because he could be innocent. You know, I suspect everyone. Literally, I'm so suspicious of every character and some. I mean, I wrote down a list the other day of suspects and it filled the whole page. I had like 30 people, and I'm sure I could go on and on and on. You know, so it's just nobody has looked around. Like, I think that it's more than just on and Candace and Grandis. I think there's more involved. If they sold her, if that theory is the way that it goes, then there's more involved, and there's more higher up involved, which means nobody's going to be talking. Like, you know.
Well, I guess it depends on who you are. Like, I never thought that you would ask to speak. You really don't know. Sometimes you think that people will, keep quiet, and they don't. Sometimes you think people will speak out, and they never do. And I mean, the chances are pretty good. I would say the chances are probably pretty high with, if you know of 8 people that have been through what you have, chances are there will be someone else to come forward, and it'll probably be someone you least expect, not the person that,
I pray they do. I do. Because, I mean, I can't go back and press charges, or I would. I would love to have justice. But most of all, I would love for the laws to change and tighten down and stuff. But there are other women that share the same experience with the same monster, and I pray that they come forward, because, I mean, they have even more, like, they were older, so, they have, I think, me being younger and being able to overcome and heal from it, it was easier. But the other women were like at least 21 and up. So they really, like, it's harder, I think, when we get older for something like that to recover from. I think when we're kids, we can heal faster or something.
You think so?
Well, I put it away, and I felt like that I'd overcome from it until Summer went missing, and it opened it all back up.
It comes right back.
Yes, just like it. I mean, it was like I said, it stopped me dead in my tracks. It's changed my whole life. Summer has brought and bringing so much light to all this evil and darkness that has been lurking and like just in that area that needs to be taken care of. Like, they need to be locked up. They need to be put to sleep. I don't want to go too crazy about. I think that sex offenders should get a different type of punishment, especially if it's a child.
TT, you're full of shit. Tiffany, before I walked away, you asked me a question. It's disgusting. These people pull at our heartstrings. They come out here, they tell us stories. Their stories don't match. They 100% fucking totally change. She didn't want this video out. Tiffany, thank you for unprivating this for me. TT, you're full of shit, dude. Way full of shit. All of this, your whole stories have changed. Your attacks, the list of people, the people threatening you. Who the fuck is the Burger King guy? Andy worked at Burger King. That's where he was having secret meetings, right? I don't fucking know. Hi, Batgirl. Something's not right here. There's something fucking wrong with you. That's my opinion. I want to know what part you play in Summer, if any. TT, grab a link, dude, because this is your whole stories. This is not even the same as my messages, what you said on my panel. None of it. Not the same. You're a fucking liar. Why? Did you forget what you said or something to Tiffany?
I absolutely agree with you. I would absolutely torture sex offenders. There's no doubt about it. I don't know why any of them are roaming around. I really don't. I think they should all have signs in their houses. I think it should be on their license plate. I think everywhere they go, everybody should know that they're a sex offender. That's the way I feel about it. They should have to have a sign on their back or on their forehead, alerting everybody around them. Because they're sick, they're sick of it. You don't even know that these people are around you until you go look yourself, right? So you could get an alert through phone or email telling you that a new sex offender has moved into your neighborhood or within so many miles, right? But when you're out at the grocery store, when you're grabbing a burger, whatever, you have no clue who's standing next to you. And you have to really go look yourself. If you go pull up, and I don't know if maybe one of my mods could grab it, there's an app where you can actually check around you to see.
Oh, yeah.
But yeah, especially in these rural areas, a lot of people on the day-to-day are so busy, they're not looking to see who lives around them. They're just, going about their day-to-day, sending the kids out to play, doing whatever. And next thing you know, there's, you know, a child missing.
Yes. And you know,
And
like they wouldn't have even been charged had not somebody brave enough came forward and told, because I was a child, but those other ladies that I told you, they were older and they never pressed charges. So there was one that came forth and and turned him in, or he wouldn't have ever been registered.
there you go. See? And there's flaws in every system.
Yeah, I mean, he didn't serve too much time at all. It was like a slap on the wrist. And it's like, it's not right because, I mean, they're on that registry, but it's like you said, I mean, you can go to church and be sitting beside of, or,
Exactly.
you know, somewhere you think is safe.
Thank you, Lippy. Lippy just dropped, you guys, Lippy just dropped in the chat where you can go check in your local area to find out about sex offenders in your local area, people that live close to you. If you click on that link and put your zip code in, you can find all of the sickos that live in your general vicinity. Really important people do that. And check it every couple months. You know what I mean? Check it once a month or
Yeah. It's
I'm trying to go through here and see if there's any questions. Does anybody have any questions for her before? I don't want to keep her too long because it's already 8 o'clock and this is heavy stuff. So if anybody has questions for Tennessee Truth, ask them now. I might have missed a couple in the beginning. I think I actually did. And if I did, I apologize, but I don't want to interrupt her. So if you want, you're more than welcome, you know, to ask her if she feels she wants to answer. Ask her whatever questions you want to before we wrap up the live stream. But Tennessee Truth, is there anything that you haven't talked about that you want to talk about? Because I know that like we might talk about something different that you might not want to talk about on here, and I can't say what those things are, the things that stand out to you that are important to say on live. And if you do forget anything, you can come back up here anytime you want. You know that. So
thank you.
You're
I know that I've not been on YouTube that long, like I said, and I didn't know that this world even existed.
okay. You've been around since summer went missing, so it doesn't even matter how long you've been.
A lot of
on.
people have took me the wrong way in the beginning, especially because I defended Dawn and Candace and had a lot of sympathy in the beginning. I didn't realize that they had lived here. Well, and then just, you know, getting to know and learning more and more and then watching more and more that was occurring, it changed my mind. I can't help it. I mean, it's right there in front of you. It's like if it's a video or a recording, you know, it's proof, like it's there. So you can't deny it. And I hope that Summer is found soon and that my fears are not right. I pray every day that my theory is wrong and that I'm wrong and that she's, you know, found alive. I don't want to lose hope on that. And a lot of people have seen or said a bunch of mean things, just like you had brought forth not too long ago about the comments that you say. Even though somebody's a suspect, it doesn't mean that you yell that your baby's dead to them.
Absolutely. Hmm.
You
Yeah,
know,
that bothered me so much. It's more about Summer and respecting Summer at the end of the day. And some people just don't have that wherewithal about them, that they don't even realize that they are wrong for saying it. They say these horrible things, right? Like, I could sit here for 8 months and do these live streams and we can joke about whatever and rag on somebody, but I could never myself personally scream that at somebody. There's a difference. I guess it's all about boundaries. If you have boundaries, if you do or you don't, I don't know. I think it's clear to see who does and who doesn't. But
yeah,
no, I personally, I'm not a fan of Candace, but I would never stand in front of her car and scream that at her. Hell no. Wouldn't do that to
no,
anybody. So, and I do think about that kind of stuff. What if we're wrong? People think that you don't think about those types of things. I do. I think about
do
that
too.
a lot, actually.
I do
Hey,
too.
Peter.
I want to be wrong, and I don't want to be wrong about them. I want to be wrong about what I think my theory is. I want my theory to be wrong.
So all right, I'm trying to think. I don't want to give, maybe I should just shut up because I don't want to give too much away, especially at the end of my life, because I was going to say something, but I don't know if I really should. I'm trying to respect your privacy. I don't usually plan lives, and I knew that this one was going to happen, so I'm a little out of my element. I'm more like drop it in my lap type of person, so I get anxious. Justice for
Go
self.
ahead.
She's like, I'm nervous. I was like, I get nervous too, though.
I'm not nervous now. I'm
I'm
better.
so glad.
I'm not
glad
looking at anything. I'm just talking to you. You told me to just act like we're
Good.
talking on the phone.
Yeah, that's what I said before. I'm like, just talk like we're talking on the phone. No difference, really, except you have an audience. But you did it.
Yay. And I
You
hope,
got
like I
through it and you
said,
made
more
it.
comes out, more locals with the truth. That somebody could be holding just that little bit of knowledge of anything. I mean, there's no way that that baby girl left out of there and nobody saw anything. There's no way.
No one. No one.
I mean,
But that
thank
leads me
you.
back to, did she ever go home? Do you know what I mean? Like, so,
Yeah.
and it brings me back to, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Was she ever even there? Did she ever even make it home that day? Who knows what happened? But that's why I say it's all relevant. So you coming up here to tell this could open other doors. And really, I do want to thank you, Tennessee Truth, for coming up here and being so brave and being open to talking about this. Like I said, I didn't think that you were going to, but thank you very much for.
I wasn't, but I really appreciate you. And I know you and my husband talked me into it, like as far as saying.
I was like, go ask your husband what talk to him, see what he says, and then let me know.
Yeah, I was just really, I knew I've already got threats and whatnot, and I'm just like, okay, I don't believe if they knew me, like I am not saying anything bad, don't think,
Yes.
but I may be taken the wrong way, who knows? But I was scared, and I didn't want to distract anything from Summer's case. I never have. And I knew that I had to be careful, and I can't say names and whatnot because, it could hinder Summer's investigation.
Right.
So, but I hope that more local people come and speak up, and tell more. There's all kinds, and maybe somebody, you know, can put it together. I'm
hope so.
hoping that she's found.
Now
I'm so
it's gonna put this
surprised. And getting it off of my chest and letting it out and letting everybody know my, you know, in chat, I've been accused of being everybody but who I am. So, like all the characters, all the suspects. I've even been accused of being 423 Chase because of the 423.
Oh my
And
God.
I want to take that off. I did at first whenever, you know, but I was like, no, I'm not letting him steal that from me.
No,
No.
that's
No.
your
Yeah.
screen.
So I'm not going to do that. But yeah, I want Summer to be found just like everybody. I want it to be about Summer and everybody's getting lost in the drama. You know, there was a lot got stirred up with that bunch that just came through. And I'm pretty sure they're coming back. So it's just
I don't know if
exhausting.
they are or not.
I don't want people to stop talking about Summer, but there's nothing new coming out or anything. So, you know,
I
unless
think
it's
that
with
if the community isn't careful, people are stop talking about Summer because it has turned into such a circus that the people who are really, you know, the people who are really in it with all their heart, you can tell who all those people are. But they're even getting like a little standoffish at this point. I know I am. I have pulled back a little bit. It's bad.
Yeah.
It's gotten pretty bad.
It
And I mean, it's
has.
so easy to fall into the drama of it if you're not careful. And I don't think that as a creator, I could keep my mouth shut with some of the things that I'd rather go and talk shit in my Discord. I'm being honest, because it's not going to do
Yeah.
anything, create more issues out in the open, you know?
Right.
But stuff like this, I'll always come live for, you know, if it's important and anybody ever needs to talk, or if anybody ever needs a platform, you can always email me or get in touch with me. And Tennessee Truth, you're always welcome to come back anytime you want. I just ask that the people that listen to this are respectful of the fact that if you think you might know who her abuser is, and I'm really thankful to my chat, I didn't see his name in here once, and I appreciate that because it's respectful to Tennessee Truth. Just be careful with, you know, how you discuss this all, because I would like this to be like easy for her to come out and talk about without having to deal with any kind of repercussions or anything like that.
Well, you told me to expect hate, so I've prepared myself. So
yeah,
I'll
well, I
try to
don't
be
want
tough.
to give you, you know, I have to tell you to expect it because it's the reality of it, and I'm not gonna ever put you in the position to come up here and tell, oh, it's gonna be fine, because I don't know what doors may open or what might come about from you talking about it. That's the truth, you know? So yeah, of course, I guess expect hate. Isn't that sad? But I expect hate every time I go live. So that's why I have to be honest with you.
Okay, you are, and I love you to death, and I'll be here. Yeah, so I
Well,
mean,
you're
you've
very
helped me a lot. The talks, the encouragement, your words. I wouldn't have been able to come up without you and my husband's support.
I'm glad that you have him. That's important. You know, like you don't want to put people out there and know that when they're get off the live, they don't have anybody to talk to about, you know, how they might be feeling or whatever. That was, I think, it was like one of the first things I asked you, really. Because I do worry about that kind of stuff, and I don't want to put you in a bad position. And you might want to talk about it, right? But And then I have to look at it from the standpoint of how is this going to affect you? But ultimately you make your own decisions, you know what I mean? And like I said, either way, I was going to support you.
Thank you for that.
And everybody here has been really supportive. I don't think there's been like a couple trolls, that's about it. And they weren't even talking about you, just like random stuff. So you did really good. I'm so proud of you.
Well, thanks. Yeah, I calmed down, thank God.
I'm glad. I don't want you to be nervous.
Yeah.
You
And
did it for
you
summer. Most
handled,
of all.
I love the way you handle yourself. Like everybody knows not to mess with you. You know, I love it.
I don't think so at all. I don't think that's true. People
You're my
mess with me all
hero.
the time. I get messed with all the time. It's just a part of being on YouTube. Hope she gets some help if she feels she has a lot of support, Jennifer. She really does. Okay, Shanna. Everybody's proud of you, yeah. And we all care about you.
Thank you. Thank you.
And you got through it without, crying or anything crazy, It was a nice
Yeah, I didn't want to get too emotional. And, I can say that what happened to me was horrific. It wasn't normal. It was very mean. Like, not grooming. It was an attack. It was like, it was very, very bad. And the other women that I've spoken with, it was a nightmare. I mean, they have told me that he had equipment and everything. That's just sick. Like, that's how sick. It's, I try not to have bitterness and unforgiveness. I do. But when I think about that, it makes me hate the ways, I don't know. I struggle with it. I really feel like that people like that need to be put away and never let loose, ever. And there's a
So
lot of secrets coming out. Like, a lot of things has been exposed in Summer's case. A lot of sketchy people.
So when you say that you've heard that he had equipment, like, do you feel comfortable saying what he had or what was the list? No. Okay.
He had like things that, like things that had your hands and would bind you down. And like, he would use things, objects. And it wasn't just your I don't know how to say, typical attack, I guess.
Okay.
He would he got pleasure out of your pain. Like, inflicting the pain.
She was 6 when this supposedly happened to her. I can see her being very upset about it, but she's acting like she was an adult woman when this happened. She wouldn't know. Man, her whole story has changed, guys. It's not the same. It was 4 boys in the woods. Frank Light was one. There was 3 others. She found her naked baby pictures on a Johnson City police desk. The man that took pictures of her looked like Tim Mullins. TT, why are you lying so early in? You searched for Summer the night she went missing. What is going on here? Please clarify. My head is spinning. I'm glad I took that, 3-hour nap? I'm so happy I took it. This ain't right, TT. You're lying. Why did your stories change so dramatically?
Yeah, Lee Marie, I would imagine something like that. Yeah. So it's really very dark. This is really serious, you guys. I mean, you don't have to. You don't have to.
I knew him when he was a kid. Now he's a grown man. He's like an old man now.
Right.
But he was only 6 years older than you at the beginning of this story. Now he's an old man. You was a kid. It doesn't make sense, TT. I don't want to say that this didn't happen to you because I believed you. You were extremely convincing to me. This is breaking my heart to listen to this, to hear that you changed your stories about many things. I don't think she's talking about Frank. I think she's talking about Tim, in my opinion. Because this doesn't make sense. The age difference doesn't even make sense between the two of them. It couldn't have been Frank. The ages don't match. She's in her 30s. He's in her 50s. He's in his 50s.
And this person is literally like less than 10 minutes from the Wells house. So really you do have to take this into consideration. You're speaking about some really serious.
Nana, I believe she's a victim. I'm not saying she's not. I just don't think she's speaking of Frank. It couldn't be. Just for the age difference alone. I just don't understand why Squall came out and said, you stole my story. Either way, neither story is the same. And I'm not trying to say, no, these things didn't happen to these women, okay? If they did, I'm sorry. I'm not trying to take anybody's voice away. But when the stories don't match and they're fighting over it and they're coming out here like they made a mistake and somebody told the wrong story, that's what I'm thinking. Because the stories weren't the same. What do you mean? You stole my story. That's right, Golden. Neither story is Summer's story. And they're both here playing fuck shit in Summer's game. And Summer's crime, not game. They're playing games. and Summer's disappearance. You think backwoods, that's a possibility. But what would be her motive? I didn't even think about that, the age difference at the beginning of this. And she didn't mention him by name. I don't think she was talking about him. So I don't understand why Squall said, "You stole my story," and there was a big fight. And somehow Annie got thrown into that, and it turned into pictures, and that's me on the horse. No, it ain't. That's me. Nuh-uh, that's me. Clearly, it's TT. You could tell. They look 100% different. Why would Annie say that's me? I hope it's nothing nefarious, but Nana, did you see the beginning of this, the thing she was saying about Dawn and Candace? That's how she gets with me and every other creator. She can't stand them. They're so evil. They did this to Summer. She just knows it. And then she goes to their face and it's like she's their best friend. That's bothering me. At the time she went to that thing with Rap and Jankies, she was in my inbox not long before that telling me how she didn't trust them and couldn't stand them. And then, oops, Jankies actually accidentally puts her picture out. I heard she got mad about that. There's a reason for that.
Various stuff. It's very sadistic. And I don't want her to be up here crying here. I'm going to mute her. I'll unmute her in a second. I don't want her to.
If there's any live you listen to, Nana, listen to this one. Listen to how horribly she talks about Dawn and Candace. I've been live for almost 23 hours, and yes, but I did sleep. I took like a 4-hour nap. The live was still turned off for like 20 minutes, Tiffany said. Yeah. That's true. Towards the end of the 90s, he was 21. She said she grew up with him and his sisters. I'll play it again. This is just astonishing to me. The dramatic changes. Even the people threatening her changed. For me, it was 2 or 3 of her cousins going to her aunt's all the time and harassing her aunt. They were trying to kill her, but then they weren't trying to kill her. They were just knocking on the door. The one worked with Dawn. She didn't say he worked with Dawn. She didn't know. Everything about her story changed. Everything. The threats, who was threatening her. And the thing is that I really, Nana does have a good heart, I think. She's in it for Summer. I've been watching her. Jankies is another one. And I feel like TT's taking advantage of all of them. And it's making me feel bad for Candace, because to hear the way this woman talks about Candace and Dawn, and then she's smiling in their face. Like, it's not. I don't understand it. I just don't. understand any of it. Her family was getting death threats. It just changes dramatically. TT, why? You know, I believed you. That's why my channel went down. I didn't believe Squall. Your story sounded so much more, but it's not even the same story. Was Squall supposed to say something that you said? You stole her story? That's what this feels like to me. I don't even think the ages don't add up. He's 54. She's 39 now, I think. She said he was 6 years older than her. They couldn't possibly be talking about the same person. Something's wrong here. What is it?
Get upset. She is a survivor. You okay, Tennessee Truth?
Yeah, I'm okay.
All right.
But
you don't have to.
That's true, Glenview. That's true. But here's the thing. His niece is also running around all over at the time on Facebook fighting with Squall and his ex, saying that Annie set him up. As you see, lots of games get played down on Ben Hill. I'm not saying Frank's innocent. I think it's gross what he did. However, his setup could lead to a setup for Summer. He just got out of jail. Were they mad he was out of jail? Like, you really had to pay attention to Facebook groups back then. His niece was going off. Who was his niece? I can't remember. If you're his niece and you want to speak, come out and defend him. What do you mean? What is the news story, Glenn? No. She shared her story on Squall's and on Tiffany Marie's. Then she came to me. It's all in my messages. All of it is different, extremely different. Yeah, I see the same shit. Guys, these people were all friends with Dawn and Candace on here fighting. Yeah, I see it. I see it big. I'm not saying Dawn and Candace are innocent by any means. What I'm saying is I think they had a group of people they were working with at the behest of Tim. Okay? And I think all these people know Tim. That's just my opinion. You guys ain't getting it. You're not understanding. You're not seeing what I'm seeing. Why are these people placed around them and Tim's around and he's always involved? You're not getting it. Am Robin. Yes. That's what I'm trying to tell you. All these people connect back to the beginning of this. That jackhammer got me worried. I'm not going to fucking lie to you. Jackhammer and Chase, you could see their friends. TT's running through the woods with them. On here, changing stories. Dawn and Candace called the police on her for praying in the woods with jackhammer. Mm-hmm. She admitted to being there with him. Jackhammer's the first on Dawn's property to camera everything. No, I get it. It triggers me too. That's why I don't like what they did to Jody Sue. Nana, but somebody's victimhood story should never change, right? Like I could tell you the day I was assaulted, just like it happened yesterday. I remember every moment of it. There's nothing since I was a teenager that changed in my story. It didn't go from one guy to four guys. Yeah, but Glenview, you don't understand. Her story to me was she was in the woods and four boys assaulted her, and Frank Light was one of them. That's not what she said here. And her and TT never had the same story. I mean, her and Squall. They never had the same story for somebody to steal. It was something scripted, and TT said something that Squall was supposed to say, in my opinion. Nana, I get that, but it went from being outdoors to indoors. Are you getting it? She was assaulted and had to go to the hospital. From an indoor standpoint. Yeah, no, she says her aunt and somebody else raised her because her parents both passed away. Which that doesn't make sense neither. I gotta go back and listen to that. Because how is your father 30 years older than your mother? Your mother passes away. He sweeps her off. She's never been back to Lake Holler, but knows for a fact, or never been back to Beach Creek, but knows for a fact everybody down there knows everybody. How many times did she say that? And she only moved over the county line. I know you do, Nana. And I try to too. But there's just something not right with this, in my opinion. And maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. You guys don't seem to be seeing it. So I'm telling you, I've had many private conversations with this girl. And it's so different. So different. And it doesn't make sense to me. And then Linda's suing me. She has Linda reaching out to me for my chicken video. Telling me Linda's at a daycare center on Summer's first date with Squall at the daycare center with her. She didn't go to the thing because they did something in the daycare center. Yes. Yes, Backwoods. It was. Who did that? Whose live was that? I'm trying to good memory. Yes, it was her. And then she came and told me that two of her cousins were harassing her aunt, but they weren't really harassing her. They were just knocking on her door every day. They didn't send her no real threats, but they were threatening her. And that they were parked in motorcycles and stuff at the bottom of her driveway. I'd like to know who did that panel. I can't remember. It was TT's channel. I bet you it's gone. She won't put it back up. Will you, TT? True, only time will tell. The whole age difference between her and Frank Light doesn't make sense. It can't be the same person. He's like 20 years older than her. He couldn't have been 12 when she was 6. Well, the problem with that, Roxanne, is this is about Summer. Why do these people play these games in her case? Do one of them have her? Have you ever thought of that? It is about Summer. And it doesn't always have to be about Summer. It's also about crimes that surrounded Summer. Crimes that stemmed from Summer's case, that confused it, like billboards and marathons. I don't think it was money. She has money. She has a very beautiful family. My heart broke for her when I talked to her. I'm shocked seeing this, just listening to this, just as shocked as I am when that picture of her, Dawn, and Candace came out when she told me she was nowhere around them and couldn't stand them. Let's hope not. This was January 30th, 2022. And then I caught her trolling me. I've been doing nothing but sticking up for her. She's coming in my chat, telling me, oh, yay, I'm so happy you're getting my story out. You're doing it correctly. Then out of nowhere, she's trolling me. When I catch her trolling me, she gets on my panel and starts cussing me out, then goes to my inbox, cusses me out, and it doesn't make sense. I was saying the same shit I said with her on my panel once before. Did I say the wrong date? Yeah, January 30th, 2022. Well, why is she making up all these stories, Nana? Why is she going to YouTube and telling people she can't stand Dawn and Candace and she knows they did something, and then smiling in their face? You're gone. I'm not dealing with that. Right. Same thing. You heard her talk about, oh, Jody Sue's crazy and this, that, and the other. That's exactly right, Golden. Why is one different than the other? Well, she's welcome to come over here and grab a link and explain this. Yeah, except for all these people had cops on that called on them for doing QAnon type shit, right? Oh my god. And Chase is involved in them. all the people, the bigger people behind the scenes, not really known to YouTube, playing games and the money with the marathon and the billboards, and that's the distraction. That's what caused the distraction. Not the creators out here talking about it. It's the locals that came out and played these games, told stories. I'm not saying her story's not true. I just don't know which story to believe. Well, she was writing me, telling me she couldn't stand them. Around the same time, she was smiling in their face at that event with Rap and Jankies. So I could tell you that her feelings showed different. And then I heard she was very upset, I don't know if it's true, at Jankies for putting that photo out. Somebody told me that. Because she didn't want nobody to know who she was. Even though she had a channel. Yeah, I believe she was. I believe there's a reason she's doing this. I'm not saying, and that's the thing. That's why my channel got attacked. Because I believed her and not the other one. I remember hearing her on Tiffany, but I don't remember the context of it. But I remember it being like, oh my God, this poor girl. And then she came out. I told her, I said, I can't remember the story. What was it again? And she told me it. And it was so different from what she told Tiffany. Yeah. And then they come out here. And then she's telling people she's Scott H's cousin. That came out in one of my recent lives. My days are coming together. Since I've been covering the squall stuff the last few days. Go back and listen to it all. It's more than just this. Oh. Yeah, well, he also raided the Capitol building on January 6th and says the N-word, and I don't see him the way you do. That's what other creators were saying. She said that she's Scott H's cousin. She thinks she may be related to him. Just like she thinks she may be related to Annie, but she doesn't know she's light. 3-way calls with the PIs. With Squall. On the phone. They're PIs, dude. Why would he have Squall on the phone? But not only that, they accidentally called her instead of Chicken on a Stick. These people know each other. I don't know. I guess you had to be on the other end talking to them. I can't prove any of it, but what she said, putting the things and how the stories changed and the things she said about Candace. I have text messages from her. You can go read them. I don't know. Something doesn't, I'm not saying her story's false. I'm saying something doesn't feel right with her. Very off.
Continue talking about that. I don't want to make you upset. I'm not trying to bring up horrible
it's not good.
Yeah, her husband's there with her judging.
Yeah. My adult daughter's here with me
All right, good, good.
too. My kids are grown and they know all about it. They know how I cry for Summer every day.
Big hugs, KB says. We're here for you. And it is a big step. She's never spoke about this before publicly, and it's a huge deal for, and if you need to call me later, you totally can. I'm here for you. And I know that there's a lot of people in the chat that are saying, like, you're free to email them if you ever need to talk. And I really think you're going to get a lot. Of love in the comments, and make sure you check the comment section and stuff too, because and the chat, I'm serious, there's so many loving comments for you.
Thank you.
Thank you guys for being so good to her.
Hold on.
I know women is
I was saying Glenview or someone asked me where's it the TT said that. When this is over, what I'm going to do is I have messages between me and TT, 4 or 5 videos of them, like a couple hours worth. I'm just going to put them on. It's music playing in the background. Y'all can come back and pause and read them because I didn't record them exactly where everybody can read them. It was just for my reference to grab screenshots from after she started her shit with me. I went back and hurried up and just recorded it. So it's not perfect, but I'm just going to put them on after this so you guys can see.
make sure what'd you say, hon?
I just want us to find this baby girl. I just I wanted to get that off of my chest, and you and my husband told me that could help me to feel better about everything. But I just want Summer back. I want her home. I want her not there. I want her found. I want her alive. I want her to be somewhere, to be taken care of and have a happy life, and us see updates on her through the years of how beautiful of a woman she becomes and whatever. I just don't want to think about what could possibly be, but I have and I do every day. And it's tormenting to fear that, what if this happened? What if, and trying to figure it out and just staying up to date. I really backed away from a lot of channels, and I don't listen to the negativity. That's helped a lot.
Good. I'm glad. Yeah, I don't listen to a lot of it either. I try to be really selective with what I listen to nowadays. There's so much to listen to, it can make your head spin. So you're gonna have to be selective,
Yeah.
Woman is Steel says, I'm so angry about this. He doesn't deserve to be walking the earth. I pray they have just hidden Summer and she's being taken care of. Yeah, I've always hoped and prayed that Summer is being taken care of. Probably isn't what's going on, but
yeah,
it is really angering to know that people commit these criminal acts and they just walk and breathe among us. Like, regular everyday people. And I mean,
Yeah.
it lasts forever. It's the worst part about it. It never goes away. But you're so brave.
I just want to help Summer in any way I can.
I think it's helpful. I think all of the things that people do when they want to help Summer, they do, right? This is your way of trying to help her, and you're.
I actually found the originals. There's no music in them, so I don't know. I'll just put them on and let them play. This is insanity to me.
You're not the only one who's spoken out in this way to help Summer. And I think that those who put, their safety on the line, their heart on the line, and all of their hurts and all their scars open wide up, right?
Yeah, it does.
It's not for nothing. No matter what, even if it doesn't help Summer, you tried. And we thank you very much.
Thank you for having me, and thank you for helping me through it. Thank you for all your respect.
Always.
And I'm gonna jump down, but I'll listen to you if you're gonna stay.
You can call me if you like. I don't mind if you record. There's her giving me permission to record and put all this out. Just so you know. I did some research yesterday with the name you gave me. If you talk to Juanita, be careful. I think it was this group that tired her around when she was here. Mike Brooks, Lindsay Lawson, Dusty, Raven, and Patty. I made acquaintance connections to the name you gave me for Squall. I also got some Tim connections. I'm taking a break. I'm scared. I just realized yesterday I gave her husband's name while she was on the phone call listening to me turn the names in. I'm in serious trouble. That explains everything. Then she goes on to tell me she didn't turn nothing in. Keep paying attention. Keep in mind this is June of 2023 when I speak to her. My phone is blew up. Squall won't stop. She's texting all kinds of people. She made troll accounts pretending to me, something even on Facebook groups. This is insane. False accusations and lies. Turning to others against me. She is. I'm talking to someone this evening. I'm still in shock. I thought she was Marlena's sister. If she is Jean Crawford, because remember at the time I was saying she was Becca. Are you for sure she's Becca Crawford? Her husband is Gene Crawford. Robert Crawford. His dad was Gene Crawford. I'm not worried about what I send if you guys want to. Oh, look, I was asking her about Green Eyes. Yeah, I haven't been suspicious of him. She sends me this from Squall's wall. Sounds like we need to talk. Unblock me on Messenger. You can record all you want. I was sent photos, just not the one. It came from FL's Facebook page. I'll clear up whatever I'm able to. I have no idea what people has said or not said also. That paperwork and wanting to talk to you also. I was leery about you too, so let's stop. This is not helping anything. Just stop. So Annie's saying, TT stole a photo from Frank's Facebook. It's clear it's her, though. That's my opinion. TT told everyone I sent her that photo to intimidate her. It has been said you have claimed it was sent to you. Yeah, you. Said on Shay's video too. The pics were sent to by who asking you questions. You said it was your niece. TT said it was her. No one cleared that up, and I'm still getting attacked for those lies. You said you wanted to give me in person a police report that you could not mail. What about all the other papers? You watched my live and knew I had pics of the police report that came off Facebook. This is her talking to Squall. This is Frank Late's sister. You guys don't understand. There was other people involved with the TT and Squall shit. No, I didn't record her. I took notes and I saved the messages after she trolled me. I made a promise to her that I wouldn't record her. I told her I'm not like the other creators. I don't want to record you. What did I miss in chat? Yes, she did say she was in with Linda. Oh, Running Bear, you're back. I thought you had jury duty. Did you get out of it? Okay, let's go back to the messages. Hold on, I need a drink. Annie, I've already sent you the photo that you could show it to her if you wanted to, and then it wasn't TT. This is getting way out of hand, Squall. It needs to just stop. None of this BS is helping Summer at all. But it is TT. We looked at it. Unless those aren't even the photos, because they were sending everybody different photos. emails between her and Scott I didn't even realize were there. Let's read them. From Scott H. I have betrayed your trust in me. Luckily, I am a nobody, but he knows nothing about me. We had just chatted back and forth a couple of times. Let me make sure I'm not muted. Okay. By email and chats about my alcoholic mother and his sober life. He had recently had you on his live, so I knew he knew you. I went to him to help you. He should not have said anything in addition to, I will see if I can help, by telling me anything about you. He could have put your life in jeopardy with information that could identify you or the others. Just my opinion, no. Or the others? Identify you? Subject, read Watch Who Axel Young Is. Prayer Garden of America on YouTube. To Maggie May. Yeah, she seems pretty tore up. Who's Maggie May? Texting her right now. She had texted me through the night, and I just woke up and responded to her. Oh my God, Scott, this man may be the one who abused Tennessee Truth. And he has been, Maggie May and Scott. How did TT get these? And he has been on PG for the last month flirting with women. She's got to be in a very bad place right now. Can you please be sure she's okay since you talked to her? This is Maggie May, by the way. SA, I am 100% protective of her, of other survivors. This is why I have such a heart for Jody Sue. Thank you so much, Scott, for all you do for victims. Please, if you can look into this guy, you don't have to tell me a single thing. You will find out. But my gut is telling me he is not a good guy. Also, I have to stop Googling the Light family because I came across Tony Lee Light, who was in prison for life for killing his infant daughter in a drug-induced rage. My heart is breaking over the depths of the holler. Maggie May. Please keep Tennessee Truth safe. Bye. Come on. Me either. Hey, Scott, March 9th, 2022. So, Tiffany, this is right after you talked to her. She came on your panel January 30th. A little more than a month later, this is what she's telling this Maggie May. Hey, Scott, sorry to bother you again, but just hoping you can just tell that TT is okay. I don't need to know details, but I know she was very triggered and I hope she's coping regardless. TT's essay is linked to this guy. It's absolutely not for me to know unless she comes fully forward. Well, she didn't tell me they were talking all like that neither. Oh, really? So you're telling me that there's the psychic connection? Thanks, innocent. Here, I'll just leave it there a minute. You guys can read it. No, can you see that? Let me know if you could see that. And she sent them to me. Only time. Who said that? TT had these emails and she sent them to me. These are messages. You prefer for me to read it. Oh, this is hours of this. Okay. He doxed himself that night. He does not exist on Google, but he does have a profile and videos on YouTube. I found, and you notice she's not giving me the whole messages neither. I found some very weird stuff connected with him. Deep rabbit hole for sure. If he really is Timothy Axel Young, there's a woman who died named Donna Marie Young, who died under very suspicious circumstances in 2017, investigated by HCSO. I do not know if he and she are related. However, even though there were a lot of chat comments deleted, there were quite a few saying that is not his real name. Some were saying he is a Light. Frank Light came up, but I am unsure based on his mugshot compared to Axel's profile. Tony Light came up also. There is an Anthony S. Light that fits his age range in Kingsport, but he used to live on Light Road in Rogersville. Someone had said he is very familiar with Beach Creek. Could Tony Light be who has been involved? And to me, very creepy on PG's panel and chat. I have felt there is something very off about this guy from the beginning. I'm no investigator, so I hope you don't mind that I am throwing this your way. I did give his name to Jenny also, but I did not tell her you and I communicated about DT. Hope you're doing well. She sent me this, but I think, yeah, and then she sends me this. And it's the same thing, I think. Hold on. Oh no, that was my. There, she's telling me about. Here, she's talking about Tim. I am going to mute. You guys can read this. She says BK came after her. I don't remember BK coming after her. She's showing me the pajama set that she's saying Nesbit found. She was really pushing the Nesbit shit to me. She was sending me information about Chris Marcos, Candace's cousin. Then she trolled Candace because Candace went live. No, Jason Arnold was found in pieces. It was Earl Taylor that was found in the creek the day after. In a different county though. And we found out yesterday the Arnolds are actually family to Fred and Andy, not just friends. They're related. Maggie May sent him to her. I remember her telling me that. You see that? She was going through Candace's TikToks and sending all the information from the TikToks, pictures and everything to this Nesbit guy. Something I didn't notice before. Look at this. November 6, 2022 at 11:38 a.m. Squall forwarded an image. Group audio call. Squall joined the call. You joined the call. Chris and Trudy joined the call. Candace has the outfit and sent the picture of it to me. Thank God, now I can go beat his ass. I have to put a PayPal up for Bill. Thank God, now you are exactly dirty bastards doing some very crooked stuff. And that doesn't look like TT messaging her neither, come to think of it. Go ahead, bitch. Hold on. She says that's her, but that's not her profile unless it's her profile on the thing. Chris and Trudy replied to Squall. I'm going to zoom this in. This is where she starts telling me about her family. You guys can read it. I got to run to the bathroom. She's telling me who Linda babysits for. That's her family that she's scared of. And other ones. Just read. I remember Linda putting a folder on Facebook we shared that had receipts of Chasing paying the Wills money. I wish I'd got a copy of that. Penny and Linda. No, she put it in an album on the page. She let me be an administrator. But when I caught her BS, she deleted me from it. I'm trying to get my pictures off my phone. I'm having issues. Laugh out loud, 1,600 pictures. Okay, I tried to heart your comment. It gives me this. So yes, TT was involved with the Penny and Linda stuff, receiving messages and emails. She's telling me them pimping griffs are Linda, but then Linda tries to send me TT's IP address not too long ago, right? The same them pimping griffs? Yeah. Linda lived with TT after her son's death. Mm-hmm. Linda has the database. I agree she shouldn't have got involved to the level she did. Scott and Penny would send her and another lady out on the ground to do things, following the Wills to airport, going through trash and dumpsters next to job sites. Dawn was working. It just goes on and on and on. It's crazy. Mm. Linda has the database, you know. Linda told me one time that by the time this was over, we was all going to be in court. I can remember telling her there's no way I'm going to be in court, not understanding then what I know now. I can't help but feel sorry for her, though, because she's such a follower and more easily manipulated than I am, which says a lot. I agree, knowing what we know now, even after talking to my own children that she cared for years. If I had to do it all over again, there's no way I would have ever left my children there. Yes, she did and is still going. The thing with her is you never know who said she's on what side she's on. She goes with the flow. She's a follower. She's not a leader, and she won't stand alone. There's a word for this, but someone that goes to the doctor just to get attention from a doctor. Someone that craves a connection, attention. I can't think of what that. Hold on. It's on. It's. I told you I recorded this all kind of fucked up. Ooh. Oh, shit. She's done me wrong years ago with my children's father, and I should have never trusted her again. I agree with you. She does need to be held accountable. I got to get out of my feels with all of this. It makes everything harder to decipher in Summer's case. Batter up, swing. You got this, girl. I want to go in so bad and defend you, but I'm afraid that'll just give them more to come at you for. I feel so bad. Squall treated killer looks mean just because I'm a follower member of his. Are you guys getting it yet? Are you laying what I'm putting down? Do you guys understand why I think the way I do? Thank you so much for believing me and helping get to the truth. I will lay down my life to find Summer. I think he probably works for Squall's husband too. Holy mother of pearl. I need help picking my mouth up off the floor. I can't wait to show my husband. Oh my God. There's a Read a Local on YouTube that follows Scott H. too. The name of the roads are named after families that live on them. Ducktown Road runs into Basket Road. Listen, these messages are out there. This is boring. I'm not going to go through this. You guys are going to have to go read them for yourself. I think I've showed enough. When you start hearing Linda and Penny in the same sentence, and marathon and money and reward and discords and messages being sent, there's a problem. That tells you that TT was in the background playing with them. Nana, you don't think it's funny that she was playing with Linda like that and getting emails and Penny's emails and I don't know. Listen, guys, it's been another 10 hours. I made it 22 hours. I'm exhausted. I want to go get some sleep. I tried. I'm actually going to end this 2 hours and 8 minutes early. I'll make it up to you guys, though. However, because I did this, I'm probably not going to be back on till Wednesday. My husband's off today and tomorrow. So I'm going to go get some sleep and then spend a day with him tomorrow. Thank you all for staying with me. My chat has been amazing. I want to let you guys know that. Just a few trolls. Everybody listened. People that don't like each other got along. People that are usually from different ends of the YouTube world got along in my chat. These are posted somewhere on my page. I think they're in a live. I'll find it and post it on my community wall later. I need real sleep. Thank you all for being here. Peace and love. Bye.